person your offer, you want to, just the same way, you want to give your actual speech. That link between the introduction and the body is the invitation. And that's what determines whether that person listens to you or not. After the invitation, we move to the presentation. That's the actual speech delivery or pitch delivery. And I talked about the fact that while you are presenting, you need to play into the emotions of that person. I said something, I said facts tell, but stories sell. You could say all facts and people won't listen to you. But if you tell a story, everyone will listen. So the more stories you tell while making your presentation, as a salesperson, as an individual, and one of the things I really learned is how to craft stories, because there are many ways to craft stories. Even in an interview, you can craft a story. It doesn't have to be obvious, because stories drive emotional response, and it is that emotional response that leads people to buy. It's not, people don't buy because they like you or they like the product. No, they like what the product will do for them, and that's where the emotional response. And I said, the emotional response doesn't have to be good. You don't have to feel good. Yes, somebody can buy a product for me because they are frustrated. Someone can buy a product for me because they are sad. So it doesn't have to be a good emotion. As long as there's an emotional response, people will buy from you. So if you can drive the emotional response, then you will sell. So and I mentioned that in the presentation. I said after presenting, the next thing is to close down. And closing down is where the actual sale is. And I said that of all the skills, this is the only skill that you actually make the sale on the spot. Every other skill, whether prospecting, inviting, presentation, the person may not buy. In fact, most times they won't buy from you at that point. But if you can close down, you can make that person buy from you at that spot. And I said that the more gap you give between a person's interest in buying and the person's actual dropping of the money, that gap, the wider it is, the more unlikely that person is to buy. What I mean is, I want to buy from you. I have the money, but I've not given you the money yet. The longer I take to give you the money after developing that interest, the more unlikely I buy from you. So in closing down, you want to shorten that gap, meaning that you have to get that person in a hurry. One of the speakers that I said, she said, when salespeople want to sell to you, they try to make you feel as if you must buy it now. That's the principle. So amateurs will make you feel like it's a scam, but it's really professional salespeople will make you feel like you are losing out if you don't buy. And if you can master that skill, you will make people drop money as easy as as they should. I'm just doing a brief summary. Then after close down, I mentioned follow-up, and I said follow-up is a skill that keeps you earning. If you can't follow up, you will lose customers, because many people don't want to buy on the spot. Many people want to think, but your ability to follow up will ensure that that person always remembers you. If the person is going to think of the first person to reach out to when he needs that thing, he's going to think of you. And I made mention of a particular billionaire, Grant Cardone. He doesn't know me. I've never seen him before physically, but I get his emails. And how did I get his emails? From the first moment I attended his interview. In fact, for the first 1 to 3 months, I got his emails almost every week. Now, if I think of real estate in America, the first person I think of is Grant Cardone. I don't have any money to buy real estate yet from America, but if I'm going to buy, I'll most likely reach out to him first, because we have developed that familiarity. We don't know each other physically, but there's this familiarity as business to consumer, and that's the way it is. So when you are selling, because many of you, after leaving here, you're going to do a lot of sales, unconsciously or consciously. Follow-up is the key. See, if you can master follow-up, you will always have sales, either immediately or later on. After follow-up, I talked about getting them started right. And I really talked about this in the place of consultation. I said, sometimes, or no, not sometimes, all the time, when as a consultant, you want to offer a solution to someone, and you tell the person, I'm going to give you this solution in 1 day. That 1 day is for the customer, but for you, you're actually giving that consumer the solution in 1 hour. Because if you do that, the consumer will feel like he has gotten far more value for his money, because you told him 1 day. But you've given him the solution in 1 hour. The remaining other hours, probably you are going to spend 3 hours with the person. After 1 hour, the person already gets the answer to his question. The remaining 2 hours, they are building on that probably, sharing experiences, but the person has gotten the solution already. So the person feels like every other thing you say after that time feels like an extra value for him. And most times, professional consultants that do this very successfully, they earn more. Meaning that the consumer themselves will feel like you didn't really pay enough and will tip you more for that. And will more likely come back to you, even if that solution, maybe it didn't really address it as perfect as it was, but it got something within the first few minutes of your interaction. And I said, if you are going to do a consultation for someone for 1 month, ensure you give it to that person in 1 week. If you are going to do a consultation for 1 week, ensure you give it to that person in 1 day. If you are going to do a consultation for 1 day, ensure you give it to the person in 1 hour. That's the principle. The earlier you can deliver results, the more credibility you have, and the more likely that person will come back to you. And the last thing I talked about is events. And I said, if you can master the skill of events, you will always make money, no matter how bad it is. Because right now, whether online or offline events, people are buying. Where people sell, and I talked about book selling. If you're an author and you want to sell books, organize an event. If you are a teacher, you want to sell courses, organize an event. If you are a trainer, you are a consultant, if you have a product, whatever, organize an event. And with that event, you will always sell. Now, these are the skills to learn. If you can master these skills, of course, you'll be a successful seller. But I tell you, some people do these skills, and yet, they still fail. Why? That's because selling is not just about skills. It's about the person. And when I mean selling, I already talked about the fact that selling is not just about you have a product, you have a service. No. It's about you as a person. Your ability to pass ideas across. Becoming a salesperson is not just about learning skills, but it's about developing the right mentality and the right attitude. And I'll just talk about a few things based on these skills I've spoken about. Number one, the prospecting skill. I said that prospecting requires you, the prospecting skill is a skill that helps you make friends. Now, what kind of person do you need to become in order to make friends? Please, you might underestimate this, but be a good person. As simple as that. Just be a good person. Because no matter how skilled you are, or how professional you are, people can see the good in you when you relate with them. And if you want to sell yourself, if you want to sell your business, you want to portray yourself as someone or as a professional in a field, a speaker, a consultant, a caterer, a teacher, a doctor, whatever. Be a good person. See, when you're a good person, sometimes I've interacted with patients, and sincerely speaking, I didn't know what I did. I can assure you, I did not. Sometimes I still go back and I still try to replay the whole meeting, and I'm trying to find the points, because I'm interacting with patient. Patient is not showing me any facial. In fact, most of them, I rarely see smiling faces. The hospital is a depressing place. Sincerely speaking, that's the truth. And I can assure you, a lot of doctors have mental issues. Sincerely speaking, I'm not joking. It's very easy to have a mental issue in the hospital. I'm serious as a doctor, because number one, you have been underpaid. Number two, you have been overworked. Okay, I've not said this. I've not been home for the past 20. Throughout this period of something, I'm always living from here to work, from work to here, from here to work, from work to here. And some doctors don't even. I'm saying I'm coming here. If I was not coming here, let me tell you what I would have done. I would have gone from work to another work. So we have been overworked. And sometimes the overwork is voluntary because you are looking for money. and that's the skill that will give you the money, right? But at the same time, you are meeting patients and have problems. So you have your problem, patient has a problem. Nobody is smiling inside. Sincerely, it's very difficult to smile. But I discovered that many of my patients, after everything, they'll say, "Doctor, I want to collect your number." I'm like, sometimes I'm like, why do you want to collect my number? So that you come up with this topic. They say, so I actually give them my number, actually. And they reach out to me all the time. And sometimes I had to I don't like the way you interact with me. I'm like, yeah. So I try to go back to our conversation. I'm like, what exactly do I see? I discovered that I don't really see so much. It's still the same. You have malaria, Of course, they would have told me I have malaria and typhoid. I would now correct them. I say you don't have malaria and typhoid. Tell me your complaint. You understand? So those little things. But I saw that they could see the fact that, oh, I was interested in their health, not just the fact that I wanted to deliver drugs. So whether you like it or not, people will see your intention. They will see it very clear. So be a good person. It doesn't cost you anything. It doesn't cost you at all. No matter how stressed you are, no matter how tiring it is. Just be a good person. See, once that good in you is being expressed, you don't need to force it out. You don't need to pretend. You don't need to just help people. It's not easy. It's not easy in Nigeria at all. It's not. No matter what you are doing. I just mentioned doctor. There are people that have it worse. There are people that don't even go for a whole week, because I hear people's experiences. Some people that work at the island, and because I work in the mainland, most of the patients that I interact with, they work in the island, but they live in the mainland. They'll go home on Monday, come back on Saturday. Sometimes I wonder, and I ask, what are you doing exactly? Like, which work will keep you that long? Will you be in the factory from that? So people are actually working so hard, you get, but still try to be a good person, really. And see, the more good you show to people, somebody said, if you can help a lot of people get what they want, you will get what you want. Simple. It's a marketing principle we use. If you can get a lot of people to get what they want, then automatically you get what you want. So the more good or the better you are at being good to people, the more friends you have. And I'm not talking about prospecting. Prospecting is the art of making friends. So number one, be good. Number two, see, it's possible to be a good person, but you find it very difficult to show that, to express it. Now, how do I mean? In the aspect of prospecting, I talked about the 3 C's. Number one is to give compliments. You see, sometimes, although there are some people that are good at this, they are very, very good at it. Once they meet someone, as our sister talked about, extroverts and introverts, once they meet you like this, they want to, you have nice this, nice that. See, it's not just extroverts, as introverts. I know it's not easy, but when you see someone, just say something good about them. Sometimes you may not feel good. I talk about, see, being good and doing good are two different. Some people do good but are not good. That's the truth. So I said be a good person. That's in terms of the kind of person you are. Now, doing good in terms of giving compliments. See, that's sometimes some people may have a really bad day, but that compliment you give them could just totally change everything. Some people may not have smiled for a very long time. Some people might have had something so terrible, but just that little compliment, very, very little. I like your smile. That's if they are smiling, though. Or, I like your dress. You walk very professionally. Your carriage alone just tells me you're an amazing person. So, see, sometimes, because sometimes when you see someone, you don't really know what to say. But you can just give a total summary, like what I said. I said, just looking at you already tells me you're a good person. That compliment alone, would ensure that person, at least that person will just feel good for that moment. I see that moment of feeling good, we already have, there's this connection already with that person. The person wants to connect with, the person wants to let me hear what this person has to say. So learn the art of giving people compliments, not just to make a sale, but as a person. Once you can do this, you make a greeting to someone, add a compliment. You don't say good afternoon, disappear. No, good afternoon, ma. How was your day? I mean, in fact, just looking at you already, I can see that your day is going well. Something like that. The person will smile. And see if you can develop that habit. Your friend list will grow to an extent that you'll be so shocked. And as I've said, selling is not just I have a business. No. As a person, you're always selling. You're always buying. So if you can develop that habit of giving compliments, your life as a person you will not lack good things. Sincerely speaking, you won't. So I talked about be good. Number 2 is to do good by number 1, giving compliments. Now we're talking about prospecting, making friends. This is something I learned this one today. This thing I want to mention. Of course, it's related to what I was going to say, but he didn't mention it. It was General KSO. He didn't mention it. He just said it, but I picked it out of his words. Sincerely, and it's something that I felt. The moment I had it, I just started practicing it immediately. I was like, I need to do this thing. I was always asking myself a question that I'm not versatile enough. I'm not. Like, I don't watch football. I don't even have the time. Even if I have the interest, I don't have the time. But at least, really, when I look at news, I'm not really that versatile in news. When it comes to see, most of the things I say are mostly experiences, not necessarily because I did a lot of research or I read books or something. No, if you check my YouTube like this, just go on it. It's just speaker. There's really no news or anything. So he said something. He said, once you are online, you can actually tell the kind of person, you are, what you do online. And then he said something that it was, he read about wars. He read about, as simple as that statement was, he read about wars, read about histories. I was like, what am I doing? Like that thing just connected. I was like, look at me, and I'm saying I'm not versatile. Like that thing just came. I was like, okay. Immediately I just opened my phone. I was like, okay, let me go and check history. No. That's the next thing. See, if you're going to be a good prospect and make friends, you need to be versatile. You need to be versatile. It's something you have to learn. See, if you are not versatile, you won't be able to connect with people. The next thing I want to talk about is common interest. Having common interest with people. If you are versatile, there's no way somebody will say something that you will not have an idea of it. And if you can do that, you have a lot of friends. And the more friends you have, the more people you have to sell to. I know I told about 3 markets. I said there's hot market, there's warm market, there's cold market. Your hot markets are people that are very familiar with you, like your relatives. Your warm markets are your friends. Your cold markets are people that you don't know at all. Now, the easiest people to sell to are your hot markets, but they will not really buy from you because of value. They just buy because they want to encourage you. So you cannot do repeat sale for them. The second easiest are the warm markets, because you just need to show them value. So once you show them value, they are more likely to buy from you. Cold market, it takes skill to target cold. You need to have authority for cold market. But warm market is where you can sit down with. So if you can develop more friends, and you have a product, so you have something you want to share online, you have people that are ready to listen to you. You have people that are ready to hear you. You have people that are ready to buy from you. You have people that are ready to support you, at least in a little way, in that little journey. So your ability to be versatile is really important. And I already told you how to do it. It's very easy. Just go on Twitter and type history. Like, I'm serious. As easy as it is, sometimes it's so difficult, because once you go on Instagram and you see those comedy videos, you see all this, you just want to keep scrolling. Really. So, yeah, it is. As even sports, for example, or talk about, look at business news, look at, politics. Just be versatile. Yeah, and sincerely, one of the things because I said, another thing I mentioned, that was in my previous speech, I said, whatever you plan to do, don't just do it like as a goal to just achieve, hit it and disappear. No. See it like a lifestyle to develop. So I've talked about this versatility now. What was just coming to my mind was, this was coming to my mind, how do I convert this thing that I just said now to a habit? Like, how do I habitually go on social media to research news? To just be versatile. Like, that was the next thing that came. I was like, okay, I need to write down the more like general topics, maybe per day, maybe Monday is history, maybe Tuesday will be finance, Thursday, something like that. It just came. I was like, okay, so that means if I'm on Twitter, I need to have, I'm going to bed. Something like that. So I'm just giving you like a framework on how to develop this aspect of versatility, because the more versatile you are, the more people will appreciate your knowledge. And when people appreciate knowledge itself is value. When you have knowledge, you have value. That's it. And when you have that value, when people see that beyond what you are offering them, beyond the service, beyond the products, you also have knowledge, people tend to appreciate you more and will tend to listen to you more, and you'll be drawn to them. So I'm talking about the mentality and the attitudes of a good salesperson, of a successful salesperson. Basically, you could just say of a successful person, because to be successful, I told you that salespeople are the most successful people in the world. Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Why? Who knows? So what type of risk did he take? No, I mean, like, what really made him the richest person in the world? Yeah, business. But what really made him the richest? Yeah, he took risks. But what really made him the richest person in the world? No. His ability to draw people. His ability to draw investors. Because see, the risk he was taking, if nobody was going to invest in him, you think it would go? No. You get? Yes, he took risk, I agree. He had a very good business plan, I agree. But that ability to draw investors, he was able to sell whatever idea he had to the investors, to the people that were going to add the money. You know, they were going to pour money into his projects. They were going to grow the shares of his company. Same thing with every single rich person out there. So please, put it in mind and be a good salesperson. So I talked about prospecting. And the second one I want to talk about is inviting. I talked about inviting as, I said inviting is that link between the process of the actual friend making and the actual presentation you want to give. So, so I said inviting is just one of the key factors of inviting is your ability to make people want to listen to your next presentation. Now, in speech, you call it there's something you called it. I've forgotten what you said. The leading statement or something. I'm not done yet. Still have a long way to go. so you have inviting. I have 7 points. I'm on number 2. So, inviting. Now, the skill of inviting requires that you are a person that pay attention to details. I said something that when you invite someone, you assume the person is in a hurry. When you invite someone, you assume that the person doesn't have that time for you. Because, for example, you stop, let's assume you meet someone on the road. Or let's say you went for a conference and you want to connect with someone. Now that person just finished a speech. The person is probably about to go home. Probably has an appointment. But you quickly want to reach out to the person. Do you just go and say, good afternoon, sir. You greet the person, you just say, sir, please, can I have your number? Most times when you want to do like that, you feel like it's rude. I mean, you just go to the person and just say, sir, please, can I have your number? It feels like, you just came to meet you to ask me for a number. Like, why should I give you? You understand? So, that process of you asking the number is an invitation skill that you want to really, really grab because you want to connect with that person. You want to probably the person is an investor. You have a business that you want the person to connect with. So you want to introduce that thing to the person. But before you introduce it, that opening statement, you need to be able to pay attention to a detail. What detail is that? The person is in a hurry. So you have to say it. You say, sir, please, I know that you are in a hurry and you have a place you need to go. But I know. See, that's first statement. As simple as it sounds, many people just forget it. And it's a skill. So you need to be able to pay attention to details. Sometimes you may not even be in a hurry. You may have a friend that you want to sell to, and probably that person is moody. The person is sad, or the person is not happy. But you have a product or a service you want to sell to that person. If you don't pay attention to the mood of that person through the facial expression, you mess up that sale completely. Because you could just meet the person and just, how far, my guy, try to be excited, and the person is responding, just responding there, is not really excited, and then you don't still get it, and then you say, I have this thing. The person forget it, it's done. Like that sale can't go. But you just take a pause and say, what happened, guy? That attention to detail will help you identify that, this person is not in the right mood for this. Even if what you want to say or what you want to, give is, it has a very, very short time limit and you want that person to connect to it at that point. Just a simple, hope you are fine. Even if the person doesn't want to talk, the fact that the person already knows that you are concerned about his current state, that statement of hope you are fine, do you want to talk about it? Say, don't worry, what do you want to say? The person will even ask you, okay, what exactly do you want to tell me? That attention to detail is a skill you need to learn while giving your invitations. Don't rush into your presentation. Don't rush the invitation. Don't just, open your mouth and just, give people that thing, and people will run away from you. So I've talked about prospecting, talked about the invitation. Now the third one is presenting. And I said presenting is the actual art of letting people know what you have to offer, either through a speech, through a business speech, or through a conversation, or what have you. Now, what kind of person do you need to become a very good presenter? I talked about the art of storytelling. I said you need to be able to tell stories and move emotions. You need to be able to tell stories and move emotions. And I said the emotions you're trying to move don't have to be good emotions. The emotions you are trying to move don't have to be, beautiful emotions. I'm feeling good. No. Frustration itself is an emotion that can drive a sale. Now I'll say this. To be a good presenter, you need to be able to shut yourself from your own emotions. What do I mean by that? See, sometimes when you want to make a sale and you want to give that offer, your mind is telling you that this offer I want to give, this person will not feel good about it. See, if you listen to your emotions at that point, you won't sell that thing. Sometimes someone talked about pricing. He said that was Crafties, Mrs. Oluseyi Abdullahi, when she talked about how many crafters don't really price their products appropriately. It's because they are emotional. They don't want their customers to feel bad. They don't want you to feel as if you are expensive. I assure you, you won't sell anything, because the truth is the price doesn't matter. It's the value that does. That's the truth. As long as your value is appropriate with that price, then don't be emotional about it. So when you are giving that presentation, and giving that pitch, yes, you are trying to drive emotions in that person. You are trying to don't be scared of driving. If you need to drive a negative emotions, don't be scared of driving it. Don't be afraid of doing that. Don't let people play the pity card on you. Because as a salesperson, in fact, another aspect which is very, very related to this is to be a shameless person. Now, when I mean shameless person, what do I mean? Sometimes you just have to just pretend you are ignorant about how they feel. You just do as if whatever they are feeling is not your business at that point, because you just want. Yes. Because public speaking, you have to listen to your audience and listen to whether they are actually, they are getting what you are saying. But if you really want to sell, sometimes you just have to ignore that thing. Because if you don't drive the sale at that point, at that price, you will make a loss. And if you try to bring it down from where it is, then you still make a loss and your business won't grow. So what's the point? Now I've talked about the mentality. You have to be a strong person mentally. And of course, it doesn't come just once. You need to develop yourself through it. Sometimes you will need to give a quotation to someone, maybe an investor. That, I need this amount. Now, you see, one aspect of investing is sometimes when you are bringing your something to an investor and you are trying to negotiate the profit percent, probably, the person is saying, I want to get like 20% or 30%, and you're like, in your mind, you're like, you can't give 20%, it's 10% or even 5%. And you feel like this person is you try to, you are emotional about it, and like, this person is big, this person is, no. If you try that, I watched something on, I've forgotten the show, very, very short reel, and the investor mentioned a particular percent. I think he mentioned 20%. And the guy said, I'm not interested anymore. And the moment he said that, the investor himself now said, very good, of course. I mean, in fact, because since me myself, I was actually confused because I didn't really get the point until I now had an investor. The person said, you actually don't need an investor. That he just mentioned that price to just put you off. And if it was someone that was very emotional, I need someone big, the person would have messed up his business. So as a salesperson, as much as you want to drive those emotions in that person, as much as you want to drive that, you want to put in that urge so that the person can buy from you, don't get too emotional that you lose your pace. You lose what you want to, you lose the benefits you are trying to actually get. You lose the profits you are trying to glean from that transaction. Don't be. And be a shameless person. Be a shameless businessman. I hear it a lot. Don't be scared of mentioning those prices. Don't be scared of showing that product. Don't be scared of giving that service. Sometimes the service can be, nobody is doing it. But don't be scared. Just go for it. The mentality and the attitudes of a successful salesperson. Now, I've talked about 3 skills. Talked about prospecting, inviting, presenting, and now the 4th one, which is close down. Close down skills, of course, I said that's the actual time when you get the money. And I said the ability for you to shorten the time between the interest and the time where that person drops the money, your ability to shorten that period would increase the probability of you getting that sale. Now, one big attribute you need to have here, related to even the presentation I talked about, is don't be emotional. You see, the person is interested, and probably you are selling that service for, let's say, 100,000 naira. And I said one of the ways you can bring that hurry in that person is to give like a discount. So you could say something like, okay, for the first 10 people, I'm going to be offering a discount of 10% or 15%, and this discount is going to last for just today. So if you don't make a decision today, then you're going to get off. So that already is, you are driving, you want that, of course, the person already has the interest. Now, if you are emotional, and the person is saying, no, I don't have up to that money, it's just 50,000 naira I have. And then you are tempted because you are the one. This is a consultation business. You are the one that you are in control of the price. So you are not so thinking about some other expenses in terms of manufacturing. No, it's a service. So you are in control of that price. So if you don't have the ability to call those emotions and actually name those prices to that person, then you'll be at fault in the close down skill. Now the next skill. We've talked about prospecting, we've talked about inviting, we've talked about presenting, talked about close down. Now the follow-up skill. The ability to follow up a person, I said, will give you much more attention. Meaning that people will remember you more for that service. People will remember you more for that product. People will remember you more for that thing you are trying to offer them. So when they think about that thing, they will think about you first because you're always following them up. You need to have the ability to stay persistent. See, it's not just about I have the skill, I can write those messages, I can do that talk, I can, once I talk to a person will drop the money. No. If you can't stay persistent with those customers, I say up to today, I still get messages from Grant Cordon. I don't have the money. He doesn't even know me. He probably thinks I'm a millionaire or something, I don't know. But he doesn't know me, and yet I still, and he does this not just to me, but to millions of people, repeatedly following up. You need to have that ability to just be there. Don't be afraid of attention. If you're afraid of attention as a salesperson or as a person, yes, I get you could be introverted, but if you are going to sell, you need attention. You need that. You need people to be able to. You need people to pay attention to you, and that attention will only come from being persistent in showing up, being persistent in letting them know about what you have. Being persistent in letting them know about that thing you want to deliver to them. Because only by doing that will they remember you when the need for them to get it actually comes up. Always showing up, that persistence, that resilience. These are things that have been spoken of, repeatedly and repeatedly. But I'm trying to make you see that it's not just about, yes, developing yourself are amazing, but sometimes when you want to get that sale, just stay there. Keep selling. You decided, okay, you're going to do this, you're going to be following up on this person twice a week, maybe twice a month for the next 6 months. And that's the strategy of follow-up you have. Please stick to it. The person may not even reply your messages. The person may not even reply you at that point. But just stick to it. Because I said, the person may not, somebody asked a question the last time. I sent the person a message, person didn't respond. I said, keep sending. Just give us a time, because the fact that the person didn't respond, at least the person has known that you are in that space and that you are available. If the person needs to get, probably you sell maybe perfumes, and that consistency, you're always showing up. The person already knows that if I need a perfume urgently, I can easily reach out to this person within the shortest amount of time and get it. But if you don't show up, if you're not persistent enough, how will it happen? It's follow up. Talk about 5 skills. Talk about prospecting, inviting, presentation, close down, follow up. The sixth one, getting people started right. I said, and I related this majorly to consultation. Please ensure that whatever value you are delivering, let there be excellence in it. Like, let people get more value than you are delivering, or more value for what they are paying for. And I already told you how to do it. I said if you are telling a person you are going to give this service for 1 week, you actually want the person to get results in 1 day. You see, your ability to give that result in 1 day requires that you actually spend time on that product you want to deliver. You are not just delivering a mediocre service. You want to stay in business, especially as a consultant. You want to ensure, probably you are a business consultant and you want to help someone to grow in business. Probably the person is not earning enough revenue and wants to probably maybe 10x next year or something and needs some strategies. And he holds a session with you probably for 1 week, 3 hours a day. Within the first 3 hours of that day, your ability to ensure that this person gets the results requires for you to be excellent in that. And sometimes you need to stay back and develop yourself in that line. See, you need to actually be conscious of that. That I want to develop. I want to be a person in such a way that if I'm going to offer this service, this person will get the full benefits within the shortest amount of time. Once you have that mentality and it's there and you build on it, people will respect you so much. In fact, I said this at the end of the whole session, people will be like, actually, the money I paid, was far less than what you gave me. And I've had that a lot in a lot of sessions. I've had it a lot. There was a training I went for. It was a 1 week training. By the time I go there for the first day, I felt like the money I was spent was I felt like, okay, if I can go home like this, I'm okay. And when I came for the next day, I felt overwhelmed. I mean, I told you most of the things I learned them from, experiences I had. And that actually showed me the true picture of a good consultant. Offer more value. Sometimes it feels like, in fact, okay. Now I've said you are going to give the person the results he wants in the first day. Let's assume it's a week. Now what are you going to do for the next 5 days or the next 6 days? It means that you have to give the person far more. That alone takes sacrifice on your part. It takes a lot of sacrifice. And becoming that person requires that you stay there, that you develop in that life, that you improve, that you don't make it, you don't feel like you are losing out. If you always feel like you are losing out, why doing that service, then you won't grow. If you always feel like you are losing out, that they are not paying you enough, then you won't actually grow. That is the sixth skill. The last skill, events. And I mentioned in events, I said that the more events you hold, the more sales you probably have. Because people spend money in events. And I've said people just spend, I don't know how that principle works, but people spend money in events. They just spend money in events. And I've seen it happen over and over and over again. Now in an event, as a business person or as a sales person, what kind of person do you need to be to hold events? See, there are online events, there are offline events. And most times, as a salesperson, you are not an event planner. I mean, you need to host an event, but you are not an event planner. You don't really have an idea of how to. Probably it's your first time. Probably you've had now, like, okay, let me host my first event. What do I do? Go learn it. It's as simple as that. Go learn it. Because sometimes, see, the skills you need to learn to become a successful person. Yes, they say you stick to one, focus on one skill. It's not just one skill. Yes, you need to be excellent at one, but you need to learn a lot of auxiliary skills. And one of the auxiliary skills you need to learn as a salesperson is how to host an event. It's a skill in itself. And sometimes you feel your work is overwhelming. Somebody mentioned real estate. Said they want to sell a 5 million naira real estate to someone. I said I should explain. So I went through hot market, warm market. Now, when you come to a cold market and you invite someone for an event, I said, of course, you have to show authority. That's a characteristic you also need to really develop authority. Because when you have authority, people develop confidence in whether they know you or not. Because people just assume that, oh, I trust this person. Doesn't know what he's saying. And so because of that authority you exude. Now, if you don't properly organize that event, it will mess. I've gone for events that money was spent, but the people there just assumed, I see it's an event now, let's just hold it, let's just host it, let's just have it. Even online ones, and it messed up really bad. Yes, I get your first one may not be that good, but still, learn the process, get everything right. Be a person, be a person that learns. Because if you don't learn, there's no point. You just keep making the same mistakes over and over again. Yes, you will learn from it, but come almost you. The attitudes and the mentality of a successful salesperson. I went through all the 7 skills to reiterate what I said earlier, and to also tell you that it's not just about the skills. It's also the kind of person you need to become in order to put those skills to the actual use. Now, I said it's not just about the product you are selling or the service you are selling, but the kind of person you are also becoming. Whether a person will listen to you or not, whether a person will buy into your idea or not, whether a person will actually agree with your statements. I hope you've gained from this. I hope you've learned from this. I made my first speech without anything. I'm grateful to God for that. And with that, I end my speech and I pass on the mic to the next person.
Thank you. For me, I was sitting in the audience and I did learn a few things. Thank you for that presentation. You started by talking about prospecting, inviting, presenting. I think number 4 was close up, then follow up. So you can see that I deliver value was number 6 and event was number 7. So even though I was sitting in the audience, I was mentally taking notes because we all need to sell. In one way or the other, we are in the selling business. You need to sell yourself when you go for an interview, and tell me about yourself. You need to sell yourself when you go for a date. You need to sell yourself when you go for a visa appointment. Every day in life, we are engaged in one selling idea or the other. And I like the framework that he gave and the examples. I think for me, I will pick up from number 6, which is deliver value. Because today, I just want to talk to you briefly on making your life a masterpiece. That's what I want to talk to you about, making your life a masterpiece. The last time I was here, I spoke about the concept of leadership from the African and national level. But for today, I want to speak to you as an individual, and I want to challenge you. So this is a speech, a presentation to challenge you to make your life what? A masterpiece. And so when you look at the word a masterpiece, you find out that a masterpiece is a work of astounding artistry, skill, or workmanship. Keyword for me is astounding. So you walk into an art gallery, you see different art paintings and the rest, and the prices, and you see one that is protected, one that everybody is gravitating towards, one that the price tag is off the roof, maybe $50 million, $80 million, and in your mind you're wondering, how can one artwork be priced this much? The difference is that this is a masterpiece. That's the difference. The difference why this is so expensive is simply because it is a masterpiece, and that's why people gravitate towards it. So it's a work of outstanding. So a masterpiece is somebody who goes to school, and in that place, that person is outstanding. The masterpiece is somebody in an organization. When you finish your presentation or you finish your report, it's outstanding. It's a work of outstanding artistry, skill, or workmanship. Now, in the language of strategy, I don't know if I've introduced myself. My name is Dr. Max Oluba. I'm a leadership advisor and a strategy coach. I help people in those two areas, in the areas of leadership and strategy. So I've helped organizations in Nigeria and across Africa, Ghana, Senegal, Liberia, and Kenya, different organizations across Africa in the context of leadership and strategy and all that. So that's a bit of myself. And I did a master's program in London Business School, the Sloan Fellowship program in 2010. And there's the concept of a valuable resource, or a scarce resource. And the model is the VRIA model. It says that a valuable resource, a resource that is very useful, must be valuable, must be rare, must be inimitable, and must be appropriable. That was that you can appropriate it. Let me take that again. It must be valuable. Valuable means that it's something that creates a lot of value for customers. It's rare means that it cannot be easily found or discovered. It's inimitable means that it cannot be easily reproduced. Somebody cannot copy it. Now, every time I'm thinking about the masterpiece, I see the same framework in a masterpiece. A masterpiece is rare. A masterpiece is not something that somebody can easily copy. A masterpiece is valuable. It creates a lot of value. And number 4 is that by the reason of those 3 things, that it is valuable, it is rare, it is inimitable, the person who has that masterpiece can appropriate it. And sometimes you can appropriate a masterpiece for a lifetime. Michael Jackson is late, but his collections of albums from Thriller and all that is taking care of his children and maybe the grandchildren. And there's some people like that in Nigeria. There's some songs that we'll remember 100 years from today. We will still sing those songs because those songs are in the class of a masterpiece. They are footballers. Long after they have gone, we still remember them. We still remember the great Pelé. We still remember Maradona. Of Nigerians, we still talk about the JJ Okocha and the rest. Those are people we can call them a masterpiece because they are outstanding. A work of outstanding artistry, skill, or workmanship. So a masterpiece is one of a kind. A masterpiece is unique. Today they say there are 7 billion people on the surface of the earth. When you're talking about a masterpiece, you're talking about somebody who stands out. So what I'm saying this to you is, don't just fit in. Don't be lost in the crowd. Stand out. That's what this speech is about today. Don't be lost in the crowd. Stand out. Stand out wherever you find yourself. Deliver excellence. Be excellent in everything that you do. So I'd like to walk you through things in this presentation. The first thing I need you to understand is that masterpiece creation or masterpieces are not by accident. You see, many of us live our life with that concept of the law of circumstance or the law of coincidence. I want you to know that masterpieces are created. So every time you see a masterpiece, you know that this is somebody's creation. Now, in the principle of life, I want you to have this at the back of your mind, that every success story is created. When you see Google, for example, Google is created. When you see the company called Dangote was created. When you see UBA was created by somebody. Zenith was created by another person. Every success story is created. And even in the context of a masterpiece is created because every time you see a great artwork, you see the signature of the person that made that artwork. So that artwork tells me that somebody created this. The question I want to ask you here is that every day you are painting a picture of your life. At the end of the day, at the end of your existence, would your life be a masterpiece, or would it be easily forgotten? So I talked about the law of creation that says every success story is created. Now, if you understand the law of creation that every success story is created, if you flip it on the other side, it will tell you that every failure is also what? Is also created. You understand that success and failure is a function of the human creation. Success and failure is human construct. So every success story. And the reason why people create their failures is because they live with the law of circumstances. Many a times we think that it is external events that will determine our life. The government has a responsibility towards its citizens, but no government, even as wonderful as the government is can provide everything that the citizen needs. So if you go to America today, everybody wants to go to America, everybody wants to go to UK, everybody wants to go to Switzerland. But if you go to America today, there are poor people in America, there are people that are homeless in America, there are American citizens that are struggling. If you go to Canada, you see the same thing. Because at the end of the day, you need to take responsibility for your life and for your future, and you need to create the life that you want. You cannot cede your life and your future to somebody else. Circumstances, no, or coincidence. You don't see a masterpiece and say, oh, it just happened, it was coincidence. Yes, I understand positive coincidences. You went out and you met somebody and the person gave you a contact and you say it was a coincidence. I will tell you that is the law of creation. You know what I mean by that? If you did not go out, if you stayed at home, if you did not take that step out to go out and look for a job, you will not have met that person. So in a concept of a masterpiece says that, number one, every success story is created. And number two, you are the person that determines whether your life will be a masterpiece or not. In this part of the world, we are very spiritual, and there is a tendency to want to leave everything in the hands of God. You know, we are very spiritual in this part of the world, but I want to remind you of what Mae Jemison said about greatness. Mae Jemison was the first black woman that went to space, and they asked her, what is greatness? And you know what she said? She said, greatness can be summarized with one word. Greatness. If I ask you what that word is, you might say determination. If I ask you what that word is, you might choose different words. But you know what Mae Jemison said? He said greatness can be determined by one word. I said that one word is lifestyle. And what she now did was that she now broke that lifestyle into two. He said life is God's gift to you. So without God, none of us will be here. But he says style is what you make out of it. I think I need to take that again because somebody needs to hear that. He said, life is what? God's gift to you. But guess what? Style is what? Is what you make out of it. Life is God's gift. So you, for example, an organization employs 500 people. That's the gift of the organization to those employees. But what you make out of it is a function of the choices and the decisions that you make. Life is God's gift to you. Style is what you make out of it. And one way I like explaining this concept is the concept of an aeroplane. Let's assume you want to travel and you want to go with British Airways or with Virgin, for example. Guess what? Virgin and British Airways has provided the plane. That's the gift, for example, they have provided to take you to your destination. Can I ask you, who determines your class of seat?
You.
Eh?
You, the amount you pay.
Yeah, exactly. So your class of seat is not determined by Virgin. Your class of seat is determined by who? By you. So when you see somebody in first class, that's style. That's the style he has added to his life. And that style is a function of the choices that he has made before now. That's why he can pay for first class, or somebody can pay for business class, or premium economy, or economy, and all that. It's a function of the decisions that you make. Life is God's gift to you. But what? But style is what you make out of it. Can I ask you this question? When you see somebody with 6 packs, and you see those people and the rest, that 6 pack, was it a gift?
No.
Huh?
No.
Was it coincidence?
No.
Huh? Was it a gift?
No.
Was it based on his genes or their genes?
No.
It's a function of what? What you make out of it. Nobody was born with 6 pack. 6 pack is made in the gym. Can I say this to you? That's the same secret of success. Nobody was born a success. Yes, some people have some parental privileges, but just like the 6 pack example, it's what they did in the gym that determines the size and the shape and the rest. Life is God's gift to you. Style is what you make out of it. The question I want to ask you here this morning is, what style are you adding to your life? That's the question. What style are you adding to your life? Would your life be a masterpiece, a work of outstanding artistry, or would your life just be a draft? In fact, for some people, they've not even started writing the chapters, or they've not taken the brush on the canvas, they've not painted the first stroke on the canvas. So what we're still seeing is plain. They've not even started living. They're just barely existing. Life is what you make out of it. I would like to tell you the story of a young guy. And as I continue this, I'll tell you the story of a young guy, then I'll tell you some framework that will help you to make your life a masterpiece. This young guy got to a particular village and found out that there was an old man that the whole village wait on for his counsel. So he was like a wise old sage. And the guy was amazed. Why do you people wait on this man's counsel? And they said they told the guy that this man can answer any question that you will have. And the guy just said, of course, it's a fraud. There's nobody that can answer any question that you have. And so this guy took a sling, or what we call catapult in this part of the world, and went to the forest with a catapult and a stone and caught a bird. The force of the stone almost killed the bird. And they had the bird in his hand behind his back. So he told some of the villagers, take me to the old man. And they accompanied him to the old man. And when he got to the old man, he said to the old man with this arrogant attitude and the rest, and said, I hear you can answer any question that you are asked. And the old man said to him, looked at him and said, what's the question that you have? And he said to the old man, I have a bird in my hands. Old man, tell me if this bird I have in my hands is dead or alive. And you know what his plan was? If the old man says dead, he will bring out the bird and shows the bird alive. And if the old man says alive, what would he do? He will squeeze the neck of the bird and bring out the bird as dead. So in his mind, he had a fail-safe strategy. And you know what the old man said? The old man looked at him and saw through his intentions. And you know what the old man said to the man, the young guy? He says, young man, it's in your hands to make dead or alive. Did you get that? It's in what? It's in your hands to make what? Dead or alive. What's the lesson there? That whether the bird lives or dies, it's not my responsibility. It's not God's responsibility. It's in your hands. Ever since I read that quote or that story, it has changed my life. Let me say this to you. Your health is in your hands. It's in your hands to make dead or alive. By the choices you make, the food you eat, the kind of food it's in your hands to make dead or alive. Your academics is in your hands to make dead or alive. Your business is in your hands to make dead or alive. And when you bring out the bird from the back of your hands, will the bird live or would the bird die? I could tell you so many stories of two people who started a career. They started the same day, the same organization, and the same organization. One rose to become the MD of that organization. Another person left as a supervisor. It's in your hands to make dead alive. I could tell you the story of two boys who were born to an abusive father. The father was very abusive. The father was a drunkard. The father, in fact, almost killed somebody, and the father was sent to prison. And one of the sons took after the father and was jailed. And when they asked him, how did you get here? He said, it's because of my father. He blamed his current circumstances on his father, and the other one became a pharmacist and was living well and living life. And they said, how did you turn your life around? He said, because of the father I have. So both of them had the same what? Father. One of them looked at the father and said, the father is the cause of my problem. Another person looked at his father and said, I will not go the way of my father. At the end of the day, it's in your what? In your hands to make dead or alive. I'd like to now walk you through a framework that would help you create the life that is a masterpiece. The framework that will help you create the life that is a masterpiece. Because at the end of the day, if you don't do that, you will suffer what I call the tragedy of mediocrity. What do I mean by that? You will be in an environment where people are making it and you are struggling. You'll be in an environment, in the same environment. You cannot explain how they are making it. The reason why they are making it, amongst all the things, is because they have tried to create a masterpiece. So in every aspect of life, in music, you can count some people that are making it. In football, you can count some people that are making it. Even in the social media, there are people that are making it. In consulting, there are people that are making it. In every aspect, and if you look at it, one of the denominators is that those people that are making it, they are masters of their game. That's the concept of a masterpiece. They are masters of their game. So you need to learn to, okay, how do I become a master of my game and create a masterpiece in what I'm trying to do? The first thing that you need to do is the concept of vision. The concept of what? Vision. That's the first thing. An artist sees a blank canvas, and before the artist paints the first stroke, can I ask you, does the artist have in mind what the picture will look like? Yes? The artist doesn't just see, does an artist take a stroke and just say, let me be painting and let me see what will come out of it? No. The artist has in mind what the picture will look like. You might not see it, you might not understand the process, it might look haphazard and the rest, but to the artist, every stroke adds to the overall picture. So that's the concept of vision. They live from the end in mind. They have a clear idea of what this picture would look like. So let me ask you this morning, do you have a clear idea of what your future will look like? 5 years, 10 years from now, do you have a clear idea? And like the artist, every stroke that you are making, is it intentional? Does it add to the overall picture at the end of the day? You know, there's some people that have tentative living. They wake up, they don't have an idea of what the day will look like. They go into their business, and for them, they're just hoping. They're just hoping. They're just hoping. That's the life of an average individual. Because you see, the life of an average person drifts. It just goes with the flow. No, the life of an artist is intentional. It is deliberate. An artist designs it in the mind first, before he goes on the canvas. It's the same thing with a building. Nobody goes to a land and says, I want to build. What are you building? He says, I don't know what I want to build, but let me just clear the land first, and let me just start putting blocks, and let me see how it will come out. No, before he goes to the land, he decides what kind of building do I want? Is it a 2-bedroom duplex, a 6-bedroom duplex? Is it a skyscraper? How many floors? Is it 10? Is it 8? Now he has that thing in his mind first, then he can go to an architect and do the mock-up. He sees the mock-up before he goes to the land. That is how success happens. Success happens first with the mental image that you hold of yourself, with the picture that you see. What you can't see, you can't reproduce. What you can't see, you can't become. If you cannot see it first, yes, somebody else might see this place is a plain canvas, or the land is bushy, but the man that wants to build sees the skyscraper here. What do you see of yourself every day when you wake up? What do you have a mock-up that encourages you, that says, this is the 10-story building that I want to build? And see this, let me say this. When somebody decides to start building, what does he do to the resources that he has? He starts saving, keeping the money what? Aside and apart. Now, so that vision now begins to govern certain choices and certain behavior. So I can tell this day whether you have a vision of your life by the choices that you make. You know, they tell us that where there's no vision, the people what? The people perish. Actually, if you look at that original rendition, it says where there's no vision, the people cast off restraint and run wide. So when you see a man that has no control of his time or her time, it's simply a person that doesn't have a vision for his or her life. The starting point of creating a masterpiece is the concept of vision. Vision tells me that this is the end that I seek. This is what I would like to build. And based on that, I can take the vision, I can do the mock-up, or I can take a picture and paint the picture and keep the picture on the wall. And it is from the picture that I am reproducing what you see from the external environment. When Michelangelo did the statue of David from a wood, and people asked him, how did you bring this amazing sculpture? He said, I saw David was already inside the sculpture, and I saw it. All I needed to do was chip away everything that is not David. Michelangelo saw that picture of David first. Some of us will see a slab of wood, but he saw David inside the picture. Can I ask you this morning, what do you see of yourself? Because they tell us that everything is created twice. It is created first in the mind and the imagination of the people before it is created outside on the external environment. Some people can call this vision the concept of a dream. Do you have a dream for your life? Can you see yourself becoming it? Hello? The image that you hold of yourself. You see, they said that a blind man's world is limited by his touch. That's what a quote by Paul Harvey says. An ignorant man's word by his knowledge, and a great man's word by his vision. It's your vision that determines your word. Because if you can't see it, you can't become it. So vision paints the picture in your mind. Some people will say in your spirit, it paints that picture. I see it. I see myself becoming it. So vision is about forming an image of your destination before you embark on the journey. Because it's that image of that destination that determines the choices that you make. That's the first thing about things. That people who create a masterpiece, they start with vision. And can I say this to you? They start with a vision that challenges them. They don't take a vision that is easily achievable. It's a vision that pushes them and pushes them to the limit. They start with that and they see themselves accomplishing it. Because a vision you don't believe you can accomplish is a delusion. That's what it is. You're just deceiving yourself. But not only do they dream big, they actually believe that they can actually accomplish this vision. Once they decide the concept of vision, the next thing is goals. So what's the difference between the two? You understand? Somebody will say that visions are usually long-term and goals are signposts on the way to vision. Let me put it this way. If vision tells you how far you want to travel, goals tell you how fast you want to travel. So in this picture, let's use the concept of the picture. The guy has a vision of what he wants to paint. The goal says, I want to paint this in 2 months. I want to paint this in 3 months. I want to finish this project in 6 months. Now, goals comes and puts the deadline to that particular vision. Because goal now crystallizes vision and forces vision to take a reality on its own. You can do the mock-up and the mock-up can be there. And the mock-up can sit there for years. Can I say this to you? Some of us have vision. For example, you have a vision that you want to be a best-selling author. Let's take an example. Vision can say, be a best-selling author. That's fantastic. You've written it down, you see it, but God says produce a book in 6 months. That is a goal. So a goal takes that vision and forces a deadline on that vision, because once you now say produce this book in 6 months, it means that every other thing that will happen in 6 months becomes secondary to this particular book. A lot of us, for example, say, okay, I want to be financially independent. That is a vision, which is amazing, and we cannot fault you with your vision. But you need to translate your vision to a goal. So what does financial independence look like and when? So financial independence for you might be earn $100,000 in 6 months, or earn $100,000 in passive income every year starting 2027. That is now, you've taken that vision and you've transferred it into goals. The different dynamics play, because a vision, as wonderful as it is, can keep you passive. But a goal cannot. Notice that the first 2 letters of the word goal is what? G-O, go. By nature, goals forces movement. By nature, goals forces us to act. By nature, goals releases energy. You know what Anthony Robbins said? He said people are not lazy. They only have lazy goals. So if you don't have a goal that wakes you up early in the morning and keeps you awake at night, he says people are not lazy, they simply have lazy goals. So that means that the day they have big goals, potential energy is stored that wakes them up at night. You see, you need goals to channel your energy towards something creative. And I've noticed this even in my life, that the days I don't have goals, something amazing to accomplish that day, I wake up in the morning, you know what I do? You go to social media, you watch television, you do all that, and before you know it, the day is past. But the day I have goals, those other things becomes what? Distractions. So it is goals that gives direction to life. It is goals that gives us focus. It is goals that unlock energy. And so the second thing they do is that they wake up and they convert their vision to goals. So if I define goals here, I would say goals are clear, desirable future states with concrete timelines to which you are committed to attaining. I need to take that again. Goals are what? Clear, desirable future states with concrete timelines to which you are committed to attaining. So let's take, for example, clear means that a goal cannot be fuzzy. So when you say, for example, I want to be financially independent, that's a vision. What does financially independence mean? It's not clear. You understand? It's not very clear to you. Now, when you now begin to bring it down and say, this is what financial independence means for me, it's clear. I don't want to ever think about paying rent again in my life. It means I want to own my own house. It's clear. I don't want to ever think about paying school fees for my kids. And I budgeted that to do that. It means I need to earn 100 million every year. I need to earn 50 million. It's clear. So goals must be clear. It must be, everybody must understand it. When you talk about goals, it must be clear. The second thing about goals is that it must be desirable. What do I mean by desirable? It must be something that is important to you at this phase of your life. What do I mean by that? For example, it's good to want to earn a lot of money, but if you have a health challenge, if you have a heart difficulty, it means that your primary goals now should be about what? Taking care of what? Of your health. You understand? It's good to have a wonderful goal of financial independence, but if your marriage is suffering, right now the goal might be, I want to work on my marriage to make sure that my marriage works. So at this point in time, goals must be desirable. So there are some things that are desirable for somebody else, might not be desirable for me because of the state that I am, but based on my vision, they must be desirable. So my goals come from my vision, and I desire to be this. I want to grow my business internationally. That's a desirable goal, but it says their future state. So when we talk about goal, it's not about the past, because sometimes when you tell people what do they want, they talk about what is not working well in their life. They talk about the problems of the economy. No, what exactly do you want? What you want is your expectation. Sometimes, and if you look at even in the good book, sometimes you see the blind man. What do you want me to do? The man is blind, so it's to open the eyes. But sometimes that question is to know whether people truly know what they want in life. And there are people that do not know what they want in life. So in the concept of future state, we are talking about the expectations of the future. We know that yes, the past has been challenging. We know that the present might still be challenging. But this is what I want concerning the future. But the last 2 points of goals is where it now begins to make sense. It must be concrete. You must concretize it. That's where you have the specific and measurable coming from. And you must be committed to attaining it. So a goal that you are not committed to attaining it is a wish. That committed, this painting must come out. This painting must come out. If you don't have that commitment towards it, what you have is a wish. I remember many years. Let me bring this home. Many years in med school, 1990, I represented Lagos State in the national quiz. So as a student, science-wise, I tried in school. In 1989, I was one of the best science students in the whole of Lagos State. We went to Benin to represent Lagos State. Some of you will know JET, the Junior Engineering Technician and Scientist Club. Then I got into the University of Lagos 1990. Then 1991, we were in College of Medicine to do because I got admission into medical school. And when I got there in med school in 1991, we started October 1991. We were supposed to write what is called our first MB in 1992. And we were told that nobody in the last about 8 to 10 years has gotten a distinction in physiology. In my second MB, you write 3 courses. You write anatomy, you write biochemistry, you write physiology. And I heard the word, nobody has gotten a distinction in physiology in 10 years. And I came back and I said to my roommate, I'm going to get a distinction in physiology. And my roommate says, did you not hear that they said nobody has gotten a distinction in 10 years, about 8 to 10 years? I said, that's the reason why I like it. And for me now, it became what? A goal. I said to myself, everything that has to do with this physiology, I must master it. I must understand it. And I was committed to getting a distinction. I paid attention in the physiology class. I carried my physiology notebook. I read it from left, right, center. I was ready for my physiology exam. When I finished writing the exam and I came back, looking back now, I would say it's arrogance. But my roommate asked me, how was the exam? You know what I said to my roommate? That if you mark this exam in hell, even the devil will give me a distinction. I was that what? Confident. And yours truly, I got a distinction. Not only did I get a distinction, I became the best student in College of Medicine in 1992. So I won the College of Medicine Prize, University of Lagos Prize, Provost of Medicine Prize, simply because. And what converted an ordinary person to a mini genius is simply what? A goal. Are you people here? It's a goal. It's a goal that brings out that starts the journey to greatness. And that goal must not be within your comfort zone. I could tell you another story from my life so that you understand how setting goals converts vision to the process of a masterpiece. So let me give you another story. Let's make this practical. Because sometimes when we talk about leadership, which is wonderful, which is what I do to organizations, you look at the African continent, you see the struggles in the African continent, and you wonder, oh, this leadership is above our head. Thank God for what my friend and the things we said, that leadership is not positional. Leadership is not, the fact that you have title doesn't make you what? A leader. Leadership is about making a difference and making an impact. So in the game of football, for example, there are clubs where you see the captain. The captain is the leader, but you know that the most important person in that team is not the captain. So at the end of the day, it's not the title that defines you as a leader, it's the contribution and the impact that you make. And that's the reason why I said for today, I'd like to speak to people from wherever you are about making your life a masterpiece. So let me share a simple, because I'm talking about how goals brings out the genius in us. This happened in 1987. So go back again to 1986. 1986, I entered secondary school. 1986 at 12, so I can saw all these things you can verify online. I schooled in Lagos State at Jeremy Fellow Primary School. Lodia Papa was where I did my primary school. And today you have people at 10 in secondary school. But those days you do your 12 years, because I'm in my 50s now, then you go to secondary school. So I entered in 1986, and at the beginning of 1986, you enter. In 1987, my teacher said to me, go home and tell your parents you're going to write GC. I was in what is called JSS2. I didn't know what GCU was. So I went home with excitement, and I announced to my parents that I'm going to write GC the next year. And my late elder brother said, what did you just say? My teacher said, I'm going to write GC next year. And you know what he said to me? He said, because of you, WAEC will create F10. And I said, what is F10? I said, what is F10? He said, F9 is 0 to 39. But your result will be so bad that they will create and put you in a special category called F10. I said, well, I don't know what you mean by that. But my teacher said I should tell you. Sometimes it's good to have positive ignorance. When people tell you that you cannot what? Do it. And he didn't mean it in a bad way. In his mind, he just did not see his younger brother writing GCE in what? In JSS2. But my teacher set the goal. And every day we started the preparation. GCE form came out. My parents did not have faith I was going to pass. Cut the long story short, my teacher bought maths for me. And when they saw the faith of my teacher, my parents contributed 44 naira, and that was how we entered maths, English, and physics. I'll never forget the day I entered the GC hall. I thought I was seeing my mates, and I saw people with mustache and all that. When I entered, they looked as if I made a mistake. They said, this is not common into us. I said, I know it's GC. I'm here to write one. I'm here to write one. Ladies and gentlemen, when the result came out, I had a C4 in maths, I had a C6 in physics, I had a C6 in English. In what? JSS2. So the capacity for greatness had always been there. It took what? A goal and an action plan. That's point number 3. Point number 3 is action plan. So we talked about the first point is vision. You set with vision. Vision is the end result. Goals now says, okay, timelines. At the end of this year, in 6 months, in 1 year. So if vision is 3 to 5 years, goals can be yearly. You can even break it down to quarterly. But you see, goals must be yoked with action plan. So action plan says, what is the first thing I must do? When must I do it? How must I do it? That's an action plan. So once you have the goal, the man goes to buy the materials to start painting. He starts talking, okay, the goal, I must build this house. He goes and clears the land. He talks to an architect to draw. He looks for a building. That's an action action plan. You see, for a lot of us, and this is what I say to people, that if your daily habits doesn't reflect the fact that you're pursuing a goal, you don't have a goal. Because a goal is something that must change your calendar every day and your habits every day. You know, they've told us that your future is hidden in your daily routine. What you do every day will determine who you will become at the end of the day. It was Abraham Lincoln that says that the one thing about the future is it comes one day at a time. So action plan says, what must I do today in order for my goal to be a reality? That's what action plan is. What must I do today? And see this, let me say this. It's your action plan in the concept of the language of business are your leading indicators. Your goals are your lagging indicators. So if I say I want to have a distinction in physiology, that's a lagging indicator. If I say, for example, I want to earn $100,000, that's a lagging indicator. Like the guy that spoke before I came, he talked about prospecting. So if I say I want to earn 5 million every month, and in order for me to earn 5 million, I need to speak to 10 customers. So speaking to 10 customers is a leading indicator that gives me the opportunity to earn that money that I want to earn. Let me put it in a way that you can understand it. So let's say somebody decides that he wants to add weight or lose weight. We can use anyone, but just so that you can understand it. Let's use the one you want to lose weight. Let's say you want to lose 10 kg, for example. That's the goal. Now, and you have the goal to lose that in 6 months. Now, the action plan will be, I need to manage my calorie intake. I need to cut off some things. I need to go to the gym every day and do maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Those are action plans. And if you keep to it, now there's a likelihood that you will accomplish that goal. Without crystallizing goals and determining action plans, goals will not become a reality. So point number 3 in creating a masterpiece is that you need to convert that goal. You need to convert it to monthly, to weekly, and to daily action plan, because it's the things that you do every day that determines whether at the end of the day and at the end of the week. Life did not promise us a month. Life did not promise us a year. What life gives us is a day. And every day, as we maximize the day, we are actually maximizing our future. That's the concept of an action plan. What am I doing today that adds to my future? You know what our Father Emerson says? He says that the years will reveal what the days will never teach. I don't know. Am I communicating? The years will reveal what the days will never teach. And if you sit down and pause, you know what it simply says is that every day that you waste, you don't know that you're wasting portions of your future. But you just wake up 5 years from today and you look back and you say, what have I done with 5 years of my life? He said the years will reveal what the days will not teach. So people will wake up. I'm in my 50s now. Sometimes I wonder, what did I do with my 40s, for example? That's a question. The years will reveal what the days will never teach. I don't want you to wait till when the year has come to an end and you're looking back and say, what did I do with this year? That is where action plan is. Action plan forces you to do something that is in line with your goals daily. Takes me to point number 4. I'm talking about 6 points here. Take me to point number 4, which is the concept of discipline. Now, see the problem with a lot of us, we start with vision, we decide our goals, we decide the action plan, and we start. So let's say we go to the gym the first time. You know, as a facilitator, when I see people with six-pack, I say, Maxwell, just imagine if your chest is out and you put it in a suit and you stand in class and speaking. In fact, you will mesmerize people not only by your presentation, but also by your, I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say, so I decided to buy canvas. And I was ready. That's action plan. I was ready. And the first time I did it, you know, the first thing you experience is what? Pain. And the pain, I woke up the next morning, the pain was much. You know what I started telling myself? Is this six-pack really necessary? Is it worth the sacrifice? Are you not looking okay the way you are? Why do you want to kill yourself? And you see what happens to a lot of us? The first time we encounter pain, we talk ourselves out of our plans. So you go for prospecting. You do your presentation, and they did not sign up. And the first thing you do, you tell yourself, I am not a marketer. you talk yourself out of that goal. Every success must go through a pain barrier. Every success, whatever that success is. There are times when that pain barrier, when sometimes you are confused, does it make sense? How is this thing? You write the first draft of the book, it didn't make sense. You tear it, you start again, you write it again. Most people give. This is the valley where a lot of dreams die. A lot of dreams do not die because of vision. It do not die because of goals. It doesn't even die because people, and that's what happens. People go, they hear some things, they're very motivated. And they start. But the first objection they meet, the first difficulty they face, the first pain they experience, they begin to negotiate themselves out of the vision and the plan and the goal. Everything great in your life will happen through discipline. Nothing great would happen without a measure of discipline. And discipline here is not just about pain, because the concept here, when we say you want to discipline a child, most times people think that discipline is about punishment. Discipline here is the correction so that the child is on the right path. Now, that pain that you put yourself to stay in the straight and the narrow path is the concept of discipline. And without discipline, potential will be wasted. In fact, I have a simple equation that potential minus discipline is wasted genius. It means that every one of us have potential. The problem is not potential. The problem is, would you be disciplined enough? When you go out, everything you say about teenage pregnancy, instant gratification is the lack of discipline. That at the end of the day, would you be willing to pay the price? Can I ask you, do you think that masterpieces are created in one day? No artist produces a song, a picture in a painting in one day. It takes time, it takes process. It's the concept of discipline. Discipline is the willing to pay the price in order for you to possess your prize. So most times I ask people, are you ready to pay the price? That's what discipline is. What are you ready to give up in exchange for the dreams that you have in your heart? That's what it is. Discipline says it's life's test to see whether you are serious about your dreams and your goals. So everything you want in life is at the other side of discipline. Everything you want in life. And is that discipline of waking up, of going prospecting? Is that discipline of calling 10 customers? Everything you want in life is at the other side of discipline. Whatever that discipline is, whether it's the discipline of going to the gym, whether it's the discipline of putting 1 hour a day and reading your books, everything you want in life is at the other side of discipline. The question here is, are you ready to pay that price? It was in John Maxwell's book that when you see, there's an African adage that says, when you see an old man carrying luggage on his head, ask him what he did with his youth. And he says in that book, he says you can either play now or pay later. Or pay now and play later. But he said either way, life would exact a toll on you. Discipline is the willingness to pay now so that you can play later. Discipline is putting the effort required now so that at the end of the day, you can get it at the end. That's discipline. Point and number 5, as I begin to round this off, is the concept of excellence. A masterpiece is an outstanding work. Excellence. And the problem with us is that we want reward without the willingness to pay the price. And excellence says, when you send that report, please review the report again. Excellence. Because people will not pay extra for something that is similar. So in order to create a masterpiece, please listen to me. I have just one more point and I'll close. In order to create a masterpiece, excellence means that you need to develop one skill to an outstanding level, whatever that skill is. You can have a lot of other skills, but you need to have one skill that you've pushed the ante of performance. That's what excellence is. And life creates opportunities for people with excellent skills to be rewarded. So the question here is, what are you excellent in? Or what are you good at? What can people say when it comes to this issue? This person is the very best. Today we talk about jack of all trades, what? master of none. People will not pay you extra for the ordinary. That's why it's called extraordinary. It means that if you want to command an extra, there must be something extraordinary for you to do. So in the context of excellence, there's something I teach when I teach people. I said every time you look at work has 3 components. Sometimes I put 4. The first component is output. The second component is standard. The third component is satisfaction. Let's take them one after the other. What is output? So in the next 5-10 minutes, I'll be done. I've finished my session is output. So a chef cannot say, I have worked until what? The food is ready. That's output. So what you are doing in the process is working. It is when the food is ready that, so the first aspect is output. And everybody has an output. Everybody. A chef has an output. A teacher has an output. A cleaner has an output. A driver has an output. The output of the driver is ensuring that people get to their destination. There's an output. Output is the starting point. So completion starts it. When you finish painting, is completion. But can I ask you a question? Have you gone to a restaurant before and you've ordered a meal, you've paid for the meal, and when they serve you the food, you ate the food, and you wondered who cooked this food? Has it happened to anybody? I'm sure. Have you given a tailor your dress, and when the dress came back, or the material, it came back, it looks as if it wasn't your measurement that the tailor used in making that dress. So the second aspect is standard. That's the second aspect. Standard or expectations. Because I'm talking about excellence, I need to walk you through here. Because most times people say, you have done your work. The question is, after you've said you've done your work, did your work meet the what? The standard. Did your work meet expectation? So in point number 2 is that concept of standard. People that are excellent, they don't start with output, they start with standard. They start with expectation. They start with, what does my word need in that concept? So you, on the output versus standard, we go to point number 3. Now, you have 3 equations here. When your output is less than standard, that's failure. I remember those days in school. You will see some people, when they write exam, they say, I have finished them. I've finished them. Finished them. In fact, sometimes you are writing an exam, somebody will just, you're still wondering, where did they get this question from? Somebody has said, Esther paper. You are wondering, is it the same exam? And sometimes, so that the next person by yourself will just say Esther paper, so that it won't look as if you are not the only person. Please give me Esther paper, even though you don't know what Esther to write, but you have that. And when the result came out, the man that asked for extra paper failed. So, work is not defined by output. Never forget that. Work is not what? There's a song that says, I gave my best, but I guess what? My best was not good enough. Work is determined by standard. And standard is defined by your end user. So you need to start with, what does my end user want? So let's take it again. When output doesn't meet standard, it's failure. When output meets standard, we'll call it success. Oh, that's nice. That was a nice report. Thank you. Good. Great. So at that point, people are satisfied. But when output exceeds standard, what do we call that? Excellence. That's what outstanding is. That is where you have wow, amazing. People are ecstatic. Output exceeds standard. And if you want to make your life a masterpiece, you need to have a signature of excellence in everything you do. The problem with us is that we wait for the big things, but you forget that excellence starts what? In little things. If in the office, it starts with punctuality, for example, excellence. If you're supposed to be at work for 9, excellence means show up on time. It starts with little things. You're supposed to send a report. Put it and ask yourself, would it pass the benchmark of excellence? Would it pass the bench? Today, with the AI world that has made a lot of things what? Easier for a lot of us. If you're a graphic artist, AI is there to help you with the prompting and the rest. When you do something, go online and check and say, will this pass the test of excellence. I actually believe that if you must create a masterpiece, you must move from local to global excellence. Did you hear what I said? For what? From local to what? To global excellence. So there are people already, in terms of local, they are not even excellent. So in your organization, you are not even excellent. That's local excellence. In your organization, you are not excellent. Excellent. Not to talk about you want to be global excellent. But your goal, my goal for what I do is global excellence. It has always been global. And I measure global by different things. In America, I want to be global. In the UK, London, in Singapore, I want to be global. In what I do. I wrote a book on leadership many years ago, and I had the opportunity to speak to some African a company in the African continent, and I gave them the copy of the book, and the lady wrote me and said, if I did not meet you as an African, I would not believe that an African wrote this book. That was what she said to me. If I didn't know you as an African, I said, because when I was writing it, I didn't want anybody to know that apart from my name, in terms of content and the rest, my first book was written in 2005-06. I paid $1,000 to edit the book. In 2005-06, I paid $1,000 to just edit the book. Somebody will say, how much did you make? I don't know. If you can pay $1,000. But why did I pay $1,000 in 2005-06 to edit a book? It's because of what? Excellence. When excellence is your goal, you will not spare any cost. You will not just produce a work and say, take it. You will not just send it to your manager and say, where is my manager? Let him do what? No. The spirit of excellence means that you yourself, you'll be so hard on yourself. The standard you set for yourself, some people will not pass it. That's what excellence is. And the final thing is, you need to reposition yourself. Now, let me talk about repositioning. You see, if you bring me to an art gallery, for example, I might not pay $1 million. In fact, I don't even have $1 million to pay for it. But you know what I mean. Even if I have $1 million, I won't pay for it. You know why? I might not what? Value that. So, if you want to be a masterpiece, you also need to be in the circle where people value what you have to offer. There was a study that was done of a guitarist. You know, there's some guitars that are worth $3 million. Special, out of the world, $3 million. This guy plays in an orchestra and all that, and people pay $100 each to come on, and that place can seat like 600 people. So by the time you understand, it makes like $60,000 a night when they plays in an orchestra or something. So they said, okay, let's even do an experiment. They took the same guy to go and play the guitar by the train station, and he didn't make up to $100. People were dropping $1 one day. Same songs that he plays, that he charges $100 per person to enter. The problem is not him. The problem is not the music. The problem is what? The audience. Now, in making your life a masterpiece, you also need to find the audience that values what you have to offer. Because certain audiences do not value excellence. So in the consulting game that we do, we know that there are some companies, no matter the kind of excellence you bring, there are certain payments they cannot pay you. So what do we do in the consulting business? You look for people that will what? That will pay for your services. So in this point number 6 is the concept of repositioning. Now, some people will call it rebranding, repositioning, networking, and the rest. It falls in that context. Repositioning says, if I want to become excellent as a musician, where do they value music? If I want to become excellent as an artist or as a footballer, for example, if you're a footballer in Nigeria, we know that there are certain limitations compared to a footballer in what? In the UK. Am I making sense? Now, the person in Nigeria might be better than the person in UK, but the UK environment prospers footballer. So if you want to be a basketballer in the UK, it won't work, because basketball thrives where? In the US. That's where. So the difference here is not only about your vision, it's not only about your goal, it's not only whether you are developing excellence, it's also, am I in the environment that respects, appreciates, rewards excellence? Because if you're in an environment that doesn't reward excellence, guess what happens? If you're not careful, you become demotivated. So you work in an organization, you deliver excellence, you give excellence, you do excellence, and your bosses do not appreciate it. After a while, what will happen? It will suck you in. That's what has happened to a lot of people in the Nigerian environment. They come with the mindset of wanting to change the economy and the rest, and they find out that the environment doesn't prosper what? Doesn't think about excellence. The people in government and the rest doesn't think about excellence. And before you know it, we get to that point where we now settle a mediocrity. So right now we've become a victim of our environment. In point number 6, as you strive to create a masterpiece, you need to find where your value is respected and what? Appreciated. Mike Murdoch says, don't go where you are tolerated, go where you are what? Celebrated. Okay, I think at this point I need to bring this to a close by saying that you only have one life. You only have one life. At the end of your life, would it be a masterpiece, or it will still be a rough draft, or the canvas will still be blanket? Thank you. God bless you. Dr. Max Sullivan. As I hand over to the next speaker, thank you very much. Thank you.
Wow, what a speech right there. And it's a beautiful segue into what I'm hoping to share here today. So good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. My name is Mary Lanignon. I'm a systems coach, systems performance coach. I'm also an ICF certified coach, credentialed coach. I'm a PCC. So what do I want to cover today? I love how Dr. Oba touched on leadership not being positional and how we need to be very, very intentional about it. So today I'm looking at boundary spanning mindset. Boundary spanning mindset. When you think of the word boundary, for example, between Edo State and Delta State, there's a boundary, right? Between Lagos State and Ogun State, there's a boundary, right? So we know where the boundaries are. But and those are tangible boundaries. Now I'm trying to actually talk about boundaries that are not necessarily tangible. So what is a boundary spanning mindset? Boundary spanning is about connecting across difference, across religion, tribes, profession, and to be able to come together to solve complex problems or common problems, if you like. Now, if we look at our country, Nigeria, I'm sure you will agree with me that this is quite an important topic, because Nigeria, we have 36 states, and sometimes in one state you have so many languages, you have so many ethnic groups, we have religion, we have the Muslim, we have the Christians, and we are all very aware of the clashes that we've been having for some time now. So I think boundary spanning mindset is quite a good one to cover, today. So when we talk about boundary spanning and we look at it from the point of view of our community, let me give you a very simple example. Let's say we have two communities side by side, and one community is so good at growing lemons. Another community is fantastic at making sparkling water. Now, what needs to happen in that situation? I'm sure you are already thinking about sparkling lemonade. But before they can make sparkling lemonade, there must be a bridge between those two communities, right? There must be an opportunity for these two communities to come together, to bring their resources together, to bring their capabilities together and to innovate and create a new product. Individually, they are doing fine. They are selling their lemons, they are selling their sparkling water, but when they come together, when they span boundaries, and they come together to learn about each other and bring their capabilities together and creatively create a new product, then what happens? They become much more successful. Again, I'm sure we see this all the time. You see a neighborhood with bad roads, and instead of the people to come together to fix the road, what do? Everybody digs deep in their pocket and they buy a 4-wheel drive, and they keep driving their cars on that terrible road, digging deep into their pockets, spending money repairing their 4-wheel drives every now and again, instead of coming together to say, how can we solve this problem? So when we have a boundary spanning mindset, we are constantly saying, how can we solve this problem, as opposed to us and them? How can we shift from that us and them mindset into that we mindset, so that we can bring our creative strengths together, bring our intellectual abilities together to create new opportunities for the community? So that is why it is important. It is important because we often say no man is an island. I'm sure we've heard that so many times. No man is an island. We need each other. We need to be able to, cross-pollinate our ideas, so to speak, so that we can solve complex problems and make that shift. Now, talking about Nigeria as a nation, our governments in the past, they have tried a lot. For example, if you look at the union schools, the union school, that was an attempt at spanning boundaries. NYSC was an attempt at spanning boundaries. With the union school, you will have somebody maybe from Ogun State who gains admission into a school in maybe Calabar or Kano, and vice versa. And this created, communities where people could learn about each other. So someone coming from Kano to Lagos for the first time, it might be a culture shock for that person. Likewise, the person living Lagos and going to Kano for the first time, it might also be a culture shock. But as you can see, that was an attempt to create an environment where people can begin to understand each other, understand their culture, and shift them away from their comfort zone, as it were. So those were quite, I would say the goal or the objectives of the union schools. And the same goes for our NYSC. I come from Edo State, but I schooled in Lagos. So by the time I got my posting for my NYSC, I was moved to Oyo State. Luckily for me, I lived in Lagos, so it was, very short and distant for me to apply every now and again. So experiencing Oyo State was beautiful. I got to know what Ibadan was like. I was posted to Ede to teach, So these are all boundary spanning initiatives. But taking it away from that macro level to the micro level, what can we do as individuals? I just talked about, for example, within a community having a bad road. So as individuals, what can we do? How can we be leaders within our own spaces to span boundaries effectively? Dr. Oba, the speaker before me, talked about leadership not being positional. You don't have to be a commissioner. You don't have to be a local government chairman. Within your youth forums and within, just being a youth, what are you thinking about? What is it you would want to do differently that brings communities together, that ensures that we thrive collectively? And talking about, thriving collectively, I remember just a few days ago, I was talking about Aliko Dangote. I was listening to Arise News, and they were talking about oil prices, the Strait of Hormuz and all that. And I said to myself, thank God for the Dangote refinery in Lagos. Imagine how much we perhaps would be, buying petrol today. Maybe we're complaining that we're buying it for, I think it's 1,300 or 400 right now. It may well have been like 3,000 if we didn't have the Dangote refinery. So thank God for Dangote's audacious, I use the word audacious goals. Remember Dr. Oba was talking about goals just now. He had these audacious goals. I remember listening to one interview. I think people were laughing at him as if, are you sure you really want to build this refinery in this impossible environment? But this man had his heart set on building that refinery. And look at how we are benefiting from that today. So as someone with a boundary spanning mindset, we come up with audacious big goals, goals that are bigger than us, goals that will outlive us in terms of the outcomes, goals that will, benefit the communities at large. And look at the benefit we're getting from that today. So let's take it back again to the micro level. Let's talk about our schools. How can we span boundaries within our schools? We have all seen disturbing videos of bullying in our schools. We have seen disturbing videos of, people being beaten and kicked around and poured, watered on because they perhaps want to initiate them into some cult or whatever. How can we take boundary spanning mindset to our schools? These are some of the things we need to start thinking now. And if you're a young person, you're in a school, maybe it's university, maybe it's secondary school, maybe you're even working, because we're not just talking about school now, we're also talking about the mindset we take into our workplaces. How can we come into those environments with that mindset to say, I'm going to span boundaries, I'm going to endeavor to know who Shegun is, I'm going to endeavor to know who Uche is, I'm going to try and understand, their point of view, because whether we like it or not, we come from different places, and we are all different. Some people are even at a disadvantage. For example, what if you have somebody who has vision issue or hearing issue in your class? What if you have somebody who has issue with mobility in your school? How do you span boundary with that person to make sure that person is visible, to make sure that the needs of that person, that they are met? So in our schools, we need to get our, teachers and our heads to start thinking differently. How can we bring our students together? Maybe form cell groups, maybe give them, an audacious project such that everyone needs to contribute to that project. So if you form those cell groups, then those cell groups means that they'll have their own sub-projects, but because they have this larger goal, they all have to work together to solve that big problem. So talking about spanning boundaries, there was a story told, I think it was a parable really, of a farmer that goes to an annual corn competition. Every year, without fail, this farmer would win because he had, again, Dr. Oba was talking about standard. He had very high quality seeds, and he would, have the best yields. Every year, without fail, he won. But guess what? There were surrounding farmers who also grew the same corn, right? Do you know what this man did every year? This man shared his seed with the other farmers. Why do you think he shared his quality seed with the other farmers? Any guesses? So that there'll be plenty of quality product. Fantastic. Because you see, if he was thinking just about himself, which is just me, myself, and I mindset, if he was thinking just about himself, the chances are he will also produce poor quality products. But because he was spanning boundaries, he was thinking, this farmer on this side, if his grains are not good, they will pollinate with my own. The farmer on this side, if his seeds are not good, they will eventually pollinate with my own. So at the end of the day, we will all end up with poor quality harvest. So this is a man that is visionary, a farmer that is visionary, a farmer that is not just thinking about his own wins, but thinking about our collective wins, so to speak. So yes, they may all have gone to this competition. He may have won, but ultimately, they all what? They all won, ultimately, because they all produced good crops. And also, ultimately, the consumers of that product. So it's not just about winning anymore now. The consumers of that product also ended up with great products. So as you can see, we need to move away from this us and them to a more collaborative we together mindset. And that is what Nigeria needs right now. We can't emphasize that enough. We need to move away from this not us, them, south. We need to move away from that and start asking ourselves, what this part of the country, what do they bring to the table? This part of the country, what do they bring to the table? How can we bring our, lemons and sparkling water? How can we bring it together and make that sparkling lemonade? These are the, million-dollar questions that we need to ask ourselves. And of course, we all end up in one job or the other. We go through our primary school, secondary school, university, and then we come out, we're looking for jobs. When we eventually get these jobs, whatever mindset you have by this time, it is very likely that is what you're taking into these organizations. Okay? And if we look at our organizations sometimes, you find that organizations are working in silos. There's a lot of toxic competition within our organizations instead of collaboration. We have what we call unhealthy competition. So within our organizations, how can we start speaking a different language? How can we start changing the narrative from silo working to much more collaborative working? How can we achieve that? Because at the end of the day, the whole, is greater than the sum of its parts. So when you have an organization and one part is doing very well, and you have another part of that organization that is not doing so well, at the end of the day, overall, that organization will not do well. It's as simple as that. But if you have an organization where the different parts, everything, they are all working well together, they are optimizing their creativity, they are optimizing their capacity, they are optimizing their capability, then the chances are you will have an organization that will continue to succeed. So, when we want to span boundaries within our organization, we need to start by trying to understand each other. What is this department about? What is that department about? What are their strengths? What are their capabilities? How can we work together to deliver better products? How can we work together to be much more innovative? So that is the starting point. Finding ways to, connect, finding ways to understand each other's strengths and areas of improvement. So that is the first one. And then the next is to connect properly. Connect and build trust. Because you see, when we look at our organization, sometimes what is an output for one part of the organization is input for another part of the organization. And if one part of the organization is waiting for you to do something and you don't do it on time, the chances are you begin to, lose time in terms of your timeline of delivery. So how can we make sure that we have a culture of trust? If there's no trust, there's no way you can have a great culture. If there's no trust, there's no way you can optimize each other or optimize all your departments. Without a doubt, that is not going to happen. And you and I know culture is the way we are within our organization. So if we are not intentional about the kind of culture we want to create, some culture will emerge. By default, a culture will emerge. So again, like Dr. Uba said, we have to be intentional about these things. So we need to then mobilize our people. A lot of organizations these days, they do, of course, all their annual strategic plan, and then they do their quarterly strategic plan. We need to make sure we are coming together and mobilizing ourselves to work well together so that we can continuously leverage our strengths. We need to weave those capabilities together. When you think of weaving, you think of the coat of many colors. So if you look at an organization as different colors, how can we bring all those beautiful colors together and weave this beautiful jacket out of it, Weave our capabilities together. It's not about hoarding our knowledge. It's not about hoarding information. There are some organizations you go to, it's a nightmare to get information out of some departments. It is a nightmare. It's almost like we are not working for the same organization. So we really need to start to change that mindset. And it's only by doing that that we can truly transform our organization and innovate and make that sparkling lemonade. So I think mine is a very short presentation. The idea is for me to trigger you here, to trigger you and of course trigger the people who may be listening to this to say, am I spanning boundaries effectively? Or am I mostly working in silo? Am I leveraging my capabilities enough? Are there people out there that I can work with? It is very important that we don't isolate ourselves. And this is where networking is also important, that we don't isolate ourselves, because if you have lemon, then lemon is all you have, right? If you have lemons, then that's all you have. You can't make lemon without your sparkling. You can't make sparkling lemonade without the sparkling water, right? So if you have sparkling water or you have the lemons, you need to start asking yourself, what boundaries do I need to span here so that we can innovate, so that we can be much more successful, so that we can build, a critical mass of skills, of capabilities that can help us leverage all that we have and innovate. This is where I think I'm going to stop, and I hope that this helps in terms of triggering what boundary spanning is all about, that we leverage our differences, we leverage our strengths, and that we're able to come together and build new products, build new services, and thrive as individuals, as a community, and of course, a wider society, Nigeria. This is where I'm going to stop. Thank you very much. I don't know who is next. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm so sorry. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, ma'am, for such a wonderful presentation on how to span boundaries across our communities and organizations. So, today I'm going to be talking about the art of networking, building meaningful connections. The art of networking, building meaningful connections. Now, the word networking, in fact, our last speaker, where she rounded off was, if you want to span boundary, you have to be able to connect, and that is where networking is all about. And I know that the word networking is not really strange to most of us. However, I'll be debunking some myth as regards networking, and then be telling us probably the practical tips we can use as young professionals or as business owners. Okay, so because many people think, or can I ask, when you hear the word networking, what comes to your mind the most? It's linking up. When people say, okay, networking, they go to events, maybe, okay, to collect contacts, exactly. So many people think networking is basically about connecting contacts, or some people even think networking is about snapping picture with somebody at an event, just so that when I post it on LinkedIn, people will know that I snap with this person, so you've connected with that person. It really goes beyond that, and it goes beyond that. So, and also, it is to understand that networking is about creating value. It is value driven. It is two-way value driven. It is not one side. It is not one side. It's not you saying you want to take what from somebody. And then another thing we need to understand is that networking is not really about proximity, not just because you want to be close to somebody. Because one thing is this, understand that it is not just about proximity. Proximity is not synonymous to connection or connectivity. That you are close to somebody does not mean you are getting value from someone. There are some people that they have some people in their midst, they have some people, they are close to them. Even somebody that is just reading their books or that is watching their videos on YouTube, that person is getting more value than the person that is close to them. Even if we take it biblically, if you remember this story in Kings, when the Queen of Sheba went to meet Solomon, and then after everything, and the Queen of Sheba said she was surprised. She said, blessed are those that sit at your table every day. How come those that sit at the table, we did not really hear anything about them? Despite the fact that they sat at the table of King Solomon, the wisest king in the world at that time, you can see that the Bible did not really record any impact, so to speak, that they make. But the point is that most times it is not networking and getting value. It's not really about proximity. It's not just because you are close to somebody or maybe you work with somebody. No, it is about the positioning, it is about the perception. How do they see you and how do you see them? And it is about consistent value. So let's break some myths as regards networking. The first one is, many people believe networking is asking for help. Networking is asking for help. I see this person at an event and I really need job, or people will say and let me go to an event. Which corporate event? Why? Because they need job. They now see the person, hello ma, hello sir, so I'm this. No. So then people believe that networking is about asking for help, and that is why many people too, they throw the word, I want you to be my mentor, I want you to be my role model. It's because they just want people to give them. They want to really be at the receiving end. But no, networking is a two-way thing. It is about connection, not really asking for help. There are some people that you just meet, you just know that, okay, I have this person in my corner. Not that it is at that moment you go and dump all your life problems on them, just because the person give you access. So it's important as we are young not to misuse access most times. And that's many people misuse access just because somebody open up to you or somebody just give you that time, that chance. So networking is not about asking for help. So that's myth number one. Myth number two is, many people believe that networking is only for extroverts, because you have people that are outspoken, they are really bold, and you have some people that when they go to an event, they can connect with more than 20 people. They can connect, I do this, I do that. No, it does not really. It is good, it's part of it, but we shouldn't believe that networking is only for extroverts. No, it is not only for extroverts. As a matter of fact, most times extroverts, like I said, they can quickly connect with a lot of people, but introverts most times, they even do great in networking because they may not be able to connect with a lot of people, right? But they can hold genuine conversation with one person. And that's the idea of networking, that you can meet somebody and you people will hit it off and you start discussing issues, things that connect to you, values that you have that align. That is what will make the person to remember you. It's not just about you going to events and you say, today I want to give my business card to about 20 people, and at the end of the day you do not even have any value to gain, or maybe they do not even remember you after that. But it is the conversation that you have with somebody that will make that person to remember. Next time the person sees your business card in his bag or her bag, will remember, this was the lady that said this, that said that. So the person needs to be able to connect your face to something that is valuable. So it is important. Networking is not only for extroverts. Anybody that can give value, anybody that can give knowledge, anybody that is valuable will definitely can network successfully. Now the third myth is, networking is manipulation. Many people think networking, when we are talking about networking, it's just about you thinking, okay, what can I say? In fact, they will make it perfect. But that's why in a real this thing, it's not just about you planning. When I meet that person, I'll just say this, I'll just say that. You are already planning or pretending. There is this thing you want to show. You want them to see you in certain light. No, networking is not It's not manipulation. It's about you expressing value. It's about you expressing genuine interest in that person. It is very, very important. Another thing is that many people think you only network when you are looking for job. Many people think it's only when you are looking for job or you are looking for an investor to invest in your business. That is when you network. That okay, I think I'm looking for job now. They will not advise you. I think you can go you can go to an event and go and meet that person, or you see a flyer of an event you see a flyer of an event and you see that, oh, this particular company have been interested in working in this place. Now let me go to this event because this person will be there, and so that I will connect with the person. There may not be anything wrong. You may get your what? You may get your, what's it called? Your break from there. It is possible for you to get that opportunity from there, really. However, that is not the main reason for what? For networking. You don't network only because you are looking for a job or you are looking for somebody to invest in your business idea. Not at all. No. So you have to understand that networking is not about access. It is about being worth accessing. Are you worth somebody that someone can give you access to? Are you worth it? Because many people are not really worth it. What value do you really bring to the table? If this person give access, are you just the one that is today, it's your job? And you know, in my previous speeches, I've made mention that it is not that many people do not want to open door of opportunity for you. But the question is, when you open that door for you, how will you represent them over there? Because immediately they open that door to you, you get inside that room of opportunity and you misbehave. Automatically, you make the people in that room to believe that that is the way they are. Because they will think, if you can refer this person for this job, and you know we need somebody that has integrity, that is honest, and then you introduce this particular person, they will definitely associate the person that refer you with what? With your behavior. So most people, it is just about, I want to give, I want to collect, I want to take, which is not what supposed to be. So, having understand the myth about networking, what then is real networking? When we talk about networking, what is the real networking? Like I said, it is not about connecting people. It's not just you connecting with people. It is not just you having, and there are some people like, I have this number of this thing on my WhatsApp list. Or we are still going to talk about networking in the social media aspect as well. Some people is because I have these followers. No, it's not just about number. It's not just amassing people. It's not just that I know this person. Because the thing is that you can know this person and the person does not know you. It's possible. You can know the person. Are you sure the person that you know knows you? So that's not. It's not that you go somewhere. There are people that have been here during the course of this event and then we snap picture with them. It's good. It's okay. It's awesome. But it's not. You don't bank on the fact that you snap picture with somebody and assume that they know you. So it is very important. So that's why when many people go to events, to maybe corporate events or maybe professional events, LinkedIn event or anything like that, their main focus is just that, let me snap picture with this speaker. It is good. It is fantastic. For your personal brand, you can go and post it on LinkedIn, like so many people have snap picture with in the course of this event. I've posted some on my LinkedIn, but that is not really what networking is all about. So it is about connecting with people. It is about people connecting with ideas and about people connecting with opportunities. Connecting people with people with ideas, and people with what? Opportunities. So that is what networking is. Like I said, networking is not transactional. Networking is not transactional. The key word that makes that is important in networking is mutual. Is mutual relationship. The person you are networking with also must get value. It may not be that you give the person money. It may not be that you give the person something material. From your wealth of understanding, your knowledge, from something you are expressing. It's also it. That's why when I listen to some of these women on their video, maybe people like Mrs. Awoshika, people like Mrs. Tara Durotoye, and they're talking about probably mentoring. There are a lot of questions. When they go to events, people will ask questions. Okay, so if I want to make somebody my mentor, what are this thing? So there's always this question about when women like that are invited. There's no how. You see somebody that will ask question about mentorship, mentee. And one thing they always also say is that you need to understand that this mentor-mentee relationship is also mutual. It's also mutual. Don't be a pest. Don't be the one you are just soaking. You are just collecting. You are just collecting. It's not, it's also mutual. I think I've been in a program where this woman too was also a speaker, and she mentioned something like that. What's the name? DDK, Mrs. Pastor Debola Deji. Yeah. So she said something like that. It's not just about you take. It can be as simple as gifting something. You just see like, okay, maybe this person, she likes this, and she now made herself as an example that one of her men, she noticed that she likes this. No, she was the one. She said that she did it for one of her mentors. She likes flowing gown, boo gowns. And she saw about 2 or 3. She ordered for about 2 or 3, and she gave it to her. Not that the woman she gave it to cannot afford it. It's not. But it's just the thoughts that count. But when you are always at the receiving end of things, that is where it is not what? It is not okay. And even the thinking behind what you are giving is important. But that's another thing. You may be giving somebody something and feel, okay, let me give her so that I will now, in the next few weeks, you now come back and say, yes, ma, I want to discuss something with you. you already making transactional. So let me gift her this week so that next week when I now see her, that's when I will now tell her what I want to say, what I really want to ask. That's not really good enough. Most times, let's do things with genuine interest. It's very important. So it has to be mutual. Networking is not about taking from others. It's about, as you are taking, you are also giving. As you are taking, it may be from your knowledge. Maybe you are sitting with somebody, you can be sharing knowledge. I remember I watched a video and I learned this and I learned that. You may be thinking maybe the person know. It may be that's your experience or something that you learned from a video or a podcast that you will share with that person, and the person will get enlightenment of, and I've been thinking of what to do as regards prayer. Thank God you mentioned it. So when we are talking about giving, it's not really something huge. It's just the state of your heart that matters. Okay. Now, so it's not just about going for events, taking pictures, exchanging business contacts. No. And even if we go to the online space, especially, the way LinkedIn is created, that platform, they really want it to be a connection. That's why there is on LinkedIn, you will have followers and you will have connections. And on LinkedIn, see, if you understand LinkedIn is a platform that is teaching us how real networking is supposed to do. Because the thing is that if you post on LinkedIn and you do not engage, you do not go to another person's post. I know it happens on another platform, but at least, let's say for example, let me use myself as an example. If I I rarely comment on TikTok, but at least if I post a video, na impact like because they say that thing, I know that at least I will get 200 views. Like actually, I just post, I just leave, I just go away from that platform. At least people will push that video. But LinkedIn, just put your post. It may be only you that will like it, and maybe your family member that just passed through this thing. And that's the thing. But that's why people that are LinkedIn strategy, they will tell you, some of people, they will tell you that when you want to post on LinkedIn, the first 30 minutes before you post, engage with people on that platform. So just engage, don't post here. Before 30 minutes before you click post on LinkedIn, engage, comment. And the engage is not just you like. No, the way it is done on Instagram, it's not that you like. You read the post, you comment on the post. You say something on the post, you move, go to another, you read, comment on the post. It's teaching us giving. So it's not just saying, come and drop your post, you are expecting somebody to come and like it. No. Because the thing is that when you do that on LinkedIn, you are telling the algorithm that I am here this morning, I've arrived. You are building the ground. And that thing, the idea is that it's not just about you collecting. You too, you have to what? You have to give. You have to give. So that's the idea of networking. Because when we are talking about networking, it's about you connecting genuinely with what? With people. Now, we have 3 levels of networking. Of course, you cannot, when we are saying networking is about genuine connection, it's about connecting with people, it's not transactional. It's not immediately you meet somebody and then you just start off. There's still level to it. The first one is the contact, or the first contact in which you meet somebody, you can just greet, oh, hello, hello. Maybe you eventually sit at the same side during the event, you just catch up, and later, during the networking session, then you now connect deeply. But there will still be that first contact. And the second one is connection. So after contact, we have connection. That is where we have familiarity. That is where we have meaningful interaction. That is where you yourself, you have to be prepared. You have to prepare for it. Meaningful interaction. It's very, very what? It's very, very important. Meaningful interaction. So, because it is important for you not to just what? It is important for you not to just connect with people. It is important for you not to just stalk. No, it's not just stalking. It's not just sharing contact. So, connection, familiarity, and meaningful interaction. That's why you yourself, you have to be knowledgeable. That's why you yourself, you have to know the value that you have. What do you really do? What value can you what? Can you give? What value can you give? So that's the 3 levels of networking. We have contact, we have connection, and then the last C is credibility. Credibility. Because most time after you've met somebody, right? After maybe you've connected with somebody, you've contacted, you've connected, there is that level of trust. It is at the stage of credibility that you will say, I know this person and this person knows me. So it is at that stage of credibility you will say, I know this person knows me. At that stage, there is trust, there is reliability, and there is what? And there is value you are giving at that stage. There is trust, there is reliability, and there is value that you are giving at that particular stage. So the 3 levels of what? Of networking, we have contact, connection, and what? Credibility. Let's put it in a practical way. Let's say you meet somebody at an event, right? So you can meet somebody at an event, you people connect and all that, you exchange contact. Even the thing is that credibility and connection can happen at the same day. Yes, it's possible for you to what? For credibility and connection to happen on the same day. It is possible. And then when it happens, but what can make contact to move to connection is that you have something genuine to express to the person. You have something genuine to express to the person about what you do. And I'm going to give us practical ways. When you go to an event and then you want to connect with somebody, it's not just about, what do you do, what I do. There are some things. I think somebody said something related to it yesterday. I've forgotten who made that presentation. You can just look for something about what? About that person. I think it was the speaker before our guest, the doctor, that said it. When you want to make sales or when you can just look for something you like and be genuine about that person. The way you look like somebody that can be reliable. With your this thing, maybe the person share with you their contact, their LinkedIn, and really want to connect with the person. Go on LinkedIn, scroll through their this thing, use one of their posts to connect with them. I said, and I can really relate with what you said. I can really relate what you said in this post. It really makes sense to me. Things like that. That is how connection can be made. That is how connection can be made. Even on LinkedIn or on social media. It is still at the level of contact when we are liking our posts. When relationship has then moved to what? Move to DM. That's where connection and credibility is made. That's where connection and credibility is made. You have to understand that. You have to understand that opportunities do not come from contact alone. It comes from credibility. When people can trust you to the level that they can refer you. Yes, that's credibility. You're already credible. They've seen your work. Now, there's somebody that I recently referred to for a job opportunity. And the thing is, this thing, when you meet people, when people refer somebody to you and you do a good job, You don't know some other opportunities that you can get just from that single contact. About, I think it was 2024, I did a training. It's called Post to Book. I saw that thing on LinkedIn, Post to Book. So the woman was trying to say you can turn your post on LinkedIn into a book. And then I registered for that training and I decided to write a book. That was when I wrote my book on academic excellence that I based my second or third speech on. And so, at that time, so I just wanted to do it as ebook. And so she now referred a man to me. And it was that man that did my formatting. And then, he did the formatting and that was all. In fact, he didn't do my book cover. But he did a good job, which I love. Now, fast forward to you. And that was 2024. This is 2026. So I wanted to now do that book again, that same book. I said, let me make it in hard copy. Because he did a good job for me. At that time, he just shared contact. But that contact has moved from just contact to connection to credibility, trust, reliability, value. He has given me value. And then I am satisfied with the value that he gave me. So when I wanted to do another job, it was one I reached out to. Now, this is not where I'm going. I got a client earlier this year that wanted to write a book. So because aside proofreading and editing, I do this thing called structural editing. So the man just had skeletal idea of the book that he wanted to write. So he had dumped the idea of about, let's say, when he sent the manuscript to me, it was just about 35 to 40 pages. So he had just written what was in his mind. And at that time, in fact, when we finished, I was telling him that remember our first call. That day, he said he does not have anything to write again. I should just take the book, take it like that and work on it, what I can add. I said, don't worry, you have something to write. Eventually, after I had already worked on that project for the first phase, and I put my comments, you can do this, you can do that. It was one that went ahead to still write. But I was able to let him see the things that he can add and a lot of angle that he can bring it in. And right now, we are able to increase the pages of that book from 40-something to 107. And he's about to print the book. Yes. Thank you. And now, when he asked me, do I have anybody that can help him work on the book to format it as printing and also for ebook? The man simply came to my mind. And I gave him his contact. And now the man is working. He has even done the first one. He has formatted the book for him. And he loved it. Now, that's what we are saying. It was somebody that referred. Not that I didn't know the man also from the beginning. It was somebody that referred the man to me. But he did a good job. And now, I referred the man to another person. That is it. That is it. So it's not just about. But when people see that, if he had done a bad job for that first woman, I'm very sure he wouldn't have referred him to me. And if he had done a bad job to me, there was no way I would have referred him to the man. So that's what we are saying, the connection. That is where opportunity comes from. Because the thing is this, the contact you are trying to get at events is not really because you like the person. Let's be sincere. It's not really for show. At least you want opportunities. You believe that opportunities will come from those contacts. But you have to understand that opportunities do not come from contact alone. Just because you have the number of somebody, that does not mean opportunity will come. But it comes from what? Credibility. The fact that the person can trust you with their business or their service or their project. Very, very important. Now, let's talk about types of influence. I highlighted 2 types of influence or of networking here. I said influence-based networking and value-based networking. Influence-based networking, and it's another name is who know you or who you know. And yes, opportunities can come from who you know. Let's not really, it's possible. That thing too is sweet. I hope to get there that somebody will say, just tell them my name when you get to that office. It's sweet. It is. Don't worry, when you get to that office, just mention my name. And I too will get to the office. Excuse me, so I'm looking for this. Mrs. Somebody said I should mention her name. And they will open the door. You see some people even sitting, waiting for this. And you mention, Mrs. Somebody said I should come here. And they will open the door for you. It's good. It's good. but know that it is not everybody that there is a name to mention. Exactly, it is not everybody that has name to mention. Exactly. So but if there is no influence based, at least make use of value based networking. Value based networking is, what do you bring to the table? What can you do? What value do you have? Because that is it. As a matter of fact, like, I'm still going back to that point that I made. If influence based networking open door for you, you still need value to hold that room. That's the thing. You still need value for that room, for you to stay in that room. Because connections may open the door, but only value will keep you there. If you do not have anything to do, anything to offer, it won't be long for you to use another door and get out of the room. They will show you the door. So that's why you have to, people that have influence-based network, they have what, rich network, which is good. And at least as in life, as we grow or as you build yourself in your career, in your business, you yourself have to understand that you have to start building your network. You have to know that, okay, even if providence, fate do not give me that kind of network, my parents were not able to give me that kind of network, at least you yourself build yourself to a level that you will give your children that kind of network. Is good. Don't be joining people that are about this thing that say is who you know. Understand, acknowledge that you do not know anybody for now, due to where we are all coming from, some people. But that does not mean that, okay, I myself, I have to strive that, okay, my children will get some opportunities based on my name. Yes. Based on my name. They will mention my name. Oh God. They will just go somewhere and say, mention Mrs. Elizabeth, or Miss rather, Elizabeth Akefenwa. Or just open the door. Oh, you're from Miss Elizabeth. Oh, just enter. That's the thing. It's sweet, it's good. But the thing is that when connection open that door, have value to stay in the room. Now, why many people fail at networking? We've mentioned it, transactional mindset. Just because you want to get something, you want to get job, you want to get opportunity, you want to get investment. Transactional mindset. Not really because you are interested. And when you have transactional mindset, right, you will not even be ready to give at first. There are some people that volunteering is not in their dictionary at all. Anything that cannot give them, not just value, anything that cannot give them monetary value, right now, you will never see them there. You will never. And life cannot. I was talking to somebody that came here, one of the women that came last week, and that's one of the things that she said is that, then when I was growing, I volunteered a lot. Anything volunteering, you will see me there. But that has done a lot of, because what volunteering will do for you is that most times volunteering will give you opportunities. A situation, maybe there is an event, and most of those events they will ask for volunteer. Can you be protocol? Can you be in search of charge of operation? Can you be in search of social media? That thing, it will help you greatly. In fact, many people, I'm sorry to maybe make this or to digress to this. Church, Christians here, that church, it's the best place to volunteer and to grow your skill. Many of us now, we grow, like me personally, I can say that the little confidence I have in public speaking is stemmed from church. Because as far as when I was very young, I was always so anytime they do this memory verse or whatever, I would always be there. When I was in children church, anytime we wanted to do this children, because in my church, anytime when they do children day in my church, Baptist church, then would be children doing the service. We will come to adult church and we'll be the one to undo the service from beginning to end that day. Praise and worship, announcement, choir, preaching. I used to be the children pastor. I did that for more than 5 years, being the children pastor. You know what that means? Standing in front of as and if you can see how my stature is, you must have imagined what I would look like when I was in primary school or secondary school. But the thing is that really creates. But many people in church now, many people see joining unit in church now as if they are using their head. They are not even ready to give. Because of course, if you are volunteering in church, maybe you are in ushering, choir, it's not that they will pay you. They don't pay you anything. Yeah, of course, they will say you are doing it for God. You accept you are doing it for God. But aside that, you are growing yourself. Many people grow to be from just handling photography in church. That was where their interest in photography started. And they built on that professionally. If they did not take up that volunteering role in church to be a photographer in church, they wouldn't have discovered that they had that. They had that. So it's very important. Do not have transactional mindset. What can I get from here? The main reason why a number of people dropped off from this program is just because, okay, what will I get from there? Are they giving us money? And there are a lot of things that are more than money in life. Money in life. So transactional, that is why many people fail. Transactional mindset. 2, poor self-awareness. When you even meet somebody that can help you, do you even have in 1, 2, 3 sentences what you do? 1, 2, 3 sentences. Can you tell me about yourself? Many people don't know what to say about themselves. Tell me about yourself. No. Self-awareness. Who are you? What do you do? What value do you have? What can you add? Lack of self-awareness. And another reason why many people fail is lack of consistency. What you say you are is not who you really are. That's the thing. Lack of consistency. That's why they didn't share an experience with us that somebody, when the person was applying, you see on LinkedIn. That's why those are the people that are spoiling the brand on the LinkedIn. Because on LinkedIn you already put I am this, I am that. They now put you in that role, and you were not you were unable to deliver. Lack of consistency. Who you say you are, when you meet the person even engage you for 5 minutes, you talk. Whereas you are what? You are lying. Lying. Lack of consistency. Weak communication. Weak communication. And it also starts from, we said contact. At least before somebody will collect your contact, collect your business card, there will be certain level of discussion you would have with the person. It's very, very important. Fear and intimidation. That's why many people fail. When many people see somebody you could connect with, you could just ask, or you could just tell, maybe you've seen the person before, you've watched the person's video before, and you just want to connect to the person and tell the person that, I think there was a day I watched your video, I learned this, I learned that. It's okay. That's enough. Sometimes it's not just about asking. Just enough. Just telling the person that I love this about you. I love this that you said in your presentation. It's okay. It's enough. It's not just about transactional. It's not just about it being transactional. I love this that you said. I'm so glad to meet you today. In fact, about 2 weeks ago, I came across your video on Instagram, and I loved what you said, and you were able to quote it, because it's not just about making vague compliments. It's not just about making vague compliments just because you want the person to think you are really watching the person's video or listening to the person. Be specific. Be specific. So these are the reasons why many people fail at networking. Always understand that you cannot build strong network with a weak sense of value. You cannot build strong network with a weak sense of value. Your value must be strong. You must be able to have a lot of value to give, value to offer. It's very important. Because networking has psychology. And it starts from value, like we said, to trust. when they open that door and you are given that opportunity, they must be able to trust you. Familiarity and emotional experience. So when you connect with people, always connect with from the mindset of the value you can give. The value you can give. It is very, very important. Now, I draw up a framework, a networking framework, and I call it value. 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 And the V is visibility. Visibility. Before you connect with somebody, you must be visible. And it starts from events that you attend. It starts from maybe your social media. That's the thing. One of the things that I said around towards the end of 2025 was at least one event in a month. Let me give myself one event in a month. And I think I was able to maintain that about 4 to 5 months last year. Because if you do not go out and tell people what you do, or people know, there's no how. We are talking about network. Somebody said that who you will be in the next 5 years depends on 2 things: the books you read and the people who you move with. And there will be a way in which you will meet the people. Of course, you can get the books, buy the books. The people, you have to go out, attend events. There are a lot of corporate events, there are a lot of professional events. If you go on Instagram today, you will see a lot of you will see a lot of things, a lot of events that you can attend. Because it is when you attend these events that you are going to connect and see people. At least you start from there. Of course, we said that go to value. But when you understand that when I meet these people, I have value to give, you start from there. And then another thing is social media. That's where you can also get the visibility. Put yourself out there. That's one of the things that one of our speakers, I think Mrs. Showemo, she said it. Brag. Remember that book? Yeah. Brag. How to hoot your horn without blowing it. Yeah. Don't always assume that people will know what you have to offer most times. You have to be visible. Your excellence work has to show. Position yourself in an environment where people value what you want to give, and then tell people about what you want to give. So the LinkedIn space, social media account is also it. On your LinkedIn, but make sure you maintain standard. Excellent. Remember consistency. Let what you are putting there be who you are. Don't let it be contrary. You are saying something on LinkedIn, they are already seeing you. Maybe so you are even putting the senior manager or whatever, and yet you are the senior manager in your house. That's the senior manager you be. No, it's not that. Be authentic, because the next one, the A in value, is authenticity. The A is authenticity. Be real. Don't fake it. Sometimes there are some things that you just have to be smart and be wise. There is a saying that says, fake it till you make it. So where are you going to put that saying? Of course, fake it till you make it, but it's not in all the situations. And I think the idea of fake it till you make it is just you believing in yourself that, okay, even if you have not achieved this yet, I can achieve it. Not that you put off what you are not and say, this is who I am. So in networking with people, in connecting with people, you have to be real. Authenticity is very important. You have to be real. Don't say that, okay, I'm this, but you are not it. Let there be consistency in what you put on social media and who you are. If what you put on social media is what they say you do, if they put you in that role offline, would you be able to perform? Remember the speech, I think it was Miss Emma that did the illusion of social media or something, of success on social media. Many people, you have this illusion. Illusion means something that is not real. And it is so easy for you to fake a lot of things on social media. But don't join them. There may be people doing that, but do not be part of people that do that. Authenticity is very important. And what is the L in the value framework? L is leverage. What leverage do you have? What skills do you have? What knowledge do you have? It's important. That is why as young people, right now, you have to know, you have to be depositing in your wealth of knowledge. You may not have practical experience yet, but read books. Read books will open your eyes to things, okay? Books will open your eyes to what? To a lot of experiences that you may not be able to what? You may not be able to get to. Even when you not get to that what? To those positions, because of the knowledge you have amassed through reading, it will be easier for you to what? To navigate. And the U is usefulness. Be helpful. Share opportunities. Share opportunities. Give insights. Give ideas. And that is why it is very important. Give ideas. Share opportunities. And give what? And give insight. And then follow up. The E is engagement. Follow up and make sure you stay in touch. So networking, like we said, is not just about sharing contact. Make sure that, don't force it. The practical tips just include, maybe when you go to an event or maybe on social media, don't just rudely enter into people's DM and start asking for help. Don't force it. Don't force it, even physically. Meet people, engage with them, greet them, but don't at that moment be dumping all your life problems on what? On people. No, be real. Don't jump at request. Make sure that you are ready to give value first. And don't forget, even when they open that door of opportunities for you, please do well to represent them well in that room. Do not misuse that opportunities that they have given you. Thank you very much for listening to me. Yes. And right now, I'll be handing the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you. God bless you. I think we should clap more, because we are smashing global records, and we are grateful that God has helped us thus far. Good afternoon. I'm happy to be here again. My name is Igo Onrieru. Igo means money. Onrieru means goodwill. And I am here to talk to us about something that I'm very passionate about, and that is on the issue of leadership. For over 30 years, I have been on this issue, on this topic, and it's something I'm very passionate about. Let me take you back how it started. About 30 years ago, I was on vacation to the nation of Israel. Vacation, business trip. And of course, if you are in Israel, you must go on tour. You must visit historic places. So we were having fun, going around. Then suddenly, one of the Israelis stopped me and said, "Nigerian?" I said, "Yes." You know, that was the days of Rashid Yekini. "Nigerian?" I said, "Yes." "Nigerian? Oh, very good, very good. Rashid Yekini is go." I said, "Yes." Then I said, "You have one problem. And that problem is the problem of leadership." Imagine, the guy just almost spoilt my trip. It has to take somebody all the way in the country of Israel to tell me that my country has a problem of leadership. That was not all. He went further and even gave me an advice. He said, if only Nigeria could have a leader like Mandela, Nigeria will be better for it. That statement never left me. Even as I'm repeating it now, I can still feel it in my heart. Oh, Nigeria, leadership. Nigeria, if you have somebody like Mandela, Nigeria will be great. And that has been my journey. That made me to remember what my mentor and coach used to say, John Maxwell, that everything rises and falls on leadership. Everything. Everything rises and falls on leadership. And if you take time to look at the different stories when it comes to the issue of leadership, you will agree with me that everything rises and falls on leadership. I have seen it over and over and over again. I remember when I had my MBA, I have to focus on leadership. And then I was working in the bank. I did lead, my presentation, my thesis was so good that the panelists were saying that if this was abroad, at least that should be something that they should take further. Now, let us even break it down, because most times we hear a word and we think we know what it means, but really we might not really know what it means. And I'm speaking from experience, because at the time I was a columnist on leadership, and then one day some people approached me and said, "Hello, sir, we know that you do so much on leadership. We're setting up an organization on leadership, and we want you to want to be one of us, want to be one of our trustees, or we want you to be one of the members of our board." Then I looked back and had an inclination, and that was, I asked them, "By the way, when you say leadership, and you want me to be a member of your board, or you want to be a member of your advisory board, what do you mean? What is leadership to you, your group? What are you defining as leadership?" To my amazement, they were looking at position. They were looking at organization. They are looking at people who lead organizations, people who are in political positions. Then I realized that they are far from understanding what leadership is. And if I am to join this group of people, there will be conflict from day one. So I reneged. I told them that I am not comfortable. Okay, so I want you to pay attention. Let me quickly explain in simple terms what leadership means. I'll bring it from two perspectives. When you talk about academics, leadership talks about your ability to see a challenge or a problem, and you profiling a solution, then motivating yourself to solving the problems, and others following you. Did you get that? I will take it again. Leadership is your ability to identify a problem and then profiling a solution to solving the problem. Then you take steps to correcting that problem and others following you to solve the problem. That is academic definition of leadership. And I'll give you a practical example. Mother Teresa. Mother Teresa was a Catholic Reverend sister in Calcutta in India. She was a teacher in one of the schools. And you know Catholic Church, the first thing they do is to fence their properties all around. But our classroom was upstairs. So the fence of the school of the Catholic property was not as high as the window of the classroom. So as Mother Teresa goes to the class to teach, and when she peeps through the window, she will begin to see sick people around the fence of the building, hungry people, people who are not taken care of. And that began to well up in her. Remember the definition I said? You seeing a challenge or a problem, then profiling solution for the problem, and then taking steps to correcting it and bringing others to help you to solve the problem. So one day it became so obvious that she could not bear it anymore. She was in a meeting with the Mosaino, that is what we call principal here in Nigeria, and she looked through the window and she started crying. Then the Mosaino said, "What is your problem? Mother Teresa, what is your problem?" She said, "Look at them. Look at them. Nobody takes care of them." The man said, "Look at what?" The guy looked through the window. She did not see anything. Because according to blind Ellen Keller, she said, eyes that look are common, but eyes that see are rare. She kept on crying. Looked at them. The guy said, "What? I'm not seeing anything." Then Mother Teresa said, "Those sick people, those unclothed people, those beggars, nobody's cleaning them up. Nobody's treating them. Government, others, nobody's taking." The man said, "You are not serious. Those people, they were there before this Catholic Church was established here. So what is your problem?" So she knew that what she was seeing, others were not seeing it. So one day, they paid her salary. As soon as she received that salary, listen to me now, she walked out of the convent to those people and never returned back to the convent. He never returned back to the convent. Remember I said, that is leadership. You identify a challenge or a problem. You profile the solution and you go ahead to solve it, then others follow you. The burden was already too much. She moved out of the convent. If you know how Catholic nun, they look very neat and decent. She took all her salary, cleansed the people, stayed with them, finished her salary, and she started raising funds from house to house, from people to people, to clean those sick people. And that was how she continued. If you notice how she dresses, she started tying wrapper across her, Reverend Sister stuff, so that she can look a little bit simpler like the people. She never went back to the convent. She continued until organizations, until people, until government, and then United Nations recognized. Mother Teresa, before she died, received one of the highest awards that United Nations could ever afford or give to a woman. That is leadership. It is not position. It is not title. It is not rank. It is you being a solution and you profiling that. Another aspect of leadership, because I will always quote my mentor, John Maxwell. Let me deflate back to why I became a friend of John Maxwell. In my journey of leadership, I now realized that John Maxwell is an authority in leadership. And one day he came to Nigeria. And I was privileged to be in that meeting at Federal Palace Hotel. As he was speaking, I looked at him and I said, one day, and actually that day came, I think 2020, I think 22, 23, I fully became certified and I'm one of his mentees all over the world. Now, John Maxwell said leadership is only one word, and that word is influence. What is the word? What is the word? Influence. No more, no less. So influence can be stimulation, influence can be motivation, influence can be encouraging people to make sure they go beyond what they can do, because that's another definition extracted from influence. Your ability to take people along with you to solving problems where without you they will not be able to go on their own. And now this is the way I describe influence. Listen to me. If you have a container or a jar of salt in your kitchen, and the jar is so beautiful and the salt is not being used and is there all the time, I need an answer. Is the salt useful to human beings? Is the salt useful to human beings? The answer is no. The only time that salt will be useful is when you pick a bit of it while cooking and you add a little to sweeten the pot of soup. Once the salt is there in the pot of soup and is sweetening the pot of soup, what happens? Everything changes. People can eat. They will become nutritious. They will become healthier and the rest. Now the question is, that bit of salt that you added to sweeten the soup, can you still extract it back again? That is the power of influence. And that is leadership. It doesn't matter who takes the glory. It doesn't matter whether you are recognized or not. What matters is that you are bringing about positive changes in the lives of people, and you are the one leading. That is leadership. And I can give you an example from Nigeria. Late Dora Akunyili. Late Dora Akunyili. Late Dora Akunyili was a leader. She was a professor of pharmacy. She came from Anambra State, and one day her relation died from fake drugs. And she said, hey, if I have an opportunity, I will correct this. If I have an opportunity, I will correct. That is why words don't die. And your thoughts are very powerful. It was not an ordinary saying, it was something from the depth of her heart. Pharmacists, fake drugs, sold by our people, killed our relation. If I have an opportunity, I will correct this. Fast forward. The way posterity works. Suddenly, one day, she became the Director General of NAFDAC. And the trajectory changed, the story changed, and she was there to correct that. Everywhere, at the risk of her life. There was a time she was in one of those outing, and they shot her at close range on her head. But you know, because it's a woman, so it was the gele that the gun shot. She went for a conference in India, and they asked her to speak. She said, I have my notes here, but I have only one question to you Indians. They thought she wanted to say something important. She now said, why is it that you people are joining my people to kill my people? You were like, what? Said, yes. My people will come and tell you that this capsule supposed to be 10 milligram, but make it only 1 and put it 10, and you will agree. But the ones you export to Europe and the rest, you don't do that. Why are you joining my people to kill my people? That question alone changed the entire meeting. They have to begin to hold plenaries, breakout sessions on how they can make sure that such things do not happen again. When the threat on her life was too much, do you know what she said? She said, I have given birth to too many Dora Akunyilis. If you like to kill me, what I have started will continue. And that's another aspect of leadership. And what I have just mentioned, that brings us to what we call transformational leadership. But let's hold on. Because most times, when you are in position, you are acting like a manager, and you'll be mistaking it that you are a leader. Now, there's a world of difference between managing and leading. Now, I want you to listen to this. Why all leaders are managers, not all managers can be leaders. Did you hear that? Why all leaders are managers, not all managers are leaders. Why? Because a manager is somebody that gets things done through people. He gets things done through people. So he's given a role, he's asked to gather this sort of people and get results. So his own is do what I do and not what I say. So he does not stay in front, he stays at the back and gives instruction. If while they were going and is on from a comfort position, if any of the people that is leading, if they fall into a ditch, instead of me to say, sorry, he will give them query. Why did you fall into a ditch? And is standing from a comfort position. But that is not leadership, because a leader is in front. Are you with me? A leader is do what I do, is not just what I say. A leader leads. A leader is in front. I quote my mentor again, John Maxwell. Said a leader is the person who knows the way, leads the way, and follows the way. So, that is not leadership. Another thing about management is they are often tied to status quo. This is what they said we should do, and we must do it, and it is because I need promotion, it is because I want people to know me. But that is not leadership. And I do not want us to take that aspect at all. Because we have too many managers. We have too many positional leaders who are not leaders indeed. But let's be leaders indeed. Let me try to take two other examples before I delve into transformational leadership. How many of us know of late Dr. Christopher Collade? Many of you, okay, go and Google and find out, because from my research, I don't like giving only examples of people from outside Nigeria. Late Christopher Collade, I think he died like 2 years ago, 2 or 3 years ago. But before he died, his home in Ogudjiare became an haven of people going on pilgrimage to see him for leadership counsel, because until he was too old and too sick not to be going to Lagos Business School where he was lecturing, he was always in Lagos Business School. That was somebody who was made an ambassador to Great Britain by Obasanjo. He finished his tenure, he came back to this class, because he said any new position given to him, the day he entered that position, he writes his resignation letter. Because once the system do not comply with his own principles of leadership, he has already resigned. Christopher Collade is the one who is always saying, do what I do, not what I say. He was in several boards. In fact, people beg him to be on their board, because once his name is on your board, they know that Mr. Integrity is there. There was a committee that he served, and they finished their work, so it was time to write a report. So while they were reviewing the report, one of the line was this. I want you to listen to the line in that report. You know all Nigerians are corrupt. Christopher Collade said, no, I'm not going to sign that, because I don't know about you, but me, Christopher Collade, I am not corrupt. He refused to sign. until they change that line, some Nigerians are corrupt. He's the one that he called Naira and said, Naira, whichever way you embarrass people, you will never embarrass me. You will never embarrass me. And he says it, take me to anywhere and announce about me if I have stolen or taken anything that is not mine while I was in a position of leadership. Come and say it in the news. That is Christopher Collady. Leadership by example is always there to make sure that he does what he believes in and is a source of influence. If you were privileged to go to Lagos Business School when he was still lecturing there, because at the time I was also a part-time lecturer there, when I was teaching selling. If you see, and then my wife also was a student there at the time. If it is lunchtime, he does not, like they will carry his food to him in his office. He sits in the common cafeteria with everybody so that he can have time to pass on, can have time to talk to people, to advise people, and to guide people. Let me give us one more example of a Nigerian who is also was a great leader. Gamaliel Onosode. If you don't know these names, go and Google them. Gamaliel Onosode, Mr. Integrity. Gamaliel Onosode, he studied classics from University of Ibadan. He was among the first Nigerians that really walked through the boardrooms in Broad Street, in Marina. Then there was no Victoria Island. Talk about Nile Merchant Bank. Talk about all those big finance houses. Why it was transiting from white man to black man. He sat on different boards, and he had only one house, number 40 Adelabu Street. He will show you the letter of the mortgage he took, the receipts of all the mortgage he paid until finished. I'm not saying that wealth is not good, but not you going to amass wealth that is supposed to be to serve the people. Okay? So he led, and in fact, one of his child said that his father was even too strict for himself. That do we know that while growing up, the way they were trained in their house, nobody, none of Gamaliel Onosode's child walks and touches the wall. Say you cannot be Gamaliel Onosode's child, and somebody's laughing. Are you getting that? Are you getting that? You are walking in the house and you just touch the wall. What happened? Are you falling? Is your hand paining you? Don't stay in the wall. If you want to walk, walk. Strict to himself, strict to a fault. It was so painful that at the time he even veered into leadership, into even politics, but of course he will not bribe to win a seat, and there was no much that he could do. So as I speak to us, I will want us to toe similar line. It is not easy. It is not easy, but it is worth it. I give God praise and glory that by the grace of God, I'm still doing it. I'm sure maybe I'm going to release my book on that. I retired from the civil service, 35 years. I don't have any dent on my name. I still go back to go. Glory be to God. Do you know that one of my staff called me one time? I said, hello, sir. You had an opportunity to build a house. You could not build it. I said, why? He said, you were influencing a lot of things. You were the one signing bills. What does it take to just increase the bill and put the money somewhere and build? I said, oh, and build a house? Then you expect me to go and stay in that house. It's not a matter of even faith now. It's not a matter of even whether your religion. It's a matter of life. Because it's not a matter of religion. There was an author that said, even if there is no Christianity, or even if there is Christianity, there is no heaven, there is no hell. The principles that are contained in the Holy Book, they are still the best to keep us. They are still the best to keep us. Legacy is important. When you go, what do you want people to remember you for? When you are no more, or when you are not on that seat, what do you want people to remember you for? It is important. I share one other testimonial again. When I was retired in 2023, there were some of my proteges organized a Sentford. They said, we must do a Sentford for you. And they went to Alausa and went to rent the hall in Alausa. If you are knowing Alausa, there is I think, DMA Barrow Hall. When they were to rent the hall, and they told the people in charge of the hall that they want to use it for their leader who is retiring, I think either they give them a discount or they did not even pay for the hall. My proteges. And by the grace of God, a few weeks ago, I was talking with somebody who is still serving, and she now referred to one of my proteges who was like 2 steps below me. He was next to me, but 2 steps below me when I retired, and he's supposed not to take that position. But when I retired, he was the one sharing to me. He said, the management felt that you have learned so much from Ego. How do we now put somebody else if not you? So that was when my protege took over leadership for one of the units I was heading. Now, this is the story I'm sharing with you. A few weeks ago, one of another deputy director in another government agency, we're just chatting, and I said, that's your boy, that's your protege, is amazing, he's doing very well. We give thanks to God. So, what do you want to be remembered for? Now, let me try to wind down by now telling us to toe the line of transformational leadership. Now, I've told you leadership is influence. I've said leadership is you guiding and telling, identifying a problem, providing solution for the problem, and going to make sure that with others the problems are solved. Now, there are several types of leadership, but the one that is always ideal, the one that I recommend, is transformational leadership. And when we talk about transformation, I want you to remember your metamorphosis in biology. We talk about metamorphosis in biology, how the butterfly comes to be. You have the egg, you have the larva, you have the pupa, then you have the butterfly. By the time you see the egg, you can never relate the egg to the beautiful butterfly that you will see. But the egg the development becomes so strong within, and nobody sees what is going on, and suddenly the egg is hatched, and then you see the larva, which is like caterpillar. And when you see like worm, do you see anything like the butterfly wings, butterfly colors? Do you see anything like that? But it's still in the process. It grows to a point whereby it becomes so strong. Once it becomes so strong, and it will now become pupa, and it is now inside a cocoon. And now when it's in that cocoon, it is ready to go to the last stage. But it is so hard, and you will never believe that anything can come out of it, because at the cocoon at that pupa stage, it's like a stone. It's very hard. But when it is time for the butterfly to come, what happens? The cocoon breaks off. And once the cocoon breaks off, the beauty butterfly begins to come out. And that is transformational leadership. If you toe the line of transformational leadership, you start, but at the time you get to where you are going, You are not the same person anymore. Transformation is not about working hard. Transformation is not about trying hard. Transformation is not about doing something differently. Transformation is about you making sure that you have a complete different orientation and build the capabilities that will make you to begin to be a powerful source of influence. So with that explanation on what transformation is, now let me break it down to what do we now mean by transformational leadership. Now, transformational leadership is you as a leader, of course, man of influence or woman of influence, is you as a leader who is already identifying a solution, profiling solution to it, having others following you, and this is the sweet part of it. You now converting followers into leaders. Did you get my point? You do not only lead, you don't only take the lead and people are following you. You eventually move your people from just being followers into leaders. Leaders giving birth to leaders. Leaders bringing in more leaders. Leaders bringing in more leaders, so that you don't have to even be there before your work is ready. You don't have to be there before your work is ready. So, be a transformational leader, and one of those qualities or one of those benefits of if you are a transformational leader is productivity. Productivity is very, very important, because once you are a transformational leader, you will be able to make sure that there's results. You get more results. Then also, if you're a transformational leader, one of the benefits is that there is trusted relationship. So you can hardly see people jumping office, jumping position. Some might even say, even though I do not love the pay for now, but what I'm benefiting from this leader, it is beyond what money can pay. Another thing again from being a transformational leader is the ability to give back to others, so that there will be consistency, there will be sustainability, there will be succession plan. Now, what are those qualities that can help you to be a transformational leader? The first thing is an idealized plan. You must have an idealized plan. Okay? Once you have an idealized plan, you make it very well, just like the example of Mother Teresa that I gave, and then begin to implement. Then the next thing is idealized motivation, because those who have identified with you, you motivate them and then begin to let them learn the ropes. You understand that? Then the next thing is individualized stimulation. So you've motivated them, then you need to know people as human beings, not as statistics figure. So you individualize them and make sure that each of them, they are round pegs in round holes. Those that need training are given training. Those that need to be propped up, they need to be propped up. And you making sure that you are always with them, encourage them, give them a good judgment, and they moved on. And the last one is idealized strategy. Ability to make sure that you are able to take them to where they're supposed to be from a comfort zone. Because the word strategy is a military word. That is ability to maneuver and win the battle, conquer the enemy without you hurting yourself. So with that idealized strategy, you'll be able to build people. You'll be able to build organizations. You'll be able to put structures in place that even where you are not there, your legacy continues. Example of Dora Kunli I have given. Another example is Miles Monroe. Miles Monroe, another great leader, another distant mentor of mine, where even now that he has gone since 2014, I was listening to one of his messages on YouTube, and somebody made a comment that these things that this man is saying, they are so relevant as if it is for now. Because he's one of those people that was able to develop, train, and have so many people live for him. So, I want to leave you with this quote. What you do for yourself stays with you or goes with you where you are no more. No more as in whether office or organization. But what you leave for others, remember the example of the salt. What you leave for others remains as a legacy. Will you want to leave a legacy? Then you begin to work on yourself so that you can leave a legacy like Mandela, leave a legacy like Dara Kuyuli, leave a legacy like Christopher Colade. Talking about legacy, I remember I was in Cape Town some years ago, and somebody was taking us around. Our tour guide was taking us around, and suddenly we got to a place, and he told us that hall was where Mandela made them not to deal with the white people. He was very angry. I said, why? He said when Mandela was brought from Robben Island, because Robben Island is on the other side of Cape Town, all of them met in the hall, and the whole place was filled up, and there were a lot of agitation in the air. The air was tensed. And when Mandela came up to speak, what did he do? This is what he did. And the tour guide was the one telling us. He said Mandela brought a black South African, he brought a white South African, and he said, can somebody get me a razor blade that if you can cut the skin of this black man, put his blood somewhere, cut the skin of this white man, put the blood somewhere. If you can differentiate the blood of a white man from a black man, then today, what the white man did for me for 27 years, we will revenge. But if you cannot, I stand before every one of you. I'm the one that suffered for 27 years. All you whites, I forgive you. Can you beat that? And in his cabin, if you have not watched this film, Invictus, go and watch Invictus. Even in his cabin, he has white people. Because Mandela said that, I bring my friends close, I bring my enemies closer. So that is legacy. You cannot enter South Africa and not see several stories about Mandela the Madiba. So I am very grateful that I believe I've shared some thoughts that will make us to be people that will be able to push on this issue of leadership beyond the shores of your house. Let it start in your home. Let it start in your school. Let it continue in your community. Let it continue in your church, in your mosque, in your offices, so that you can also have a legacy that will last and outlive you. Once again, I'm grateful and thank you. I am privileged to pass on the baton to my beloved sister and friend, Taiwo Agbola.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for giving me this time to speak here. I want to say thank you, everyone. Thank you to the dean of the school and everyone that is working here. And I'm here to speak on purpose. When you say purpose, every man on earth you to be alive, there's a reason why you're alive. And purpose is, meaning of purpose is the reason why something is being created. The reason why something is being created or done. So for every man on earth, there's a reason why you are still alive. There's a reason why you are still breathing. There's a reason why you are doing that thing you think you are doing. It might be small, it might be very big, but there are reasons behind them. Now, purpose, every man on earth, nobody come by mistake. Yes, men may call it mistake, but it's not a mistake. Like if you want to talk about David, you will say he's out of wedlock, but he became the king of Israel. It's not a mistake. Up to date, if you see all these soldiers, the way they pattern their thing, the way they march, the way they go and search the Bible, you will see how David brings non-entities to himself. He brings people that are useless, people that have no hope, people, he brought them to himself, and he trained them to become mighty soldiers. So that is the reason why he was created, to rule, to train others. So every man is with purpose. If we look at us, I'm a twin, but we don't have the same this. When I do my talk, we don't have the same thing. Even when you put two identical twins together, every man is specially made by the Lord. Now, purpose is not an accident. It is what God has formed in you to become. Then when you come, you start displaying that. Yes, like an actress, like an actor. You know the script has been written. The script has been written. Then you start following. You say there is time for everything. There is time for everything under heaven. So purpose, when you take your life serious, your purpose serious, you start acting the script that has been written concerning you. You start acting it out gradually. You start acting it out gradually. You start acting it gradually. That is purpose. It is what is in you. It's just like talent. You understand? And talent is an inborn thing. You have a small girl of like 2 years or 3 years. She start learning mommy, daddy, mommy, daddy. Before you know it, if you put music, she will start singing and dancing. You should know that there's something about this girl. You should note that maybe one day this girl will start singing, she will start doing this, she will start doing that. Purpose is very, very important. As long as we are alive, purpose stands. Purpose stands. The writer of Jeremiah said that before you were formed in your mother's womb, that God knew you, and he foreknew you. He knew what you are going to become. So purpose is very, very important. Every skill, every ability, everything that is placed inside of you is for you to fulfill it as purpose. You don't bury your talents. You don't keep it, because talent is like gift. It's like gift. If you keep it, it will rot in there. It's like a seed. If you keep it, it will remain rotten. But if you plant it and nurture it, that is when you can bring results. And the result will not just, when you plant a mango, one seed of mango, at the end of the day, you end up harvesting three baskets, 4 baskets, and it's seasonal. When the season comes, you will surely see mango out of that. And you'll be wondering that I planted just one mango. But at the end of the day, it's bringing plenty baskets of fruit. So that is talent. For you to really become purposeful, to live a purposeful life, there are guidelines There are things you need to do. There are steps you need to take. You have to be disciplined. You have to be disciplined. It is only when you are disciplined you can come out fine, and people will look at you that no, he's talented, he's this, he's that. It comes with discipline. I learned this, that footballers, all these athletes and so on, that when it's time for them to train, this I learned from somebody that is into it, that when it's time for them to go for maybe Olympic or all this national program, they separate themselves. What did I call it? They separate themselves. They separate themselves from food, leisure, women, many things like that. They separate themselves so that they can come out fine. So that they can come out fine. So it's still purpose. For you to be purposeful, to live a purposeful life, you must make up your mind. You must be committed. If you are not committed, you can't get to your goal. You can't get there. You must be committed. As somebody that's living a purposeful life. There was a time we went for a program and we're asking all the teenagers, what do you want to do in life? Somebody came and said, I want to live a purposeful life. Then the man asked, how do you want to live a purposeful life? How can you live? And she was looking at it, looking at the man. No, you have to draw your map on, narrow it down how you will get there. You narrow it down from primary 1 to 2. It has to be steadily. Commitment is very, very important if you are going to live a purposeful life. And talents come from inside. Anything you see that you do without anybody studying you or pushing you to do, it's a talent. You grow it. You allow it grow. You nurture it. You water it until it becomes blossom. That is when your fruit can come. Many a times we tell ourselves, I want to live a purposeful life. Then we face a lot of challenges. Anybody that must go up there will face challenge. Even our Lord Jesus Christ faced challenge. So who are you not to face it? We are made to overcome it by looking down. You just look at, you are falling here before. Look at it and learn your lesson, then fall forward. Whatever mistakes that you have made before is a lesson for tomorrow. Don't sit on it, don't remain there. You move forward. You don't say, because somebody said this, if you look at what people are saying, you will not be able to fall ahead. If you want to really live a purposeful life, you have to lose sight of. When people say this about you, when they say this about you, you ignore. Sometimes you look at things as if you are not seeing. Yes, you are looking at this thing, it's red. People are calling it red, and you are not seeing anything. It's because you know where you are going. It's because you know where you are going. I heard about somebody that said when Tyson was bossy during his years, that his opponent was calling him, you rat, you this, you this. What is purpose? Tyson is purpose. As he's saying, you are calling me, is that rat that you are calling me today? You understand? He is already purposed. And he has told himself there's no fight, he will not win. So the man is called, you brat, you this, you that. But he is inside of him. He is fully prepared, equipped. He told himself he will make it, and he made it. He won that. He won that fight. So purpose is not just saying that I want to live a purposeful life. Then you go and sit down. It's hard work. It's hard work. You must purpose in your mind to be a solution, not to be part of the problem. If you go around, you will see people begging, please give me this, please give me that. They are begging. I'll look at it. On just last week, I entered the keke, and the person that was sitting at the front, I didn't know that he's crippled. And he now told the man to stop him by the gate. And the man stopped. When he came down, I pitied this guy. If you see the kind of load that he was carrying all these, what's it called? They used to make lights now. Solar. And he was telling the man driving that he's the one that made this solar. And the man said, that's very good of you. The customer that invited him to bring these goods, to supply these goods, did not know his cripple. It was when he almost got there, he now said that, Madam Oga, you have to drive down because I will not be able to walk down your street. You have to drive down and park by the gate. That one now said, come in now, my house is not too far. He said, no, I am crippled. He was saying on the phone, I am crippled. But this is what I do for living. You have to drive down. When you drive down, then I deliver your goods. I'm just coming down now. In that same, people were like, what? And when he came down, the man just took it easy and he dropped. He was carrying three big this thing in his hand. And we're like, I said, God. Some people are like, I'm not even like this, they are begging on the street. They are begging, they are crying, please help me, please, 1 naira, please, 2 naira. They are begging. Look at purpose. I shake my head. I told the driver, I said, this is purpose. He has made up his mind. And he delivered that food. You know how much it cost? You know, even that man can look at it that, if you can do this, let me help you. Yes, it can be helped through that. So, there are talents in you. Don't look down on you. There is no two of you. It's only you that God created. Your brand is only you. Yes, your brand. I'm a twin. My twin sister look very much like me. If she's standing here, you will not know that. You will just be looking at that. Who is who? You understand? Who is who among us? But we are two different. Our tongue. If I put my tongue on, it's not the same thing. Her own. So go that we are all of us on earth. There are purposes attached to it. You have to decide and run with yours. Decide and make sure that the reason why I'm on earth is to solve problem. Don't become part of the problem that will be solved. I made up my mind long ago. I said I will not be part of the problem that will be solved. I will be a solution. I don't know about you. Me, I am a solution. I am a solution. I kept on telling my people, I kept on telling people. So if I see any need arise, I jump at it. I jump at it. I jump at it. Yes. Somebody say, I want to become a governor. I want to be this, I want to be that. Have you started at all? In the yard that you are living, what is the leadership role you are taking? And you say you want to lead a whole state. Have you started from your house? The ground is dirty. The dishes, you say, I'm not the one to do that. It's not my job. You start from somewhere. You start from somewhere. Purpose. Purpose. I am a solution. I have made up my mind that this one, Taiwo, I am a solution. So, my assignment I take very, very serious. Because every man on earth has one or two assignments. Yes, we all have different assignments. Sometimes when you are running on this assignment, you face a lot of challenges. You face a lot of... I learned this from this our popular musician, Ayefele. Do you know how he became somebody that people are running after today? Do you know how he became? He was among the team working in one radio station, and he had a boss. And all the time the boss say, go there, go here. So he's so smart and okay. But one day, the boss sent him on an errand to cover a program, and from there, he had accident. And that accident rendered him crippled. So people started looking at it that, this one that you are like this now, how do you make it? He started crying. For some time when he was recovering, he told himself, he said, no, I can still make something out of this. He started training his voice. He started looking at all the things that he has done before that. Am I not the one that did this during the show? Am I not the one that did this during the show? He kept pushing. When he brought out the first song, it was Sympathy. When you look at it, when you listen to it, you will hear the way he cried, the way he laments, that from they sent him an errand, from errand he sat on it. But the lyrics were encouraging, but if you listen to it, you feel like crying for him. But later, he jumped at it. He started using, look at how he used gospel music to sing Tungba. Yes, he started saying, and people buy it. Before you know it, people are traveling, sending messages. Come and sing for in my birthday. Come and this, come and this. He used his problem. He turned it around. He turned that thing, he turned it around. So that it can be a solution. Now, if you have problem, if you play his CDs, you look at it and say, if God can help this man to start going around the world now, God can help me. A lot of people have been encouraged through his music. So purpose is very, very important. Look at your life. What has God planted in you? What is the seed that is in you? How can you grow it? How can you nurture it? How can you feed that thing to become something in life? No man is useless. Even Judas Iscariot was not useless. He did his assignment. You don't know? Yes. It is written. Somebody must do that job. Yes. And he did his job. Every man on earth, no man is useless. So look for your own. Look at it that what is in me that I can deliver. I am a solution to my world, to everybody around you. So when you now have any opportunity for that gold to shine, don't see that, I'm tired, I cannot. No, there's no room for laziness. There's no room for saying no. You jump at it. As you continue to develop yourself, people will know you. I want to tell you a story about my life. I am a prayer woman from small. Yes. One day, as I begin to grow, one day when they say province, when they say area, when they say, like people that are like 5 steps ahead, the woman came around and she wanted to introduce me to somebody that is more hierarchy than her. She looked at me, she said, I have known this lady. She's a prayer woman. I know her since for long. She said, you can work together. And this person she's introducing me to, she's like, I don't know how to put her. Is this person that when I see her, we just kneel down. She's up there. She looked at us. She said, both of you can work together. Look at her. She called her. She said, she can work with you. You can work with her. I know her. I'm giving her to you. Then we say, yeah, right. Are you saying this? It's because I've been consistent. If I've been acting lazy, nobody will introduce me. Nobody. So, at your service, have you seen any soldier telling you that they are not fit? All soldiers must be fit. When you are on training, you don't have women. Go to their camp. They don't have women in their camp during training. You are a lady man. Yes. They inject you so that you will not do all this mess during the month. Yes, that's what they do. Throughout the training, you can't tell them, I have cramps because of this. No, they immediately I enter, they give you injection. You not see that thing. It will vanish. You have become a man. So you can't tell me, my tummy, no, you are a soldier. A soldier is always at alert. A soldier. So you don't have any excuse to pursue your purpose. You don't have any excuse. You don't have any excuse. Then look at your life and tell yourself, who will mentor me? If you have people that are already living, go close to them, learn from them. If you have people that are read of, look at their life, read about their life, their system, the way they do everything they do. Then emulate it. Emulate their system, it will work for you. Follow through. Somebody say, I want to be like Jesus. You want to be like Jesus, you will live in obedience and holiness. You understand? Somebody say, I looked at myself and said, I want to be like Katrin Kuma. If you read the story of Katrin Kuma will come into a hall. She's invited. He gets to an extent. Once she's entering like this, people will be falling under anointing. She will not touch anybody. She's just walking in. It got to a time, they will not allow her to pass through the eye. They will take her around to the back. They create a door at the back and make sure she comes through to the back. Then she comes in when she's coming in so that people will not see her and start falling on, so that she can minister to them. Look at people that are hierarchy than you. I say, this, I want to get there. If you don't make up your mind, you will remain stagnant. If you don't push, because if you look at yourself on a normal ground, your surrounding, your environment, many a times nothing will encourage you to move. Oh. Yes. Many a times nothing, money, atmosphere, people around you, if you look around, sometimes you say, what am I even killing myself all over? But it's worth it. It's purpose. To become a solution, not part of the people problem that will be solved. It should be resolved now. Now that we are young. It should be resolved. That me, I am a solution. I will not be part of what the problems that will be solved. Yes, I made up my mind about it. And I'm seeing it in my life now. You can call me 12 a.m. I will answer you and attend to you because I am a solution. Now, we should not run for assignment. Yes. Because if you are not being given chance to display, there's no how you can grow. It is only when you are given an assignment, you will have time to grow, because over and over you grow as you repeat or do all these things. I learned that E.A. Adebeye, immediately he entered the church, the GO looked at him that this man is learned. Come close, come and be interpreting. And he jumped at it, but he was not lazy. Each time the GO called, he's every day, ever there, ever ready. No excuse. No, I have to do this. I'm a lecturer. I have to lecture. He creates time to be with the GO. And you see him now, successing the man, and you see things changing for good. So, as somebody that want to live a purposeful life, don't create time for laziness. Or don't get to a stage when people cannot call you anymore. If you get to a stage where people cannot call you, you will fade out. Yes. Don't allow yourself to fade out. Create time for every opportunity and make the best use of them. Now, consistency is very, very important. You have to add consistency to whatever you are doing. Because consistency will allow the gold in you to emerge. Yes. As you continue, the gold is coming up. Because on its own, gold cannot shine. How many of us here have seen gold before? How many of us here have seen gold before? Raw gold. Raw gold. Have you seen gold before? Raw gold. You have not seen it before. Raw gold is like, it's not as the way we see it like that. The island is black or so. Then it will go through process. It's process. If you go to the goldsmith, go there, go and learn this. The way they bend their this thing. Once you see, they will get to a time when the goldsmith will watch fully and get ready. He has to once the thing is still soft, he has to bend it to the shape. Like this earring now, it was bent to prepare it for that shape. Yes. So purpose, you have to understand that your commitment will allow you go through some process of growth. Some processes are very, very painful, but when you bear it, you will enjoy it at the end of the day. I want to ask you a question. When we are very small, going to school, for some of us that did not have mummies and daddy that have cars there, any day that it rain, how do you go to school? Do you sit at home? Do you sit at home? You must go. You are going to learn. Whether there's rain, whether there's sun, you are there to learn. You don't blame the weather. You don't blame the weather. So, purpose for your goals to emerge. For your goal to emerge inside of you, you have to be purposeful. You have to be disciplined. You have to have commitment. You have to be passionate. Let your vision, let it be like a burden on you. Until it becomes a body, you get nowhere. You go nowhere. If the burden is not burning in you that, I must, it's a must. You go nowhere. You go nowhere. Until you are able to stand. There is a part in the Bible that says, after standing, stand. You are standing, and it still says, stand. That your calling will be sure. That your calling will be sure. And there's a part that said, he said, seeing a man diligent in his way, he will stand before kings, not before men. Me men. Where do you want to stand? Me men. Before me men or before kings? Yes, before kings. So you prepare yourself to stand before kings. You make up your mind. See, whatever your hands find doing, I'm quoting scripture. Whatever your hands find doing, do it. Do it. With all your mind. This all. No way. I'm moving. Nothing can stand it. I move. So you have to purpose in your heart. Purpose in your heart that this, I will do it and I will get there. We can see many legacies even in the word and in the Bible. They made up their mind and they get there. So what is holding us back? If we follow the same principle, we follow the same pattern, we will get there. We will get there. We will surely, it will just take time, but we will get there. And that time is still training. You know that? Time is training. The fact that you are facing challenges now does not mean that you will remain here. So that by the time you get up, you will know that, there was a time I was drinking Gary. Yeah. There was a time I was taking this without this. Yes. So purpose in your heart to fulfill destiny. Because a lot of people does not even know the reason why they are alive. Yes. If you wake up every morning, there's a reason for you. Yes. Some people don't know the reason why they are alive. They don't know their right from left. They don't know what they are called to do. Yeah, this program that we are doing today is a calling. The person that God used to start this place is a calling. If he did not run with it, you will not see this. He ran with it. Like the other day, my my boss was telling me that they started together, that he will come to the office, he will type this achievers magazine, he will this, he will that. He ran with it. There was a burden that come upon him to continue. That's why we are celebrating 20 years. That's why we are here. Because somebody proposed. Yes, because somebody made up his mind to be a change agent among many. Yes, because somebody worked diligently. Yes, somebody was committed. Somebody make up his mind to carry the flag. That's why we are here. So purpose is very, very important. Anything that God has placed in us, the gifts and the talents, is for something. It's not for you to sit on it. When you sit on it, you not grow. Bring a mango seed here, drop it on this seed, come back next year, drop it here. It will remain like that, rotting, but it will not grow. But put it on the ground, wet it. You will see what will come out of it. That's a seed. Every man on earth has one seed or the other. Nurture it, water it, care for it, and you will see it blossom. So with this, I'm trying to tell us that purpose is very, very important. And for purpose to come up, we must allow the gold in us to emerge. So that we can be a solution, not only to our environment, not only to our home, not only to our state, not only to our nation, but to the world at large. So with this, I want to round up, and I'm giving it to my sister here. God bless you.
Wow. Another round of applause for her, please. You were made with a purpose and you have a talent, so nurture it. Good afternoon, everybody. I remain Elma Petty Sokonji, popularly known as just Elma. I realized I haven't actually introduced myself formally or told anybody what I do. Well, I have at least 2 decades belt in education. I'm a business consultant, and I define myself as the sun because the sun is the star that burns to make other stars shine. All right, so I'm interested in seeing people grow. I'm interested in seeing everybody become the best version of themselves. So that's all about me for now. Let's go to today's topic, Downfall, a Nigerian journey. Downfall, a Nigerian journey. The downfall driver is a child of the road, raised by the stubborn dust of Lagos and the restless horns that speak a language of their own. His hands, darkened by the sun and steering, know the secrets of survival better than any classroom could. The road has been his teacher. It whispers to him in potholes and shouts at him in traffic. The downfall driver is resilient like the Iroko tree that refuses to bow to the storm. The downfall driver is the true Nigerian story, because many of us will not be able to take long journeys without this vehicle. Before I go on, I would like to find out who here has never ridden a downfall? You've never used a downfall? You know, when I started teaching, I was pretty young. I was in my mid-teens. I remember one of the most exciting moments was working with very young children. And children as young as 2-3 years old would be in class saying, Oju elegba o, Oju elegba o, as they were playing. You know, children mimic life. Downfall has actually been a part of the Nigerian journey for so long. Downfall actually carries destinies in them. It is a bus, the yellow bus, that shows the golden sun of our weather, of our daily weather. The downfall doesn't fail. You know, downfall rides are not as expensive as fuel, ever. I remember riding a downfall of 5 naira as a child. When there's an emergency, what vehicle do you use? Downfall. Early in the morning at rush hour, when people are going to work, all educated people going to work, standing by the bus stop, waiting for a downfall ride. The downfall shows the Nigeria journey. Please, I would like to say something. You have at least hundreds or thousands of people waiting, thousands of people who have been educated, waiting for the one educated by the sun to drive them to work. Daily in Nigeria, the one driving those who were raised in the school has never been to one. The fact that Nigerians put their faith in the downfall daily, they just don't put their faith in that downfall. They put their faith by paying that person to drive you daily to work. And the downfall has been consistent in character. I'm not old and I'm not young. I'm in between. But the downfall has never changed. He is rash, he is rude, he is unpredictable. You are at the bus stop today, the bus cost 100 naira. You are at the bus stop tomorrow, it costs 100 naira. You are at the bus stop on Wednesday, it costs 100 naira. You are at the bus stop on Thursday, it costs 100 naira. To go and to come, you have 200 naira. You could be at the bus stop on Friday and it will cost 150 naira. And you may not have that 50 naira. If all the bus drivers have agreed that this bus ride is going to be 150 naira, and all you have is that 100 naira, you will stand there and wait. A bus driver would come, a bus driver would come, a bus driver would come until you wait for grace before another bus driver would come and agree to take you for 100 naira before you continue your journey. The downfall sometimes is a metaphor for the leadership of our country. The downfall bus is consistently looking rugged and poorly maintained. The downfall driver is a risky journey that you take. And the downfall driver shows us the importance of education for every man in this nation. We should stop looking down on people. We cannot separate ourselves from our society. The downfall driver is a human being just like you, who has feelings and thoughts just like you. The first time my heart was open to a downfall driver was the day I entered a ride, and I was the first person to enter. The ride had gone up by 100 naira, and the people who would enter said they would not. He didn't mind. Some of them took a walk, they went another way. He didn't mind. He stayed by that bus, calling the bus stop, and There are certain journeys that to me are just too stressful. I don't like stress. So I decided to wait. And whilst I waited, you guys know I crochet as a hobby. I relaxed my mind by crocheting in the bus. After a while, like-minded people like myself who don't mind the bus fare enter. I learned a lesson in business that day. And I realized that your price is your price, your standard is your standard. Those who are naysayers will come and go. You can let go of them. Maybe your business is not for them. And I told myself that I would practice that in pricing my business. I know my product. I know how much it cost me to get that product. I know the discipline it took for me to get the quality of that product. So if you come to me and tell me somebody else can crochet this item for this price, I'll look at you and go. Or you tell me, oh, somebody else can prepare my child for exams at this price, I will let you go because my standard is my standard and I'm willing to wait under the sun like a downfall driver for people who align with my vision. So I'm going to talk about a downfall in the following acronym. D for determine and dust-tested dreams. When I was a kid, downfall drivers did have dreams. I went to a private school and I did have a friend whose dad started his life driving downfall. And this was sometime in the early 90s. Now, her father actually grew. Back then, not all downfall drivers were dirty and not all of them were thugs. So there was an epitome of hope. Her father was, how would I say it? He was cautious and careful in how he spent his money. And he did save that money and he bought other buses. By the time we got to GS3 or was it SS1, my friend and her family traveled out of the country. Back then, I knew of a family that was working in the bank. In those days, there were only 4 types of jobs, or would I say 5. If you were lucky, you would work in an oil company, or you would work in the bank. If you did very well, you could be a doctor or a lawyer, or probably work in the civil service. But the civil service was paying about 9,000. Life was very tough. Teachers were earning 2,000 naira or 1,000 naira back in those days. Now, this family of a husband and a wife married together suddenly both lost their job. I remember them, they used to take this big yaba bus. The wife would dress very decently, actually in a suit, and she would wear an office skirt and a nice net on her head, and her husband wearing a shirt and a tie at Aguda Surulere bus stop. Although her voice had become husky because of the job, she was often the conductor, shouting bus stops for people to come. At a point in time, they bought a microphone, and with this transportation business, they left the country. It is very rare to see such a thing happen. As time moved on, and I went to university, especially after democracy took over, we found ourselves giving ourselves to certain drivers. Let us say the money you pay the downfall ride is your voting card. You are allowing that driver to drive you. And what we do consistently becomes our behavior. I spoke about cognitive behavior at my last speech, and I said it is a learned behavior. You go to the bus stop and you do not mind that the driver is drunk. You do not mind that he just finished reading. You do not mind that he just finished smoking. You do not mind the way he is dressed. Yet, you give him your vote to drive you to your destiny successfully. I became very careful and observant about who I paid for my ride, especially sometime in 2020 when I took a ride and I had a near accident. I took responsibility for what happened. Whilst people were shouting at the driver, I knew that I was the one who decided to let a dirty, unlearned man drive me, to trust that man with my life. I voted for him with my hard-earned money. So we have learned daily to make poor decisions. We have been constrained daily to make poor decisions because every day we vote for someone to drive us to a near-death experience. It's not the downfall's fault or the downfall's driver's fault that he doesn't know better. He is an obvious vision of an unplanned nation. I once got an Uber ride, and when I booked the ride, he called me and said, "Where are you?" The question threw me off because, of course, you can see it on the app. And so I told him where I was. Actually, I'm a patient person, and I like to study people. People make me curious. Then he asked, "Where are you going to?" Then I told him. He said, "Okay, I'm on." I asked, "Do you need description?" He said, "Yes." And so I asked him where he was and described where I was. When he came, he said, "Madam, it's you?" He knew me from the street. He said, "Wow, you're very patient." I said, "Yes." It's taken quite a while to practice. I asked, "Why did you ask where I was?" And he said he doesn't know how to read, nor does he know how to write. I do not know the decisions that were made in his life for him, and I do not know the decisions that were made in his life by him. But I know that he's a hard-working man. He is neat, and he puts his children in the school that he can afford to. He pays their school fees daily, making sure that he gives them a better life than his own. He loves his wife, he treats her well, he saves his money, he pays rent, and he ensures that there is food in the house by driving that Uber. He was quite old. I told him, "How many of you and your friends at the park," because he was formerly a taxi driver, "do not know how to read or write?" And he said, "Quite a number." I asked, "Would you like me to teach you?" "I'll teach you for free." But the man's cognitive bias came in. He probably struggled at school, probably had a teacher beat him badly, probably wasn't taught well, and a memory flashed through his eyes. He didn't say a word, but I could perceive him. So I told him, "Are you afraid?" He said, "Yeah." He said he has ensured that his children learn, but he's already given up on himself. If we are having drivers who are like this, driving Uber now, we can unfortunately predict the future that the majority of Uber drivers would be like the current downfall drivers. Because I actually just told you that way back in the 1990s, the family did drive downfall. The woman wore a skirt and a suit, and her husband wore a shirt and a tie. But the community has fizzled in such a way that the separation between the rich and the poor is so high, and there is currently no middle class. The danfo driver is adaptive. When he drives on the road, he adapts to whatever is happening. People trust the danfo drivers with their life because he can adapt to the rough weather. He can adapt to the bad roads. He can adapt to anything, and there is no route a danfo driver doesn't know. When you hear that people are kidnapped, it's not because they are ignorant. It's because their learned behavior has taught them to trust this driver. Several times, drivers have taken strange roads. I've been in a ride and I've sat in front and obviously seen that where the driver is taking me, I have never been. But my curiosity sparks up and I realize I've learned a new route. And probably when I'm driving, I will take that route myself. Or probably when I'm in an Uber, I will tell the Uber of that new route. Danfo drivers have very fast ears. They know what is happening quite before you, even politically. They are in associations. They are in communities. Do you know? Let me ask you a question. How many of us here are actively participating in a political party? None. You are? Congratulations. Please, a round of applause for this gentleman. APC. I don't mind. The fact that you are actively participating in a party means that you are truly a channel for change. Just standing on the sideline and complaining does not separate you from an illiterate person. Because your complaints just mean that you are bold, but you are uninformed, and what you are complaining about you do not even know. But guess what? Danfo drivers participate actively in political parties. They may not be able to speak English. They may not be able to write. Truth be told, they do not even know the law. But they do know to be active in a political party. And that is why they have access to palliatives before you. Danfo drivers, I stopped at A, right? I said A, D, determined, and dust tested dreams. I said A, adaptive, N, navigating chaos. Danfo drivers know how to navigate chaos. I've been in a Danfo ride when it was raining. I have an uncle who knows how to drive. He drives very well. Lived in America for 20 to 30 years before he visited us again. That was about the first time when I was encountering him. And I remembered he took me out as a kid. I loved his driving skills. But guess what? My uncle won't drive in the rain, even if it is showers. Excuses don't help you in this country. Like that lady said, we were trained to go to school even under the rain. And so our learned behavior is to go to work under the rain. It doesn't matter the showers and how they fall, especially for people from my generation. And on this particular morning in the year 2015, it rained. My heart skipped a beat. As usual, I had left the house early. And yes, I got to Adekunle to get an Obalinde bus going down to, a bus going to Obalinde. I thought about it. I wouldn't lie. I pictured the waves under the beach and I was afraid. But then, like every person in Nigeria, I casted my vote, trusting that this driver would get me to my destination under the storm. I entered and I found out that there weren't so many vehicles on Third Mainland Bridge as usual. I asked myself, am I crazy? What am I doing here? Well, then the driver took us there safely. The roads look very slippery when you are the only one and it's raining heavily. Has that happened to you before? And sometimes the way the driver was driving, in my heart, I felt that he actually lost the steering. But as a Nigerian Christian, in my heart, I was like, Jesus, take the wheel. Yeah. I got to Obalende safely. And yes, there were buses going to Aja. Took another bus and got to the office safely. So yes, Danfo drivers know how to navigate chaos. And this shows the learned behavior of every Nigerian. We know how to navigate chaos. When I listen to people and I hear their stories and I reflect back on my own story too as a person, realize that as a people we know how to navigate chaos. The journey of our lives for many Nigerians is chaotic. But I pray that we would not forget to dream, and that our dreams will not move from determination to dusted. The Danfo driver is faith driven. Yeah, most of the time they use faith. That is why they take the kind of risk that they take. But faith in the hand of an ignorant person, I do not know the words to describe it. But they have faith. And like every Nigerian, they still hope that no matter how dusted their dreams are, they can still pick up their book of dreams and so yes, the Danfo driver is faith driven because they have not, regardless the oppression, regardless the pain, they have never thrown themselves into a lagoon. I've never heard that a Danfo driver took his life. Interesting, right? Meaning that they have faith and hope much more than a lot of privileged people. Even though every day their dreams seem far away. A Danfo driver may not have enough money to fix his car. You would see him managing 2 wires together. No key to start that car. If your Danfo driver's car stops on the road, he has faith that that car is going to move. He knows, he's so adaptive. They are partial mechanics. He would try everything by himself. He doesn't give up. The Danfo driver teaches us to have hope. This young man that was trained by the sun, that never went to a classroom, does not see a problem and say, I can't overcome. Many of them sleep in their buses and bathe by the river and use the lagoon as their latrine. Many of them eat by the roadside, food that is not properly cooked, and somehow they believe that they will not be sick. They don't give up on themselves. A Danfo driver can be driving with a migraine and he would still drive that car. And he will still get to the destination. Somebody came and was talking about tax. I do not think that you are as taxed as a Danfo driver. One day I was in the bus and I nearly lost my steez. I saw the street tax collectors disturb this man bus stop by bus stop. Running after him, this person will collect 500. That person will collect 200. If you are not careful, these tax collectors will come to you, 3 at a time. Each one of them expecting you to give something. And like I said, I'm a curious person. I did a mental calculation of the number of people in the bus. And I calculated how much it costs, how much he's going to make from that bus ride. Then I minus the money that these tax collectors were collecting. I was tempted to give him some money because I was so angry. By the time we saw the fourth tax collector, I removed my sunshades and I had a masterful frown on it. Because in my mind I was, what? I do not think I would behave proper or speak properly if I was a danfo driver. Because if I was oppressed, as a danfo driver was oppressed, I may not have the resilience that they have. But let me not say what I do not know. On the flip side, in recent times, all here means overlooking self-growth. I spoke about how I spoke to a driver and I told him that I would like to train them for free. And I told you how he resisted it. The danfo driver overlooks self-growth. I remember being in lecture one day and somebody said, never trust a man who doesn't read. Please remember that people actually cast their votes by paying money to these men to drive you to your destination. It is a wrong message that you are sending to your brain. Because your brain is a what? Your brain is a what? You guys have been in my class for days. Your brain is a what? Your brain is a muscle. Your brain is a what? If you don't remember my name after these 20 days, remember that your brain is what?
Muscle.
Your brain is a muscle. A speaker spoke about training yourself, about gymming your body. And practically, I exercise. It's just that it will take a while for me to slim down. All right? But he said something that you cannot have a certain body if you do not train it, right? We are looking at the pictures that we see every day. If every day of your life you cast your vote to a certain type of person to drive you to your destination, at the time it is time for you to cast your vote for leadership, you will cast your vote for the same type of leader. I will describe how powerful this is. Sometime last year, a danfo driver came towards Yabatek with a white cap and a white shirt. Dark-skinned man, but very clean. And his car, not that it was painted, it was neat. People hesitated in taking that bus, but like I said, I'm a curious person. I did enter the bus because I thought, what a neat man. It's been a long time I've seen a neat danfo driver. I think when I entered, because people know me, they joined me. And this ride was amazing. The guy knew how to drive. I thought to myself, this guy loves himself. And so he drove neatly. There was no shouting, "Ẹ gbà mí o, ẹ rọra o, ẹ má ṣe báyìí." My chest was not beating, and I forgot to ask Jesus to take the wheel because I was at peace. And before he knew how to navigate the road, he knew the shortcuts. Before I opened and closed my eyes, I was at the bus stop. I think from that day on, news spread about him, and people started entering his bus. Only recently, sometime this year, I heard on Twitter that a young person said he cannot enter the bus of a neat driver. Do you realize the depth of that statement? We have learned not to trust neat people. Please, I will say it very slowly. We have learned not to trust neat people. Sometime when I was in university at Aguda, I lived in Surulere. There was this guy who I do not know why ended up as a Danfo driver, but spoke English very eloquently. Whatever could have lifed up on him. And so when you come to the bus, he will say, good morning, good morning, good morning, how are you, good morning. And he called the bus stop so eloquently. Oh my God. But guess what? People were angry with him. They were angry with him for wearing an iron shirt. They were angry with him for wearing iron trousers. They were angry with him for speaking eloquently. And they were often extremely rude to him. Because he was trying to level up. And we refused to level up. We cast him down. We cast him down. And this is what we do every day as a nation. Cast down those who try to level up. How can our country grow? Even online, we have trained our brains to refuse what is good. If somebody comes online, speaks eloquently, dresses well, if you read the comment section, the hatred to those who try to be different. He would give people's change politely. They will snatch it from him because their learned behavior cannot accept this character. Maybe this is why year in, year out, we vote people that disappoint us because we ourselves have not trained our mind to attract what is good. Because daily our learned behavior is looking for evil. I moved out of my mother's house, moved on to the island, and that was after graduation. 3 years later, I was visiting. I hadn't seen him for a while, but then I saw him again at the bus stop. Very skinny, his eyes red, his shirt not ironed. He was still wearing a shirt and wearing a trouser, but he was rumpled. And I saw him in a fight with another passenger. I realized this is our journey. Fragments of who we are. That man wanted to fight himself, but fought himself in the wrong place. One of our colleagues wrote a book, The Power of Atmosphere, by Kayode Ayomide. He said, your personal development atmosphere is not a one-time project. It is a lifelong commitment to adaptation, realignment, and renewal. Our country needs us to be committed, to realign, and to adapt to something new. But we need to start from the basics. Having a certificate is one thing, Knowing how to speak English is one thing, but we need to get to the grassroots. The very mental image of downfall drivers for children, for adults, for elders, for everyone is a terrible atmosphere. A bus signifies a journey, and this bus is a bright color, yellow. And when yellow gets into your eyes, you can't forget it. You start your morning as an enlightened person, casting your vote to someone who doesn't know so much, to take you to your destination. You are teaching your brain that just anyone can take you to your destination. In the UK, the bus color is red. Red is the color of the heart. The drivers wear blue. Blue is the color of the sky, and it is the color used to show navy, discipline, and many more. They wear navy blue with sky blue inside. The drivers have a knotted tie, and they are polite. They treat their customers politely. And when children enter that bus, adults enter that bus, the elderly enter that bus, it sends a signal into their brain to behave properly, and that proper behavior is appreciated. But unfortunately, in our nation, is proper behavior appreciated? We are all working together, collaborating, shining together. I once acted in a stage play. Disney was having some kind of franchise with a Nigerian stage community, high school musical. And one of the songs in the play was, "We are all in this together. Once we know that when we shine, we are all stars. And when we shine together, and we are all stars." If everybody is trying to outshine the other person in the nation, then there will be no stars. There are no bosses in this environment, and some of us have been here for almost 3 weeks. Or would I, 3 weeks, that's 21 days? Yeah, 3 weeks, realistically speaking. And there are no vehicles, no shuttles, no buses. For those of us that did not come with a car, the journey feels rather uncomfortable. You wouldn't want to navigate from one place to another. This shows you that bus transportation is essential. Downfall drivers are solving a major issue. They are solving the issue of transportation, and they cannot continue to be ignored because they are a part of our journey and they are a part of our story. Downfall drivers are strong. Downfall drivers are resilient. Downfall drivers study the seasons. They know the seasons, they understand the seasons, and guess what? They know the politics better than so many of us who are educated. Downfall drivers are opportunists, and they understand the meaning of scarcity and demand. When the fuel is scarce, they immediately increase their price. This is one thing about downfall drivers that I've known. Have you ever been in a ride and observed when two drivers are talking to each other? one driver passing by, the other driver passing by. And they have this signal communication when that one tells him that the price of fuel has gone up. That guy still has fuel. He has fuel in his tanker. And because he has heard that the price of fuel has gone up, he has not gone to buy new fuel. He has heard the price of fuel has gone up. He will increase his price immediately. They are very good businessmen. If a Danfo driver should get to a bus stop and there are more than 15 passengers there, or let me say 30 passengers, he knows his bus is not going to take more than 15. He wants to have the power of authority to select the 15 that will enter his bus. He will increase his price immediately. Therefore, drivers listen to the news. Let me ask us a sincere question. Who here has listened to the news this morning? You read. If you've read, if you've listened, raise your hand. You see, not a large majority. Not a large majority. What was the news today?
The news today, first of all, I saw the news about Nigerian Army. What do they call this thing? Partnership with Turkey.
Oh, wow.
Go and train some
Soldiers.
because of the soldiers.
That's old news. Please tell us the new you. Hezekiah. Okay. News has to be current. Now this is where we are going to. Okay. Are we together? All right. Danfo drivers have current news. Yes, they do. Even your Uber riders. The ones please, I'm getting somewhere. It's not all that bad, but it is bad. Do you get it? The guy who I told you of that doesn't know how to read and write was the one telling me certain news about Dangote when my mind was not there because my mind was working on overdrive. He was telling me about the refineries. I knew about the refineries. I knew what was happening, but a very recent news, he was the one that gave me. And guess what? I used it in class. Are we together? So they might not be educated, but they look for information. They care about what is happening in the nation, like we should. I do believe that we should seek to educate these ones. I have it on the back of my mind on one of my table projects. They deserve to be educated. They deserve to change because they are the ones that take our destinies where they go. And they are subconsciously shaping the minds of Nigerians. I think it is rather scary that we do not trust neat drivers. If we do not trust neat drivers on a daily, then how can we suddenly vote the driver of the nation? If every day we vote wrongly, we have subconsciously taught our brains to vote wrongly. And even if somebody said something that the devil is a liar, and even if he tries to say the truth, he can't say the truth. All right? That is just an art statement. So in other words, it means that if every day you vote wrongly, you suddenly want to vote right in 4 years, that is not possible. I would like the next speaker to be alert. Danfo drivers are solving a transportation problem consistently, honestly, for the last, I don't know, was there a time when you did not know a Danfo driver? Swore. Thank you very much. You took the song out of my mouth. So Danfo drivers have been solving the problem of transportation since the beginning of our lives. And they know everywhere. They navigate everywhere. I think we owe it to ourselves to solve the problem of who drives our destiny so that we can take our country on a better journey. And with that, I've already read it, my darling. Okay, sorry, give me a minute. Somebody wants me to read a story again. So I read this story earlier on, and since the audience is requesting, I'm going to do it again. The downfall driver is a child of the road, raised by the stubborn dust of Lagos and the restless horns that speak a language of their own. His hands darkened by the sun and steering. He knows the secrets of survival better than any classroom ever could. The road has been his teacher. It whispers to him in potholes and shouts at him in traffic. He is resilient like the Iroko tree that refuses to bow to the storm. And on that note, I would like to hand over or to pass on the microphone to the next speaker.
Thank you so much to our outgoing speaker. That was beautiful to listen. I think the last time I was here, she was also the speaker. Well, so it's a privilege and a great opportunity to receive the baton from the speaker. My name is Temitope Olasimono. I'm a lawyer and a writer. The other day I was here, I talked about human rights, and I did say that I didn't just come to educate us about human rights. I came to let us know that not just we personally have human rights, our neighbors have human rights. And I believe that has been said and there's no need to rehash the issue. So I did say that I am a writer, I'm an author as well. And so I'd be talking about a book, How to Ace Being a Nigerian. Because for the past 14 to 15 years that I've been a lawyer, I have been one thing constantly, apart from being a lawyer. From the days of my birth, I've been a Nigerian. And we've been told of many things that Nigerians can do or cannot do. And we've been told about things that are typical about Nigerians. Things, misnomers, as they would say, misrepresentations of us, because we believe that the larger sects of people are this way, and then so every Nigerian is that way. And if we're taught anything in philosophy and logic that I do recall is the concept of hasty generalizations. You could not say that because Ada and Ngozi are from Anambra and they are tall, that means every Igbo girl from Anambra is going to be tall. It's a hasty generalization. It just doesn't just add up. It's not like mathematics. It's not like French. It's not like, just about anything you can just compute together and just assume. Just like you can say tomatoes are basically red. Okay? Every individual has their room, and every individual, if I dare must say, is an exception to the general rule. The DNA proves that. So we're told about patience. I think that we must be patient with every person and the image, our perception of people. So going forward, like I said, the title of the book is How to Ace Being a Nigerian. And the subtitle is 37 over 40. Because over 37 years of my life, I had come to know some things. Yes? Do I look younger or older?
Way younger.
Oh, that's a miracle. Thank you very much. So I was turning 37 and I was inspired to write about my journey. I mentioned that I've been a lawyer for 14 years. And being a lawyer for 14 years, initially, the misnomer, to use that word once again, people will say lawyers are liars. And I served in Anambra State. And it became so, I already had the principles of integrity, because when I mean I have had the principles of integrity, I don't mean I'm perfect. Even moralists have loopholes. Moralists. Yes, you might not do the deed, but you might think the thoughts. A moralist can be patient, yes, but you are thinking many things in your head even before. So really, moralism is not the height of perfection. As a young child, when I was in junior secondary school, I had read the book The Incorruptible Judge. I had no idea that I was going to be a lawyer. I always wanted to be a writer, like Professor Wole Soyinka, always wanted to be. Still love the idea of being a writer. And so from that book, I promised myself that I would never, ever give a bribe. That was in junior secondary school. Like I said, I had no idea I was going to be a lawyer. And the book that inspired me was The Incorruptible Judge. Now, moving forward, we got to a point where we were writing exams. As you know it, oh my goodness. As you know it, we have what they call JAM and GCE. You know all of that, and you know about WAEC. And we know about special centers and all of that. And then it got to a point where, like I said, I may not have been a perfectionist, but I had resolved within my heart when I was given the offer of a special center. Thank you. When I was given the offer of a special center, I resolved in my heart that I would not take that escape route because I wanted to get into the university with my colleagues. And so again, the Lord helped me, and life proved me, and I didn't give in. Thankfully, I got into university in due course, even though it seemed like everybody who had taken the special center route got into uni before me. But fortunately, my set was the post-UME set, the very first ever in history. So I guess God rewarded, integrity. And finally, like I said, when I got to my National Youth Service core years, I just decided that now that I'm going to be a lawyer, having been called to the Nigerian bar, now that I was going to practice, I was never going to give a bribe. And I'm standing here, under God's grace, to say that those 14 years, I've never given a bribe and I've never received a bribe. And because of that, thank you very much. I've always touched on the subject. There are many things that I'm pretty much passionate about, like child protection, education, many other things I'm passionate about. But like I said, I've been a Nigerian all my life, and I'm passionate about that. And so when I got that inspiration to write the book, How to Hate Being a Nigerian, it was about the Nigerian ethos. We had a foray or a brief journey into the mind of the downfall driver and how it represents an imagery of how we regard life in Nigeria and how we take and make decisions. So going from that and jumping on that springboard, I'm going to give us some chapters on that book, How to Hate Being a Nigerian. The Nigerian has been perceived globally in a light that is often not true. We have phenomenal people. Thank you. We have phenomenal people who are Nigerians and doing great things. From Chinua Achebe to Professor Wole Soyinka to Chimamanda Adichie to Hilda Baci to a lot of Tunde Onakoya. We have great minds. Nigerians are great, but the misnomer once again has been the issue. And so the topic for today is the ethos, the Nigerian ethos. Nigerians are very gifted with language. We have over 300 languages. I think it's close to 400 in Nigeria. So language is not a problem for us in this nation. We are as colorful as the languages, and our languages are as colorful as us. But even amid the multi and the diverse languages that we have in Nigeria, we'll still find room for pidgin and colloquial manner of speaking. And when I mean colloquial manner of speaking, I'm talking about slangs. How many of us have heard about life nap ahead? How many of us have heard about sleeping on the bicycle? How many of us have heard about Agbabola? How many of us have heard no louder? How many of us have heard about soft life? How many of us have heard about the Joneses, the Otedolas? Okay, so we all agree that slangs and lingo, I think. In fact, I think there's recently I heard from quite a very funny source. It was a pastor, Pastor Kojoyema. They were asking him about the Gen Z slang he could relate with at the moment. And he said, that's TMO. That was the first time I heard. So Apparently, our dictionary of slangs just keeps in. It was so much and so voluminous that even they had to create the English version of Nigerian English. That's how much our language is rich. But our language is not just rich. Our language is full of wise sayings and philosophy. The way of our reasoning. And the only reason why someone can echo another thing that somebody else has said is because it resonates. It resonates because if something does not resonate, it will not catch on. If something does not make sense, we will not talk about it. Yes, it is what makes sense. So when I said the Nigerian ethos, it means that even in our casual speakings, there are deep meanings in what we say. So I will just go straight to pressure everywhere. It was a time it rang a bell. Pressure everywhere. And I would like to look at the inspirational side of that statement. Indeed, except if you're blind, deaf, and dumb, or you're a liar, you will deny that there's pressure in Nigeria. There's absolutely pressure. Standing at the bus stop in, Lagos State, there's pressure. Working 9 to 5 in Lagos, there's pressure. Traveling states, there's definitely pressure. But the flip side and the inspirational side of this statement is that the fact that there is pressure everywhere does not mean you must be pressured. It's like saying that someone who just found that she's 3 months pregnant upon visiting the hospital, and here's another person in that same hospital pushing in the labor room, should start to feel pressure on herself and start to think, oh my goodness, that's one pregnant woman in the delivery room. There's so much pressure. Do you know if she applies pressure to herself, the one in her first trimester, do you know it will lead to a miscarriage? So the fact that everybody is spreading a lingo does not mean that that lingo must catch on with you in the wrong manner. So pressure everywhere is not just that things and people are moving. Your counterparts and contemporaries are moving ahead and life is going fast. The right pressure should be for you to know your time and your season. Like we say, let everybody be on their lane. Do not say because there's pressure everywhere. There's a difference between a tomato and an apple. They might both be red, but they have different times of sprouting. So you must know your season. So the next thing I would like to talk about is under our usual lingo is the word JJC. I don't know if anybody knows the full meaning of JJC. Oh, brilliant. Very brilliant. So JJC means jolly, just come. And for our viewers, in case anybody is watching and you're wondering, jolly, just come, it just really means a newbie, a novice, someone who's just in the Nigerian terrain. But when I was thinking about it, and she talked about the fact that we are not accustomed with proper behavior. And I realized while I was writing that it's funny that we think that people that don't know how to act smart and brash or streetwise are the JJCs. So does that mean that the Nigerian nation is so inverted that he expects that everybody must be a gra-gra person? Are we the JJCs of the world, or the world is the JJC really? It's for us to think about. The fact that you don't argue your way into conversations, the fact that you don't clamp down other people at the bus stop, the fact that you don't yell at the conductor when he's owing you your change, does that make you a JJC? That's up for us to decide. That's up for us to decide. And casually I stated here that JJC is just like a solo person. A solitaire, can I use that word solitaire? A solo person that seems to be, unaccustomed with the way things are going in society. But we must, just like the word pressure everywhere, must be very careful not to fall into, not to get lost in the crowd. In as much as we are trying to blend into society, we must be careful. We must retain our uniqueness, like our DNAs. We must be loyal. The next chapter I'd like to reflect on is keeping up with the Joneses and Otedolas. The saving culture is so powerful in Nigeria. I believe, even though it looks as if we like to enjoy ourselves, we like to buy suya, we like to buy asun, small chops, but Nigerians save. I recall that when many years ago, sometimes in 2008, my brother saved up to buy a Sony Ericsson phone. That was a big deal then. It had this very beautiful camera that looked very like a round revolving camera at the back. It was top notch. And it still happens today. I see a lot of Gen Zs, with due respect to them, saving up so much. And they have big phones. Not all of them are thieves. Some of them legitimately saved up. But there's a difference between a Gen Z or millennial or whatever that saves up and someone who has earned that right. I'm going somewhere. I'm not talking about discrimination. I'm saying that there's this tendency that we want to be, like they call it a wannabe. I see an $10, I want to have his shoes, I want to have his phone. Having his shoes and having his phones and having the kind of clothes he wears does not mean I have attained that status. And someone did say that why pretend when you can actually become something? This is what I mean. You know, I can smile and act nice. And because my motive is wrong, I've not earned a star. I have not become exceptional. I'm only pretending. But the same effort I put into being nice and pretensive is the same effort if I originally, okay, like for example, I'm seeing someone about to fall or someone carrying that bag. The same thing a pretender would do is the same thing that an actual person would do. It's just the motive that counts. So why waste your time being a pretender when you can actually use that same time to become it? So in trying to be like the Otedolas and the Joneses, let's not copy the final output. Let's go through the process. And someone talked about Mr. Easy marrying Temi Otedola. It wasn't an iPhone that got him to marry Temi Otedola. It wasn't all of the vibes and all of the swag that got him. He had businesses. He had a working mind. And Temi Otedola is not a stupid person. She's not a bimbo. She's pretty smart and very intelligent. Yeah. So I'm saying that even if you must catch up with, we've been told that there's no longer a middle class. We now have the rich and we have the poor. But even if you must catch up with the rich, don't do it just with your gadgets. Also, make sure your mindset is also evolving. The way we up our gadgets, we up our phones, the iOS, the operating system, we must level up thinking wise. Then another topic here, or another chapter in that book, How to Ace Being a Nigerian, is resist the urge to shalaye. Remember that statement. Now, the court of law, when you go to court, there are two boxes, apart from where the judge sits, where the lawyer sits, but there are two boxes where people will stand in court. Everybody else is sitting in courts, except for two sets of people, a witness or an accused person or defendants. A witness is someone who is come to give evidence in court. An accused person is someone who has been accused of a crime. A witness is just to come and testify that this is the truth or this is my own version of the truth. An accused person has a case hanging on him, and if that case is proven against him, it will go to jail. Now, when you get into court, a court of law, because you are, allow me to use the word a JJC, you might not know the difference between a dock where a witness stays or where an accused person stays. Where a witness stays is called the witness box. The accused person stays in the dock. Now, in life, sometimes, because there's pressure on us, because people will misunderstand us sometimes we become the accused person instead of becoming the witness. And here's what I mean. And that's when that statement, resist the urge to shalaye. In law, he who asserts must prove. So if someone is making a false allegation against you, or people are misunderstanding you all the time, do not apply unnecessary pressure on yourself to prove yourself. Time will always tell. Resist the urge to become an accused person. Testify of what you know of yourself. Let your word speak for you. I remember one time I was working in judiciary, and there was this girl. We're on two different extremes. She was we have our what they call it, our temperament, sanguines, choleric. She was sanguine, and I have my own, whatever category that is. I will not mention. But someone had an issue with me, a secretary of one of the justices, and she said, and even though this girl was an assistant like me, a judicial assistant like me, she told her boss that she knows Stockwell, even though we are now 5 and 6. She said she knows me, that whoever it is, whatever happened, she doesn't know the story, but she knows that it wasn't me that caused the trouble. This was not my fave. She was not my person, but she was telling someone else, and that's it. You must know when you defend yourself, because you look at celebrities, a lot of accusations are leveled against people on a daily. You must know when to dissect and when to turn up and stand for yourself. And with that said, I just want to encourage us that as a Nigerian, 1 out of every 5 black people, yes, 1 out of every 5 black people in the world is a Nigerian. If we were Coca-Cola, or if we were Waffles, or if we were Walmarts, or all those global brands, do you know that that's big? Imagine if you had a product, out of every 5 people in the world had that product. Do you know that you are made? Yeah. But is it not interesting that 1 out of every 5 black people all over the world is a Nigerian? 1 out of every 5 black people. That shows us that if we're on the stock exchange, we're big. But I'm asking you and I'm asking myself, we're viral. It shows on our YouTube sessions. YouTube videos that we see, a lot of foreigners trying to mimic Nigerians. They find the way we talk funny. Even the Kenyans, even the Zimbabweans, they all find us funny. Nigeria is almost like the African country that shakes the world. But having said that, beyond all these colloquial slangs and our manner of speaking, we must not just thrive in the Olympics. We must not just thrive in UEFA. We must not just thrive during football. You know, sometimes it's football that brings us together. Football, like they'll call it in proper English. Those are the things that we seem to thrive on. But as Nigerians, we must take it a step further and begin to be, they say the Nigerian has sense, right? We're very sharp. You can almost not cheat a Nigerian. You can almost not cheat a Nigerian. We don't like cheating. Nigeria can give you 5,000 on the spot, but you dare not dupe a Nigerian of 5 naira. It's very painful because our mind is wired to believe that we are smart. In fact, we are so smart that it seems that those people that shake the world in terms of financial crimes and all of that, on what they call it, fraud, criminal fraud, cyber fraud, it's Nigerians. That, even though we say the Oyimbos are pretty much smart, but somehow it's still just Nigerians. Yes. Having said that, what I'm really trying to say is that even in our casual manners of speaking, like the ethos, our slangs, and all of that, it's high time we level up. Let's just give casual slangs. Let's not just give all of that. Let's begin to, dare the world with the way the Nigerian thinks, and let's be the forerunners. Thank you so much. So I'd like to pass to the next speaker. I'm really grateful once again.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Has my friend Igor Ferren gone? Oh, he has gone. Oh my goodness, I wasn't here. Nobody told me. Okay. In about 10 minutes, we would have wrapped up the 15 minutes, the 10 minutes. In about 10 minutes, we would have effectively concluded 19 days of this attempt, and we'll hit the home stretch. Some have said we should actually add one more day to it. My pet is, did I just notice a change in countenance? So what I really want to speak to this moment, I know I've not had enough time to actually speak. When we designed this attempt, there was a lot of conversation about how many hours as the dean that I'd have to do. In fact, I thought that there was this running idea that I would actually be the insurance policy. But it's turned out that I have become a no-show policy. But that's good, and I think that's how things should be. For me, at the level that I am at in speaking, I think that my biggest responsibility is to groom as many young speakers and help them find professional speaking pathways. And hopefully, Jamie Nolan will give out some information to that effect tomorrow. I know we're having some conversations around that, and especially for those young people who have endured these 20 days and showed so much commitment, and you've been so consistent. You've literally showed up, held the line, and determined that this would be your success as well. And that's how it should be. And personally, I feel very fulfilled that it has played out this way. And that's why sometimes I come out, I want to speak, but I see the lineup, and I'm like, okay, let them have at it. So I'm very pleased about it. And for me, it's experiment. It's experimental. It's an experiment in many ways. And as I've told you, I like to conduct experiments. I like to do things, try things out. And I'm very pleased that this experiment is taking on a particular shape. And one of the things that I'll be doing after this attempt is that every month, every one of you that has been part of this ecosystem, I'll be devoting at least, if not an entire day, at least half a day every month to you through a specialized mentorship program. It would likely be something couched around part of what we do at the NSA, which is the Speakers University, and built, along that line. So that's the thinking. I hope we can start in May. Hopefully I would have caught my breath and we can start in earnest. That is a commitment that I make. It's the only way I can also pay it forward to give back in a way and manner that I've had the privilege of having been mentored and supported on my own journey. So, before we hit our milestone, let's look at something that is of very high importance to me, especially when I encourage professionals from all walks of life. And it's from the statement I read many years ago during my early years as a publisher. The statement was made by an American jurist by the name Oliver Wendell Holmes. And he said that every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. And ever since I read that statement, it triggered something inside of me. Because when I started, I was starting out on a profession that didn't really make sense 26, 27 years ago. It was a profession that, for some reason, gave a lot of people around me very serious concerns in terms of where is he going, what is he trying to accomplish, how is he going to get there. I said I wanted to go into speaking. Think about it. Today, speaking is commonplace. Everybody wants to be a motivational speaker. Everybody. In fact, I've been so amazed at the flood of interests that we've had. Keep in mind that we didn't run any ads for this Guinness World Record attempt. We didn't go into any publicity frenzy concerning this attempt. It was an enclosed arrangement. As I speak to you, there's so many speakers we've had to turn down because we have entered the home stretch. Everybody wants to speak. Many people want to just get on the platform, present, showcase themselves, articulate their thoughts. In fact, I'm even toying with an idea. I guess we'll probably start it with this group. I don't know whether to leak it out now because we're live streaming. But I think when we meet in May, I will formally talk about it. Let's just leave that cat in the bag for the time being. Sometimes disclosure can have its downsides. I think a lawyer just finished speaking, and you can just say something that at the end of the day you might find yourself stuck. So we live in a world where certain professions are glamorized. I remember back in my time, before I went into university, the professions then that were celebrated, medicine. In fact, my mother's dream was for me to become a medical doctor. Every time she took ill, she always looked up to me as if that illness would wait for me to finish going to medical school and come back and be the doctor that would attend to her. That was her dream. But you see, when you have certain dreams, be prepared also for life as a factor in all of it. And that's why I mentioned earlier on, I think during my last speech, I talked about pragmatism, I talked about objectivity and orientation to reality. It doesn't negate vision, it doesn't negate dreams, it doesn't negate goal setting, but it allows you to manage and to navigate your way through life as you head towards your destination. So we live in a world where people rank professions. This one is prestigious. When you mention, I'm a doctor, I'm sure the doc here will tell you, anytime he introduces himself as a doctor, it's like people suddenly look to him differently. It's a lot more prestigious. That's the profession. There's a respect that goes with it, traditionally. And there are others, they say, that one is ordinary. This profession is more elite than the other. You say, I'm a lawyer. Instantly, the countenance of the person around you changes. Let me shock you with some interesting joke. When I started motivational speaking in 2000, I was publishing and speaking. I told you the last time I would print out flyers. I used to do a lot of posters back then. You see a poster of me, my picture. So if I was going to Festac that month, we used to call them impact seminars. Impact seminars. I would go from one part of Lagos to the other. I'll do Surulere, do Ikeja. If I did Surulere this month, next month would be Ikeja. Then the month after would be Festac or Satellite. I was always moving every 2 weeks. It was a fortnightly, called it impact seminar. So I had a calendar of topics that I treated during each of those impact seminars. And it used to hold on Sundays after service at about 4 p.m., 4 to 6 p.m. So if I was going to Festac, we would actually print flyers and print posters for Festac. During that time, because I had just started, I never had an office. My friend, who was my school father back then in secondary school, Pastor Sisi, had a church along Ogulano Drive. So that used to be my office where I squatted and published from. And something happened this particular day. Some 2 other pastors came to see him. And we started to introduce ourselves. I'm Pastor this, I'm the pastor of this church. Now, I'm the guy that said I didn't want to become a pastor. I'm the guy that said you can't ordain me, even though my church tried ordaining me 3 times. And those 3 Sundays were the Sundays I never went to church. I just told them, look, just let me be. I have some clarity as to how this should be. And let me be clear about this. No pastor should combine motivational speaking with pastoral work. Pure and simple. There's nothing anybody, those two don't go together. A pastor is not a motivationalist. Any pastor that is motivating people is not different from if I called Liz and gave her a topic on how to achieve your goals. She could do the same thing. Now, we all need motivation, but you see, the work of a pastor is purely spiritual. So it's misplacement of priorities. As far as functional occupation is concerned, that line has to be drawn. So I was very clear back then. Now, don't take offense. I'm not attacking anybody in particular. I'm just addressing. I'm not even attacking. It's not an attack. It's a statement of how things ought to be. And I'm not particularly a very diplomatic person, because the nature of the work that I do, especially when I work with entities or individuals, is to solve problems. So I have to be very as direct as possible. So, we all gathered and there was this introduction going on. 3 pastors. My pastor friend introduced himself. Remember, I told you I was squatting. I was using his church as my office. And the other pastor too introduced himself. Oh, I am Pastor so. This is my church in Maryland. And the 3rd pastor introduced himself. Then it came to me. And I introduced myself. I said I'm Ubogesian and I'm a speaker, a motivational speaker and all of that. So I left. When I left, the other pastors then asked my friend, in pidgin, and I'm going to actually dramatize it. He asked, he said, Pastor Sisi, what is that your friend saying they do again? For want of a better expression, my friend, Pastor Sisi, said, now pastor, where they preach one kind message. It was very funny how it played out. So back then, there was still a lot to be unpacked, to be understood, and to be appreciated. And it goes to the heart of this statement by Oliver Wendell Holmes, that every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. Not some professions. Every profession. So it is a misplacement of functional reasoning to say one profession is greater than another. It's a misplacement. And I'm saying this because there are some of you here who will, at this very moment in time, be toying with or reflecting, considering, experimenting around certain fields of human endeavor that you want to elevate professionally. And it is to encourage you. So we want to, from the statement of Oliver Wendell Holmes, what he did was he flipped that script. When people said this profession was more elite than the other, when people said this field was much more prestigious than the other, and that the guy at the gate was only engaged in what could be termed an ordinary profession or an inferior line of work, Oliver Wendell Holmes flipped that script completely with that statement that every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. So the greatness is not tied to the profession. The greatness is tied to the pursuit. The pursuit. And that's the difference. To the pursuit, the energy, the commitment, the level of involvement, the investment, the focused effort, and the never say die attitude to stick to that field of endeavor long enough to keep tilling night and day, to keep plowing again and again and again. That is what this is about. Are we there yet? I'm seeing everybody raising their phones. I thought you were raising the phones on me. I didn't know that. Okay, so how many more seconds? Where is your camera? Your camera should be picking the audience. You'll be picking the audience from there. All right. So we've officially concluded day 19, and so we've hit the home stretch as we go for day 20. So we have 24 hours left, meaning that by this time tomorrow we should be wrapping up and then await Guinness World Records response to our efforts. But let's come back to our conversation. So, there are no small professions, there are only small pursuits. It's like what Martin Luther King Jr. said. He said, if a man is called to be a floor sweeper, what should he do? He should sweep the floor as Beethoven composed what? Music. He should sweep the floor as Michelangelo did what? Painted. He should so sweep the floor that the host of heaven will stand up and chorus that here lived a floor sweeper that did what? That did his work very well. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. You cannot and you should not undermine yourself. You cannot and you should not undercut whatever it is that you find yourself drawn to doing. Do not look down on whatever skills you might have that might not be commonplace. If it's a problem you're solving, if it's a niche you find yourself in. I tell people the only work I've ever done is to speak. At the core of it. Practically all of my professional life, I've been driven by speaking. My friend Bidemi here will attest to it. Bidemi was with me from the very beginning, from ground zero. He knows. He's speaking. All the bills that I've ever had to pay. I even joked when I was dating my wife that it's my speaking fees that will pay your. Yes. Because there was some concern and some worry. What work does he do? That's my fees. Essentially, every opening, every advancement, every new vista of my life has always been opened through speaking. Every recognizance that I've had, every reference, whatever it is anyone is going to say about me, it derives its source from my work as a speaker. And that's why I want to have this conversation about understanding that the real crux of any profession is actually the pursuit. It's the pursuit. It could be a profession within an existing profession, perhaps a niche that no one is paying attention to. Today in the legal profession, you now have what is called ADR. Many years ago, that was something in that legal field, most of the thought leaders in that space could not accept. I mean, we're talking dispute here. It's a zero-sum game as far as the law is concerned. I want us to understand that. In fact, it's that zero-sum game that guarantees equity. You got it wrong, so you pay. There's no room for amicability. But some guys came up with arbitration. Why don't we try this? We could still achieve a measure of justice that satisfies various parties. And today I know lawyers who don't even litigate. They've never even seen the four walls of any courtroom unless taking the final agreements from their arbitration to formalize in court. There are now fellows of the Institute of Arbitration. You need to practice to a certain level. That's like being an SAN in that field. It's because it was greatly pursued. It wasn't because arbitration was a welcome profession ab initio. It was greatly pursued. And I'm going somewhere with this. When we have that reasoning, that mentality, it changes the game. It is the pursuit that makes a profession great. So, if we are ever going to experience greatness in any field, in any matter at all, it is not something that is going to be assigned to us. We must apply ourselves to it totally. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. So, how does a profession become truly great? When does a profession become truly great? And further down the line, we'll look at the evolutions of professions and what were the key triggers for their elevation from a once consigned to nothingness, or once disregarded, or once without reputation, now so elevated that like a magnet, it's attracting millions of people to those professions. First, the moment you begin to take it seriously, then you're on the path to having that profession become truly great. I was very serious about speaking, professional speaking. It was non-negotiable. Now, if I did not go to church on the 3 Sundays they wanted to ordain me as a pastor, they tried it the first Sunday. I got wind of it through one of the elders. I mean, of course, I had some journalistic background, so I know how to investigate. I didn't show up. A few months later, they tried to spring another ordination. I think I was on my way to church that day. And then, I remember I used to trek to church, and someone said something. And before going in, I just went back. I think I forgot something. That was how I went back. I didn't forget anything. And then the third time, I never went. So within a period of about 6 months, my pastor knew I was serious about not being ordained. Who knows? Maybe tomorrow I'll go into the ministry. We never know. It's a calling. But at that point in my life, I was very serious. I was dead serious about it. Until they had to give up and formally announced it. That this guy does not want to be seen in this light. And that was how they let my people go. So it's about taking it seriously. And secondly, before I even go to the second part, taking it seriously means that you pour yourself into it. When you are doing something on a very serious note, trust me, everyone around you sees it. They get the memo. They understand what it means. They know you're not playing around. You're not fooling around. For you, the stakes have become very high. Some of you might have to micro-zone yourself into niches within existing overall professions. to become laser focused, and then pursue with greatness. Pursue it greatly. So that's seriousness. Then, apart from pursuing it or taking it seriously, you must execute with excellence. You must execute excellently. What does it mean? It means that you must be willing to do your homework, to know what it takes, to do it so well. If there are mistakes, you correct and get back to it. Seek to be very flawless at it. Challenge yourself. Judge yourself critically when you don't put in your very best. Because this is something you have made up your mind to take very seriously. Excellence is always an investment. It means you are thorough, you're intentional. It means there are very clear standards, and you're not going to compromise on those standards. For instance, people ask me, whenever I'm asked to come do a speech, I remember it was about 6 years ago. Hold on, I did 3 years. Hold on, not 6 years ago, maybe 7 or 8 years ago. I've already done 3 years post my time at NIMASA. I did 3 years in NIMASA, that's 6 years. We're talking about almost 10 years ago. I was invited by DHL to handle their annual sales conference. And they just spoke with me over the phone. We've seen your profile, we'd like you to come and speak. How much is your fee? And they were shocked. I said, that's not how I work. Schedule a meeting. They were like, oh, this is our theme, this is our topic. I said, no, I don't work that way. I had to meet with the chief executive and the top 3 guys. And we spent about 2 hours just having meaningful conversations. Why? Because it had to be designed. As professional speakers, there's a way we go about what we do that marks or hallmarks excellence. When I finished the sales conference, that was, I think, about 10 years ago, 2006, 2007, if I remember, we're operating out of GRE back then. When we finished, immediately the operational unit signed up at the event. The head of operations was there and said, no, you can't only do this for this. We want the same treatment. When I finished, the director of sales told me, Upo, you're coming back next year. We had not even left the stage. I handled DHL for 4 years. In fact, the 5th year, they were not too happy because I'd been appointed as a special advisor to the DG of NIMASA, strategy and communication. And they said, no, if that's your first year, before we let you go, I had to request permission from the director general. I said, look, I still have to go back to DHL. Okay, Ayodele is not here. When we went to see DHL in January, we went to just see the executives, and they took me around. They were simply telling me, your boys, with all of our records, we have crushed them. We have crushed them. And your boys, because that's what they call them. Once I get there, your boys are killing it. Now, I've not been there for about 3 years. But you could see the impact of 4 years. The point we're making is that understanding of whatever you're doing, commit to do it excellently. That's it. You cannot trifle or trifle with standards. That's what excellence is about. Then the next point is you must pursue it relentlessly. You must be tireless. Whatever it takes, wherever it can be found. you pay that price. You go back again and again and again. You operate so indefatigably, tirelessly. These three things. Seriously, I don't want to say as serious as a heart attack, but it's somewhere near there. Excellently, the devil is in the details. The devil is in the details, the fine margins, the standards below which you will never allow yourself to perform. And then relentlessly, knowing that I am in this for the long haul. Good or bad. When I feel high, I'm in it. When I feel low, we go again even harder. That is how you pursue greatly. So the dignity of work is determined by the quality of the pursuit. So if you ask me, maybe I could tell you conservatively, perhaps maybe 50% or 60% of whatever I earned as a speaker always went back into professional growth. Always. As proof of relentlessness, when, as a young entrepreneur coming up, when I made my first million, I remember scanning the check and sending it to all my mentors. Scanned it. And I remember sending it to Professor Pat, who told me, the then MD of Cadbury, Mr. Bumuni, a lot of them. And the email was, I have made my first million. Wow. It was like, they were also excited. But you know what? Virtually everything was plowed back. And that's what I mean by relentlessly. Was plowed back excellently into opportunities to learn and to grow. I'll get on a plane, Stephen Covey doing a leadership program in Dubai, buy my ticket, pay the course fee. We're talking about thousands of US dollars. I'm off for 3 days, 4 days. As I'm coming back, there were no digital uploads or downloads. If you come, this is just one of my libraries. We see the one we have here in this conference hall. I've got like 3 of these size, scattered in different places. I'll come back with all kinds of materials, DVDs. I still have plates of discs, CDs, books. It's not that you get to read all those books, and please don't let anybody deceive you. Let's be clear about it. It's the truth. Look, one of the things I help people understand is we've got to be very honest about life. The goal of this, nobody should be on any pedestal. Okay, nobody. Nobody should be on any pedestal. We're just here to inspire each other. That's it. The moment you start pedestaling people, you fall into a trap. There's someone out there that does things in a unique way that inspires you, and that's it. You don't need to hero worship. Be inspired, of course, be respectful, that's okay. That's the whole idea. That's why I mentioned the last time about seeking validation. It's a false mechanism. You don't have to. Respect, learn from, be inspired, be challenged. Because if you're constantly seeking validation, it may take you forever to find your path. You've got to go out there and make some mistakes. You can get counsel to guide you, to enable you navigate. Not to serve as the trigger. Because each and every one of you here has got human agency. You've got your own volitional choices. Designed and plugged into you by God. So I was very, very relentless. Oh, Stephen Covey, the next thing, it would be Gary Hamel. I'm sure these are very old men, most of them white old men. But those were the leaders, the thought leaders during that time. Wherever they were, I went. Just to learn, to grow. That's what we mean. We're talking about what? Every profession is truly great. That is what? Greatly pursued. You have to make up your mind. Very early. Greatly pursued. Relentlessly. And so the dignity of that work, of that field, is determined by the quality of the pursuit. Sometimes it's not the quality of the qualification. Now it's okay. It's really good, it's really okay if you make a first class. Is anyone here who has a first class, who came out with a first class? Who's here? Okay. Okay, you made first class. Okay, fantastic. That's good. That's fantastic, and that's great. So it gives you, that because it shows the drive for very high achievement, which is fine. That's just one box ticked. But you see, the difference is you can make the first class, but someone else deploys the highest quality of pursuit in the same field. The pursuit of that profession itself. And they truly become great, if not greater. You see the difference? That's why we're not, you need the qualification as your baseline. Let's understand that. There are things that we need to have as baseline. But in the ultimate quest for the outcome, it is the quality of the pursuit that will make that world of a difference if greatness is to be attained in that space. And that is what Oliver Wendell Holmes is telling us. This was no pushover of a man. He was a jurist. He was a Supreme Court judge. So he knew what he was saying. So the dignity of work is determined by the quality of the pursuit. So I'm asking you, what is the quality of your pursuit? Now, if your pursuit is driven energy-wise by mediocre, average, tepid, lukewarm effort, that profession in your hands will not become truly great. You might have what can be considered a great qualification. You might have great opportunities, great networks, great contacts. You might have great environment as well. But it is the pursuit, greatly pursued, that translates all of these into that greatness. So it's the mindset that has got to come in and channeled in the right way. So let's look at some case studies, some interesting case studies of how ordinary professions became elite professions. One of my favorite, I think my very first in terms of examples, is the sport known as boxing. Boxing used to be tagged as a mob-dominated sport. Please take note. As a what? Mob-dominated sport. So when we say something is mob-dominated, what comes to your mind? Thuggery. Thank you very much. What else? Violence. Mm-hmm. Gangsterism, yes, possibly. Responsible. Of course, you see that these adjectives are trending negative. But that was until a young athlete entered the boxing ring by the name Muhammad Ali. By the name Muhammad Ali. And what did he do with boxing? He brought in beauty and what I would call balletic precision. You know ballet dancing? You know how they train those skinny little girls to twist and turn and twirl, sometimes up to just one toe. What do you call your first toe now? Sorry? Yes, tip toe. All of those. And he took that into the boxing ring. He didn't just stop there. He took poetry into the boxing ring. I am the greatest. I said it before I knew I was. I am the double greatest. He brought in all of those elements and made artwork out of his footwork. In fact, he introduced footwork into boxing. He brought in crafts. He brought in artistry. He made the mobs he was fighting, the mob-dominated opponents, wonder, is this guy coming here to play? We want to kill you. And you're here doing like this. You're doing like this. You're almost dancing. And those ones were going as if with a hammer. Where is he? Let's pound him. But he'll dodge. Once he dodges as you come, he'll just give you one small punch there. And then go back. That's what he began to do. And the elite began to take an interest in boxing. And before we knew it, those who would drive off with their Lexus began to what? Buy front row seats. And when those kind of people buy front row seats, what do you think they pay for those front row seats? They pay a premium. That's what they do. And before you know, as they begin to take interest, the entire sport began to assume a different color, a different shape, a different outlook. He introduced the rope-a-dope. How to avoid being hit. He could buy time inside the ring and wear you out. Today, I dare some of you will be willing to try boxing, even if it is just one round. Let them pound me very well, because I know that at the end of it all, what's going to happen? I'll cash out. I can spend 10% of it to treat myself, and then the remaining 90% are made for life. Somebody pursued it greatly. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. From mob-dominated, today we now have our own Anthony Joshua. There was a Nigerian before Anthony Joshua. What was his name? Apart from, yes, but it was Bashali, Samuel Peter. Today everyone wants a share of what boxing has to offer. While Muhammad Ali was doing that inside the ring, another guy outside the ring who was serving time in prison was doing that for the promotion of boxing. Who can? Who knows the person? No, Don King. He was mastering the art. That look, instead of selling this ticket as if we're selling bus tickets, you know those agberos that collect tickets or that harass downfall drive, whatever they call them, and they fight over it. He said, there's a way this can be done. And rather than collecting a few $100 here and there, there's a way this can be pursued so greatly that we can cash out in millions of dollars. Don King, who was serving time in prison, you know what he was doing while in prison? Don King was reading. When he came out of prison, he said, most people go into prison to serve time. In prison, I did not serve time. I made time to serve me. I was reading. You see what I meant when I said you have to be excellent You have to be relentless. You have to take it seriously. Speaking is a serious business. It became a very serious business for me. It became a serious issue. It showed in the way I engage with people. Oh, come and give us a speech. Oh, give us a speech. How long? 30 minutes and show up. No. No, it's too serious. But for me to do that, I had to learn from the very best globally to know how to go about it. So you can see within just boxing alone, 2 men from different parts of the entire boxing profession turned it into a truly great profession. You could see how Nigeria rushed to ensure that nothing happened to Anthony Joshua last December. Immediately the accident happened. All efforts, CNN was already on it. Why? Because that profession is truly great, that has been greatly pursued. They called him the British, they didn't even call him Nigerian British, they said the British American what? Boxer, heavyweight, to the point where boxing became categorized, segmented. Pick your lane, pick your weight category. When things get to that level, that profession has entered the sphere of greatness. From ordinary street fights became elite sports. Spawning betting agencies. In fact, markets would have to predict, and people will have to stake their monies on fights. Primetime media coverage. The list goes on and on. For a once mob-dominated sport. That's why there's no doubt, as far as boxing is concerned, you cannot but call Muhammad Ali the greatest. Yes, to many he was very loud-mouthed, loose-lipped, but that's because he understood what it meant to truly pursue that profession greatly. He got that memo. It resonated with him. There was clarity. Look, I am serious about this sport, to the point that he had to take on the entire American government when they seized his boxing license because he refused to fight in the Vietnam War. Fought the American government right up to the Supreme Court and won, to be able to get back into the ring. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. Let's look at a few more other professions. I'm sure back in the day, if your younger brother said he wanted to become a footballer in your home, your parents were thinking of which psychiatric hospital to send him to. Now mention you want a career in football. Trust me, it is the parents, everybody will come round. Please, we need you, go. Because, what did you call it? Yes. Is that what they call it? Yes? Yes, Ronaldo. You can become our own Ronaldo. See how heavily invested we are now in football. That was what? A street round leather game. People pursued these professions with greatness. Let's look at content creation. As much as I personally do not like the concept, I'm a very pragmatic person. I personally, somehow something in me just says, look, I really don't like this business. No, that because there's just so many room for abuse and what have you. But then people within it have to. It requires people, pursuit with greatness is the best way to provide the leadership that elevates this to such high levels. And we've seen it already. I don't like it for the fact that if there's an accident right now, rather than people joining hands to help, everybody brings out their mobile phones to film. But today, it was once seen as what unserious and a hobby level. But today, you have influencers. In fact, there was one influencer. Where's Kachi? Kachi, are you in the room? I think there was a time as we were preparing for this, and they said, oh, they want to reach out to influencers, blah, blah, blah. Okay, let's reach out to them. And there's one that said he's going to charge 2.4 million naira. And I said, for what? I said, for what? I said, just 2.4 million naira. For what? I was shocked. I didn't even know they collect so much. They charge so much. I said, well, I don't want that kind of influence. But then it says something about what is happening in that space. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. Now you have global brands, monetized platforms, so much going on. In that space of content creation. Like in every profession, there will be downsides. There will be bad actors. In every profession. We find a lot of that also in that space, but notwithstanding, when my daughter, she's almost done in her final studying mass communication. How old was she then? Grace was what? How old? I think she was about 11. When she said to me that I want to become a YouTuber, this was 10 years ago. Maybe I wish I had even listened. Because it just sounded so crazy. Where did you get this from? I had to sit her down with the mom, trying to get her to, hey, come on. This is where you're heading. But then, YouTubers today, maybe if I had allowed her to be a YouTuber. Because now I'm doing, at least people are watching this on YouTube. Yes, maybe by now would have been monetizing all that we are doing. Maybe these 20 days, if each day we earn maybe like $15,000, do they pay them that much? I'm not sure. Yes, I know that. A lot of people say each day is $10,000, $1,000, whatever it is, conservatively. 70,000 every month. You see? So just think about it. But the point I'm making is this. The point I'm making is that every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. And so we shouldn't look down on any potential field of human endeavor. We shouldn't. What it requires is pursuit. Let's look at entertainment. Look at the way someone like Fela Anikulapo Kuti pursued Afrobeat. With so much advocacy, he intertwined it into our lives, our daily human experiences. Look, as much as we celebrate the current generation of musicians, let me tell you, virtually everything that Fela sang about remains an eternal classic, and I'm talking humanistically. Are you going to talk about suffering and smiling? It's almost as if the guy was, prescient. Which other ones? Let's pick that one back. Yeah? Zombie, that's another one. Another one. Okay, the one. Which other ones? African one, you can list it virtually from track to track. He pursued it. He pursued it so greatly. It sounded strange. He himself looked bizarre in his performance. But was he relentless?
No.
He was relentless in that pursuit. Was he serious? He was serious. And was he excellent? Yes, he was. In fact, after singing sometimes, I even admired him more listening to his playing the sax. From the sax, he would hit the keyboard. There's a level of excellence. And keep in mind that he went to a music school in the UK, if I remember. Correct me if I'm... you went to a music school in the UK? So you can see that these things are very important. Whatever you want to do, tick those 3 boxes. Seriousness, its excellence, and then be relentless. Be relentless. Those 3 things, over time, will transform whatever was once considered a no-go area into a field of concern, of particular concern. A profession of particular concern. And in so doing, to actually cement Fela's greatness, there is no player, no musician in the Afrobeat genre that cannot but owe whatever success they have today to who? To Fela and Kula Kuti. There's none. Even if you want to pretend and project yourself as self-made, your fans will tell you your history, your roots is in the work that Fela did. Are we going to talk about what? Nigeria's movie industry? See where it is today. That it has now achieved its own designation as Nollywood. Time will fail me to talk about several other fields of human endeavors. I think I still have another list here. Photography. Let me tell you something very interesting about this one in particular. I have a student that I coach, very high-profile individual, who's about to mark a milestone birthday. This was about 3 weeks ago. And he's a very comfortably wealthy person, but you know, not every comfortably wealthy person is usually very, you know what I mean? I would say he is very frugal, meaning that he does not spend anyhow. And so he told me, he said, you know, my wife wants me to do this photo shoot, blah, blah, blah. And he mentioned a very popular photographer. And he said the bill for it would be 15 million naira for a photo shoot. Are they shooting me? Said, are they shooting me? And the wife said, because the wife, of course, the wife knows he has the money. He says, come on, spend this money. Spend this money. This is a milestone birthday. I mean, you're not going to come back to this age. We're celebrating at 70. He said to me, Dean, you know what I said I'm going to do? I'm going to spend 1 million naira and buy the camera equipment. And look for one young guy who can take very good pictures and empower him to come and do my photo shoots. That's 1.5 million naira compared to 15 million naira. He has created his own bypass away from 15 million naira, and that's true. But there will be others, it's because others have been paying. And I looked at it, I had to evaluate my own fees. Look, my intervention solves real problems. A photo album that you will view once and maybe twice, and you may never, in 5 years' time, go back to look at. But again, if someone told you 20 years ago that their father is a photographer, you would laugh at them. You would laugh at them. So your father is ordinary photographer. But you see, every profession is greatly pursued. Ordinary photography has become elite. It's still the same photography, oh. It's still the same photography, remember. The difference is the pursuit. That's the difference. It's pursuit. And that's the focus in this conversation. Ayodele is not here. What about tailoring? What about tailoring? My goodness. What about tailoring? How many of you would have been proud to introduce your dad or your mom as a tailor 20 years ago? In the midst of your other colleagues. My father works in Zenith Bank. My mother is a doctor. And then you, with your full chest, say my father is a tailor. Whether you call it fashion design, whatever you want to describe it as, they are tailors. But look at where it is today. So some of the very popular brands, global brands, please help me out here. Is it the Ralph Lauren's? They're all tailors, the Versaces of this world. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. So that's the real test for all of us. Oh, as I discussed this, I remember a man I love so much of blessed memory. If you search him, you probably will find some information about him. We used to call him Otuba Gaddafi. He was reputed back in the day for saying shit business is serious business. Otuba Gaddafi. I remember once, I think you can remember inviting him to the Achievers Summit back in those days at the University of Lagos. And he would come in his overall or his coverall. How did that happen? He noticed at weddings, at parties, all our famous Owambes, that people would eat and they would start some volcanic activities in their stomachs, and they would probably be struggling to have access to decent toilets. Some would have to go, if it were to be an open park, you know what happens. If there are bushes nearby, you know the call of nature must be answered. It doesn't matter whether you're wearing agbada. When nature calls, you answer. Otherwise, nature. Look, in the battle between man and nature, nature always wins. Okay. Then it struck him the concept of mobile toilets. He began to build mobile toilets and to deploy them. But that's not really the issue that I want to stress. It was the zest with which he pursued the shit, in quote, business. He embraced it. He wallowed in it. He wore it like a badge of honor, with pride. He did it with excellence. Can you imagine? Agbepo Yoruba, yes. Can you imagine? Doing the work of a night soil man in the daytime with excellence, with pride, without any shamefacedness. That's what it means to truly pursue greatly. That's what it means. And then that profession has become great. and we take it for granted. You attend an event, you see a mobile toilet, you stroll by nearby bus stop, you see a mobile toilet. It didn't just arrive overnight. Some individuals pursued it greatly. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. But for us to pursue these professions greatly, we must resolve. We must resolve clearly from the get-go in our minds with every possible clarity that, look, there's no going back. There's no going back. We must do it. We've been doing School of Eloquence for 20 years. It's not an accident. We pursued it to the highest possible level. School of Eloquence is the only institution with the highest designation in the world of professional speaking. It was intentional. It was relentlessly done. We want to do it, let's do it. Whatever it takes, wherever we would have to go, let's do it. Week in, week out. Let's find out what works. Let's find out what doesn't work. Let's invest excellence into it. Let's be relentless. Back we go again and again and again. Let's let people know that public speaking is a serious matter. It can destroy your career if you take it for granted. Yes, it can ruin your reputation if you don't do it well. We didn't say, what about this other field or that other field? We focused. And today, we've given birth to so many more, so many others. In fact, we've given license to many others. That's how you know something is great. What it produces after its kind. And now, public speaking training, public speaking coaching has become so pervasive. I remember back in the day, it was NLNG that wanted us to do some work in that area for them. This was 2010, if I can remember. Barely 4 or 5 years. So what NLNG used to do then, or some staff of NLNG would show up at our Surulere office. It was a very small place. Very, very small place. I'm not sure it was the hall was, in terms of dimensions, was from the length of that window to this door, and width from this part of the stage maybe to where you have the witnesses. We just had one long table there. We still have the table. I think we have the table in our store here at the back. I've said nothing must happen to that table. The table itself tells a story. And we had plastic seats, white plastic seats. And I would take the classes. And we used to have this small generator that was outside. You could hear the noise. And we ran these classes every 2 weeks, 2 days. And we noticed a particular day someone from NLNG showed up privately. Then a few months later, another person showed up privately. Then they sold the idea to their HR. That was when they asked us to come in for a meeting. And when we went in for that meeting, what everybody was simply arguing was that, look, we don't want public speaking. It's presentation skills. And this is where I'm going to. And I stood my ground and said, it's public speaking. Now, that's me, who did not even have a dime. I needed the business. You have to tell yourself, every profession is truly great, that is greatly pursued. Do you have enough of that conviction in what you're doing? This is NLNG we're talking about. So don't worry, let her handle it. This is NLNG we're talking about. They said, look, public speaking is for all these pastors, these politicians. I said, no. Your presentation skills have no bearing, have no value. You don't first learn how to speak in public. They looked at me. Look, we know what you have been doing. I said, I'm telling you. If you're not going to do public speaking, then I'm not your guy. I walked away. Because I knew what I was doing. I believed in it, even if it was going to cost me. In the short term, why not? It's a philosophy. What are you doing? It depends on how greatly you want to pursue. For instance, by saying School of Eloquence, let's do 20 days to mark 20 years of the School of Eloquence. That's still the same mentality. We're elevating the entire construct of speaking. Now, if you think we're still okay, they're into training and all that, we've left that place. We've left that phase. We've closed that chapter. We've laid it as a foundation for others to follow off of. We're integrating speaking into society. There's a program that we've designed which we haven't started. I hope that we can start that as soon as possible. It's called Public Speaking and Society. It's meant to be a monthly program touching various sectors. It's that elevation, that pursuit with greatness of whatever it is that you're doing. If you don't get that mindset, you will definitely, be amongst those that are doing it, and that's okay. I don't just want to do it for the sake of it. It's not about the Guinness World Record. No, it's not. Because the idea of doing 20 days of eloquence was because we wanted to mark 20 years of the School of Eloquence. So Guinness World Record is coincidental to the quest. And that's why, by God's grace, next year, from April 1st, we're going to do 20 days of eloquence again. It's going to be an annual ritual. People are like, wow, that's crazy. Yes, I believe in it, and I'm willing to pursue it greatly. You see the point I'm making? I'm willing to pursue it greatly. I've mentioned it to some people, and they said to me, look, oh boy, this Chris, we've enjoyed this first version. Now you want to extend it. But that's just it. I'm willing to pursue it greatly, because what Oliver Wendelholm said wasn't just a passing phrase for me. It did something and helped me understand that indeed every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. It's the pursuit. That's where most people peel away. That's where most fall off. It's the pursuit. So, if you are ready to continue, next year, April 1st to 21st, we go again. But you see, the game changes. At that level, we're trying to construct society. Everybody must play a role in constructing the society that they live in. It's not about just the external markings of what is in it for anyone. For some of you, you're at that level in your career and your pursuit where it's important that you gain materially. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But as you grow in life, you begin to see and read the tea leaves differently. So ask yourself, what am I leaving behind? What difference am I actually making? We're talking about the 20 days of eloquence, where we'll have a day where we're looking at political themes, players, policy makers. Each day will have an issue to address. They will come to speak, not to debate, but to speak. Some may just speak for 5 minutes, and what they say in 5 minutes adds value. It's not just for the tradition of it. It's intentionally to construct or help reconstruct some aspect of our national life through the power of the voice. That's what this is about. So you have played a very important role in helping lay the foundation for it. The time will come, God willing, where 20 days of eloquence becomes like a ritual everybody looks forward to. Like an opportunity for those who want to make very important statements. Aim for. Let's influence society intentionally, but that's really the point. Relentlessly, seriously. Many people thought I wasn't serious. People thought I was joking when we first started it. But I said, no, I'm serious. And I'm making commitments towards it. And here we are. Now, some people, it's tomorrow they will know it's serious. It's by tomorrow. So you get the point we're making. It is a principle that should guide you in whatever you are pursuing. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. So, the mindset that we must have if we are to realize all of this. First and foremost, mindset number one. We must understand that commitment to a cause, to a path, is crucial. Or what I call the dignity of commitment. Commitment is dignity. Commitment is dignity. Which is, it may be convenient, it may not be convenient. There might be ups, downs, but staying the course, investing the totality of one's energy and staying consistent holds the key. So we take what we're doing very seriously, we apply ourselves to it. So we show up prepared and we respect our crafts. We respect the work that we do. So gone are the days when someone will say, is it not just to talk? You know, in certain quarters, when you're speaking, if people want to downplay your value, thank you. If people want to downplay the validity of your point, you just say it's just grammar. Sit there, stay there and be blowing grammar. Or I'll be speaking English. But you're making a point. Excuse me. So, the dignity of commitment must be a very important mindset. One of the things about being committed to a cause is when you face difficulties and setbacks. That's when you will really know whether, do I really want to do this? Do I really want to continue with this? You might be forced to have a second thought about it and wonder, what's going on? But the commitment is not subject to our sentiments, to our emotions. It's subject to the cause, the path that we set for ourselves. So dignify whatever commitment you make to whatever it is that you're doing. Elevate it. Respect it. Show up again and again and again. Like we've done here at the school, week in, week out, for 20 years. Never had a boring moment. Maybe with the exception of the 3 years, I went on leave into the maritime space, and I came back. I've always come back to it. Never bothered about what's going on elsewhere. We show up. Dignified commitment, the dignity of commitment. This is serious. Sometimes, there are times when we'd have a classroom of just 1 or 2 students. And I'll say, no, take the class. You show up. That's commitment. There are times when we had like 4, 5, 6 classes going on at the same time. We used to use where we have our studio now. It was an extra overflow classroom. It doesn't make any difference. You see, that's what commitment means. It doesn't make any difference. We show up and do what we need to do, what is expected of us. Then second, in terms of mindset to have, is the depth of pursuit. You see, greatness is not shallow business. We're not talking superficials here. It is pursuing or pursuit in such a way that you are putting in all you've got possibly, and you study your way through it. You don't just deal with the packaged surface. You refine your craft. It didn't work the right way here. So what do we need to do? Who do we need to bring in? How do we polish it up? How do we add depth What are the new things going on with regards to this particular field? You learn it, you study it, you apply it. But we're currently working on an app. We had hoped to release that app during this period. We're still going to work on it. Still going to get it out. It's called Eloquence now. So that app actually warehouses the entire body of work that I've done over the past 20 years as a CSP. Woven into it fully. We've done, I know they've done not proof of concept now. There's a word we call, what's that phrase now? Goodness, don't tell me I've forgotten. No, there's a word, it's a phrase of 3 words. Goodness me. What's it called now? MVP, minimum viable product. It's been produced to that level. What is left now is to tidy up a few things and then we scale it. It's part of what we want to give to the world. At 20, we want people to be a part of what the School of Eloquence has built. That is the extent of the depths that I'm speaking to. If you truly want it to be great. Average people will always touch the surface, but great people will pursue to the highest possible level. Depths. I see Abigail is enjoying as my witness. Are you watching? What are you watching? She's not part of the audience, so she can be allowed. And then number 3, in terms of the mindset to have, consistency of execution. Where you show up day by day by day. You keep doing the same thing again and again and again. Not swayed, not discouraged, not tossed aside. So learn from my experience as one who has done this in speaking and let it serve as a challenge. 20 years of doing the same thing over and over and over and over again and again and again. That is the pathway to truly making whatever you're doing great. It's boring. It takes time. It takes effort. There'll be many distractions along the way. But the principle is that there is no field of human endeavor that can never be great if we or the players, the participants, make that commitment towards it. So at this point, I remind you of Oliver Wendell Holmes once again. Every profession is truly great. There are dormant professions today, we don't know about them. I was speaking yesterday with Mrs. Abdullahi, and she was talking about crafts. She's the owner of Crafties. How many of us know that company? Yeah, I think that's the name, Crafties. And we're talking about so much going on in that space. But you see, when it's time to fill out a form, they are not recognized. Only those involved in fashion. And yet, that is a niche. And when she raised that concern, I said to her, the reason is because it is yet to be greatly pursued. I said, by the time you collectively or individually pursue craftsmanship, the making of beads, the use of what? Yarns to crochet, and consistently elevate it, relentlessly. Have curriculums around it. Teach people what they need to learn. Institutionalize it. And watch what happens. When I started motivational speaking in 2001, 2002, I established a company, an organization known as Motivators Academy. And I created a curriculum called the Motivators One Day MBA. People thought I was crazy. And we advertised it in newspapers, in magazines. Yes, the motivators one-day MBA. And that course fee, do you know what the course fee was? As far back as early 2000, it was 25,000 naira for one day. Much more. People thought I was crazy. Are you mad? Who's going to pay 25,000 naira for one day? And where in the world do you have a one-day MBA? But you see, it was me applying what I'd learned from Oliver Wendell Holmes' statement. Every profession is truly great that is greatly pursued. Through that program nationwide, I trained over 200 motivational speakers. Many of them are still speaking to today. Many of them are probably earning so much more than I would probably ever earn. I'm telling you. In fact, Victor Diallo called me the other day and was talking about one of them by the name Sheyi Bale. And he said, oh, I just one of my friends, Sheyi, and he says he knows you, that you taught him speaking, whatever. And I laughed. I said, Victor, that was like 2001, 2002. That was like 25 years ago. Can you see the point we're making? It's about being visionary. Some of you were not even born then. But the point, no, I didn't say that to denigrate you, please. But the point is, it didn't make sense at that time. Remember what my pastor friend described it as. Now, pastor, where they preach one kind message. But you see, it's the elevation and the commitment to refine yourself as well. I didn't just fold my arms. I got involved with the National Speakers Association in the US, the best and the foremost body as far as professional speaking is concerned. This is going to be my 21st year as a member of that body. I got involved, showed up, learning, get on the plane, go to the US, learn from the very best, interact with the very best, to refine that craft, to be relentless, to nurture the excellence. I didn't stop there. I pursued the certification. It took 6 years. 6 years. That's what we mean. And that's what we've got to understand. So in your respective callings, you can transform that hobby, that calling, into a great profession, but it will not happen overnight. It will not happen overnight. It will take time. It will take commitment. It will take effort. It will take a different kind of a mindset where there is delayed gratification, where it's not about what I am getting as much as it is about what I am becoming. That's how these things are done, especially in a world where everything has become so fast-paced that everyone wants almost near instant return and outcome. Definitely the approach must be different. So thank you very much for your time as I hand this over to the next speaker. Okay, there's too many things in my hand. Over to you.
Hello everyone. My name is Mark Sams, and firstly I want to appreciate all the speakers that have been speaking from day one to this day. It has been amazing. I just want to say that I celebrate you all. My name is Mark Sams, and I'm a gospel minister. And I'll be diving into the topics that talk about evolution of gospel music in Nigeria, the opportunities and the challenges. But before we go into that, I would like to talk about what gospel is first before we go into music itself. So gospel itself is the message of God's grace, is the message of his death, his burial, and his resurrection. And then music on the other hand is a combination of sound. When I'm talking of sound, some people will be like, okay, is it the drum? Is it the keyboard? Yes, it's a combination of those sound instruments to create an expression of our feelings, of our idea. I can actually create a sound right now. That is music, you know, of course, without the instruments together. So that's what it is for the gospel itself and music. Then if we're keeping them together, marrying them together, we say gospel music itself is the gospel song, S-O-N-G, the gospel song in the gospel song, which is S-U-N-G. I don't know if I need to explain, but gospel song is the gospel music is the gospel song, S-O-N-G, in the gospel song, which is S-U-N-G. Now, if I should take you guys to the evolution of gospel music in Nigeria, I'll take you guys back to the 90s, where we had just the music in the choir. We didn't have what we have now. Back then, it used to be just gospel music in the church choir. I remember then in the 90s where I, for one, personally, I belonged to a church choir then. The only concert we had then was going to churches where we have combination of competition. You see choirs going together, they are doing competition. You say, my church is doing this, my church. And then it was a serious deal for us because that was what we could see. That's like the only evolution at that point. And from there, we all were happy when we won anything that has to do with those competition. And from the 90s, we now moved down to where we had the music then from the choir, from the four walls of the choir down to personal solo artists, music ministers, and recording artists, which is myself and other ministers. And thanks to people like the legend, which is Pastor Paul, and of blessed memory, Samuel Posu. These men actually paved the way, brought in the evolution that we are in right now, and the music came in from just the four walls of just choirs trying to prove a point, the Otto brothers, the soprano singers, you know, it moved from there to, because of these men, you know, they brought it into, and we had solo performance and all of that. It moved from there to that era where we have. And from there, we moved a little bit for when we entered from the 20s, from 90s to 20s, we moved where from just the four walls of the church, which is the choir, we moved to the solo artist, and from the solo artist, we moved to having a concert. Now, when I say concert, where people come in like millions, I'm going to use experience for my example, expanded scale like experience, etc. Those platforms, we didn't see all of this coming in the 90s because it was just choirs. That was the only thing we saw. And then it moved to the experience stage where we had landscape, you know. Now those stage gave room for artists, solo artists and recording artists to be able to minister. They all came out from just being solo, just being in the choir. You see people expressing themselves in all of that. And up till now, that scale went down. Should I say down or went up from just the four walls of the church to solo artists, from solo artists to landscape concerts, which we have the experience and all of that. And you see people coming up stage, one person ministering, and people like, wow, glory, and all of that. From there, we thought that was the end. But guess what? We moved from that place to where we had our songs online on digital platform, that we don't have to be present in the room for you to be blessed, right? You don't have to be present to be in the room. Right now, you can actually sit in your house. Thank God to online platforms like TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, and the rest of them, even some of them that I don't even know about, that you can just be in a room, just only you, and you have millions of people listening to you, and they are being blessed, right? That is how we moved from just the four corners of the church as choirs to solo, from there to the platforms, the experience, from the experience to now we sitting in your house, in the studio, writing songs, singing, recording. The evolution has been mind blowing, and the gospel music has evolved a lot with no limits. You know, without even instruments, you know, even without your full instruments, you have people being blessed, you know, and is a better way that the music is evolving together. And I must say that thank God to people like I said, of blessed memory, Samuel Posu and all of that, that has paved the way for us. You know, like I said earlier on, I'm a music minister, and with all of that, from how we came in from just the choir to how we started singing, ministering, it took a big shape from that level to this level. And the gospel music involving has been an amazing, and also, yes, we have our downtime. When I mean downtime, I don't know how many of you remember when we're doing when this circulation was going on about do gospel music minister charge, the gospel music don't charge. These are the issues, these are the problem. How did we go from just, you know, young people trying to just auto singers, soprano singers, tenor, let's, you know, sing together in harmony, you know, create the music, and we are in does gospel music, is it good for them to charge? Hello, how would they eat? How would they eat? So these are the challenges, you know, when something is evolving, there's advantage and disadvantage. So most of them says, you guys are making money digitally, like there's money in your streaming platform. Anyway, let's not dive into that before you guys will me. Let's not dive into that. So yeah, but again, that's part of the involvement of the music, right? That's part of we coming out from where we used to be to where we are right now. And gospel music in Nigeria has come a long, when I mean a long way, that's come a long way, from humble church choir to global stage, like the experience and all of that, and even to small stage, which the one I said you can be in your room. Like there's something I'm presently doing, which is devotion with Maxams. I would just be in my room, and I know thousands of people, you know, millions of people are connecting. You know, we used to connect and being blessed by it, you know, on all platforms, on all social media. So this is the advantage of the involvement of the gospel music in Nigeria and even globally. So in conclusion, gospel music in Nigeria has come a long way, from local impact to internationally influenced, which is you would be in Nigeria and your music is in, you have great listeners from London, great listeners from all over the world, globally. They are everywhere. Korea, yes, Korea. Oh, no. Yes, from Nigeria, your music is there. I remember doing lockdown, like even Minister Sinach was surprised that our music was traveling around the world. That is how the music itself has evolved in Nigeria. And guess what? The beautiful thing is Nigeria right now, our music, whether gospel or not gospel, but the gospel sector right now is taking a very large, like, I just did like, but a very large scale, you know, in the music industry, right? And yes, we also face challenges, tests, and foundation. But as it continues to evolve, one thing we must constantly put in check is the message. When I started, I said the gospel itself it talks about his death, burial, and resurrection, right, of Jesus, the message of God's grace. So if we're saying that we are gospel, one of the things we need to put in check is the message, right, which is the gospel. I will leave you with this. The future of gospel music in Nigeria will not be determined by technology. It will not be determined by trend, what is trending, what is going on. Nah, it will not be determined by that, but it will be determined by the heart of those who created. That means the heart of myself and other gospel ministers, and even you're listening to me, that you have calling upon your life, you know, it has to be determined by our hearts, you know, to stick to this message, to choose the purpose over, to choose purpose, which is the message, over popularity, right? That we are not doing things because of that and all of that. Will you choose the message over money? You know, when they were asking the gospel minister child, will you choose the message over money? So this is the evolution that truly matters, and because technology is going wild. We've done through a lot. So, but this is where I'm going to leave you guys with. Thank you so much. I'm going to pass the mic to my second speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here again, and I'm beginning to have a feeling like while we climb down, or while we count down to the last day, it's giving us a sign of, it's as if we are now missing the microphone now. You know, if you have been here since the day one, and you've been climbing up, maybe you've climbed up like 1 or 2 times, and you're now beginning to have a feeling like those days you are counting up, you're now beginning to count it down. You begin to miss the microphone. You begin to miss this time. You begin to miss this audience. You begin to miss the ambience that this challenge or the attempt actually came with. And I think with that, I would like to talk on a very important topic one more time. And I want to title it, or I've titled it, A Life Lived on Purpose. A life lived on purpose. And I will want to add something to it, which is looking like a request. Which is looking like a request that I've also titled, Teach Me to Number My Days. You see, sometimes we have a feeling that we manage time. I've taught it before that people should manage time. In one of my classes, my sessions, I taught it that people should manage time. And I even came up with some few points and nodded with how I feel or felt that people should manage their time. But then I look at the word time, I look at the word management. I realized that whoever bring those two things together didn't do us any good at all. Maybe it wasn't intentional to bring those two things together, but maybe because of the need for that time. You know, sometimes you could be addressing a particular crowd, and you don't have the exact word to express a particular feeling or a particular body of thought. At that point in time, any word you feel that can fit into that context to explain what you are saying or to explain how you are feeling, to convey your idea at that point in time is the first thing that is the word you will want to use. And I feel sometimes that is the place where the word time management came from. Because when you look at the word time, look at the word management, you will realize that time itself is a constant. And the word management, let's go to the word in business and let's bring it something we call human management. The word management can be used in a place where you have to govern over something that have the tendency, the propensity, the potential to increase and to reduce. That is it. What can be managed? It's something that have the tendency to increase and then to reduce. You can manage it. But in time, for example, time does not increase, time doesn't decrease. Time is time. And with a request we have here that we should be taught how to number our days. That is why sometimes I understand that we should not talk more about time management. We should talk more about life management. Because you cannot manage time. But if you manage your life, you can fit into time. It is the management of your life that will give you a good understanding of what time looks like. But if we focus on time management, we could be limited to just 24 hours. That's why it's okay. That's why sometimes we are tempted to say, let us just take it one day at a time. One day at a time is a very wonderful concept, 100% true. But then, what is one day at a time? Which means 24 hours at a time. Taking one day at a time also means you manage your life one day at a time. We don't just manage 24 hours. Take, for example, if I have 20 minutes to speak here, for instance, I am limited to that 20 minutes. which means I can only speak, I can only express my life within the boundary, the limit, the shore of that 20 minutes. Anything I do outside that 20 minutes, it's still my life, but I have gone out of time to do that. I have borrowed time to do it. So that is why I want to employ anyone or everyone that let's go beyond what we have called time management to focus more on what I call life management. Because if you ever be taught how to manage your days, you don't just do it by time. If you do it by time, you could be limited to just 24 hours, or to just 168 hours, or to just 1 month, or to just half a year, or to something much more than that. So let's focus more on what? On life management. Because sometimes when we focus more on time management, more than life management, there are some things we are tempted to do. We could be succeeding at some point, but overall of our life, we are failing. Because sometimes human being is tempted to generalize success at one part of his life to make it look like all the part of his life is successful. A man, for instance, who is on the TV show, who is hosting reality shows, who is doing podcasts, like who is relevant, he could feel that that success on the screen could mean success everywhere until one day when time will stop and time will be no more. So teaching me to number my days also, it does not mean survival. It goes beyond survival, because life is not designed around survival. Life breeds more than survival. It's not how we spend time carelessly or how we try to do things out of time, thinking we can borrow time. Sometimes we could be speaking, for example, and then I'm to speak here for like 20 minutes, and then I say, let me just borrow 5 more minutes to it. That 5 more minutes I'm borrowing, a clock can tell me it is just 60 seconds, which will make a minute, and 60 seconds in 5 places will give me that 5 minutes. But what we are looking at is just the time, 60 seconds times 6, but 60 seconds times 6, but it goes way beyond that. I've just affected your life by 5 minutes. You've affected mine by 5 minutes. That is why I believe in a concept that today is the beginning of the rest of my life. Every day is the beginning of the rest of your life. Immediately after that 24-hour ends, this one is gone. The next one you are seeing is the beginning of the rest. In one of our brand, that is the one that focuses more on devotion, every day for the past 6 years, at the end of the whole quote, at the end of the devotion, it's not on the flyer, but the body of content itself, by the end of it, you will see a line there. Today is the beginning of the rest of your life. Because of a truth, yesterday, maybe by 12 a.m. in the morning, was the beginning of the rest of your life. But then by 11:59, it ends. By this morning again has become now the beginning of the rest of your life. If you didn't die yesterday, of course you didn't die, that's why you are here this afternoon listening. Which means the rest of today is still the beginning of the rest of your life. Tomorrow is still another beginning of the rest. The other day that follows tomorrow is still another beginning of the rest. That is why I say that let's go beyond time management to life management. That is when you will know the consequence or the consequences of a mismanaged time, of a life that is being mismanaged on a daily basis, of a life that is being eroded into either by influence of social media, by influence of what we drink, by influence of the substance we take, by even the influence of the food we eat. Because you can borrow time from the future and spend it now, and you can save time now and spend it in the future. I'll say it again, you can borrow time from the future and spend it now. You can borrow time, you can conserve time now to spend it in the future. Let's take a look at this. Let's look at it biologically. The second speaker that spoke, that lawyer that spoke, she said she has been practicing for the past 14 years. The first time she came here to speak, she said that same thing. And the first question that came to mind is, how old is she? Because she's looking like 21. Not knowing that she's over 37. Probably biologically, by what she has been eating, by how she has been taking care of herself, she has conserved time. She has conserved time in the past. Now she can spend the time now. And if she continue in that line, she's still conserving time. In the nearest future, maybe when she will be 60, she will now be spending the time she has conserved in her past. But you will see people who are in their 40s, you will think they are you will think they are almost dragging age with Methuselah because of what they've done, because of maybe sometimes it could be the physical work they've done, sometimes it could be the substance they've taken, sometimes it could be life taking a toll of them, sometimes it could be their health. Because of how their health is, they have to borrow time from the future to help themselves now. You have to borrow time from the future to help themselves now. Once again, I want to say that we have to live a life on purpose. And for that to be done successfully, you have to learn how to go beyond time management to life management. Now, what is the illusion of time? When we think about time, we talk of something like, I will do it later. We talk of something like, there is still time. We talk of something like, I'm still young. But I'm wondering, because this speech I'm giving this afternoon, in fact, let me even say this. When it comes to borrowing time, conserving time now to spend it later, majority of these of these speeches I've given here during the course of this attempt, I think it's about one or two that I have to develop here. Majority of them are the articles I've written before. Maybe I wrote it somewhere in my diary. I didn't publish it. Maybe I just write a particular post on my Facebook wall. I just have to go back there, copy it, develop it into a speech that can be delivered, and I come here to do it. So sometimes people ask me, okay, where are you getting topics from? And then I'm wondering, I can't tell them I can't tell them how simple it is for me to get topics, because I don't have to start looking for topics now. The struggle is, which one am I speaking of? Because there are a lot of them. So which one fits into the narrative now? Which one do I feel comfortable speaking about it now? Because in time past, I have conserved time by not just managing my time, but then managing my life. So when we talk about time, sometimes we feel we have time now. Sometimes we feel there is still time. Sometimes we'll also feel that we are still young. But I could remember a few years ago I was 17 and I just left the secondary school. A few years ago I was 23 and I just left university. But today a lot of things have changed. A lot of things have changed. A lot of things have changed. In September last year I was in the office and I was writing. Of course, as usual, I write poems. So I was putting together some poems, some lines, and then I wanted to work on something, on a content about life, about time. I felt okay, let me just write something. I wrote it, I put it, of course, I wrote it, I kept it somewhere so that I can present it on my birthday, 2nd of February this year. I wrote the poem, but then I didn't do any video of it. I just kept it there. But then it dawned on me that all the birthdays I've been spending, and then people will tell me, we wish you +1, LLMP, WLLMP, and then people will post us. I came to realize that, just like many of us have realized, of a truth, it's not actually a +1, it's a -1. It's not a +1, it's a -1. But nobody wants to post your picture and tell you -1. Nobody wants to do that. But of a truth, it dawned on me. I knew this before, but this current birthday, I know of a sure that of a truth is -1. Because the truth is, the truth there is that the day I was born, I was moving closer to the grave. But at this age, I feel I'm moving closer than I was many years ago. And every year, whenever people wish me +1, I know in my mind it is what? -1. But then the question is, the lifetime that I've spent so far, if I should die today, am I proud of it? Not about the money that I have spent or the money I have, because I don't even have any money, to be precise. So before you say, it's like, okay, I don't have any money. But then the life I've lived so far, am I actually proud of it? What is the content of that life? What am I leaving behind at this point in time if I should die at this age? Because sometimes we feel we still have time, but the truth is we do not have time. There is no time anywhere. No time anywhere. So also, sometimes we feel that our youth is permanent. We are just sweet 16. We are just sweet 17. We are just 18, 19. And then the teen sounds so cool. But then we do not know that the strength we feel we have today, a day is coming. That strength will fade. That strength will fail. And our strength is waning down. The opportunities we feel they are available, a day will come, they will be no more. And there is something about the illusion of time. Time can make you a fool, and time can make you poor. Who is a fool? For example, I heard this from my pastor. He said that fool is somebody who, fool, F-O-O-L-S, fools, now said forfeiting opportunities of life successively. Fools, forfeiting opportunities of life successively. These ones are fools because they toil with time. Who is also a fool? He called them poor. Poor is passing on opportunities, passing on opportunities repeatedly. They pass on opportunities of life repeatedly, thinking that time will bring it again. And there's something about this thing we'll understand, that time, that opportunity come but once. Now we have been able to believe that it is not true, that opportunity will come again. But now this is what we still do not understand about the opportunity coming back again. And it's the fact that the opportunity that is at hand now, you didn't take it, is going to come back again, but it will come back more expensive. At the point it met you last year, for instance, you were broke, you couldn't afford it. It is going to come back again and meet you broke. As our time is coming back this next year, it's coming back in a more expensive way, costlier than what it came the last time. And because of that, opportunity will come again, but it comes with a greater cost, more expensive, which means we cannot afford. And because of that, we'll pass on the opportunities of life successively. We pass on opportunities of life repeatedly. So life doesn't warn you loudly. No, life does not warn you loudly. What life does is, it warns you, it whispers when you are distracted. By social media, it whispers when you are distracted. By some unscrupulous friends, it whispers when you are distracted. Time doesn't whisper loudly. No, it whispers when you are distracted. So let's look at motion versus progress as a matter of what we have in life. Motion versus progress. Now, we are very busy. Sometimes you will be in the hold up. You will be in traffic, rather. You will be in traffic jam. That by the time you will get home, you will have this feeling that you have worked. You know work, you were in the hold up, and time was wasting there. Because sometimes probably you were living on the mainland, and you are working on in VI, and you were caught in that traffic jam, and you left office by 5. You were getting home by 11. Look at the depth of robbery that time has done to you. You left office by 5. You got home by 11. And when you were coming home, your wife was like, you are, my dear, you are welcome. You are so tired. The first thing that will happen to you is not the sensation that you have wasted almost 4 hours in traffic doing nothing, but the fact that you are coming back from work and you are tired. And we look away from those 4 hours we are wasting almost in traffic every day, thinking we are working. Lagos will give you a sensation of that man is so busy, he works, not knowing that he works actively for like 6 hours. The rest of them is in hold up, and he cannot account for them. So there is motion, and then there is progress. How do we account for these two? In a world that is fast moving, in a world where we don't even know where to stand and then where not to stand. That is where we have to look at it, because you can be busy again and miss out on some important things in life. Because sometimes work can be still, and we can still be misplaced. You can still work hard rather and still be misplaced. You work so hard and you can still be struggling to find your bearing in life. Also, we can move fast and still get lost. That is when people run faster in the wrong direction. Sometimes the problem is not that we get missing. No, sometimes the problem is not that we get missing. The problem is that after we get missing, we increase speed in the wrong direction, which means there is no day you are going to arrive. Because the farther you go in that wrong direction, the more difficult it will take for you to return. In 2019, a man came to me then. He was teaching then. He was over 50 years. And then he told me that, he said, see, Ezekiel. I said, yes, sir. He said, I think I just came back from school then in 2019. He said, you know that I have discovered my purpose in life. I was like, wow, that's so nice, that's so fine. I congratulated him. But then what he told me, I look at his physical strength. Does he really have the grit to pursue this vision? Does he really have the time? He's a family man, he has 2 kids, a wife. Does he really have what it takes to pursue this thing he calls vision? Does he really have what it takes to write proposal, to follow it up, to go for interviews and stay there until you are answered, to look for clients as if your life is depending on them, and of course your life is depending on them. Does he really have what it takes? At the age of 50, you are just discovering your purpose. for him to be able, for him to religiously make that thing suit him, he said he has found the purpose of God for his life. That is to religiously tell me that he's now on the right track. And of course, it could be on the right track. But one thing is this: at that time, the man is occupied. He has children. He has a wife. There are bills. Wife will eat. Children will eat. Now, how do you want to combine this to get your purpose? And as at that point in time, not as if he has a base from where he's starting from. He's starting from the scratch at the age of 50. And that day, it dawned on me that, see, you better have to sit down and know how to map out your life in time. Because if it is not mapped out, the same thing that happened to this man will happen to you. I have to sit down, pick my diary, and do a proper work to give my life another direction. So also sometimes we can win in the wrong direction. You feel you are winning. You have this dopamine will secrete in you that giving you this feeling that, wow, we are winning here. But you don't know, you are not winning, because that victory is coming from a wrong direction. Also, we can be climbing the ladder that is leaning on the wrong wall in life. We can be climbing a ladder that is leaning on the wrong wall. You feel, when I get to the top of this fence, of course, at the other end of it is my victory. At the other end of that fence is my glory. But then you've climbed the fence. By getting there, you realize that all you have been running with, or for, or towards, is actually a mirage. That is why we must see to live a life that counts, a life that matters, a life that contributes to others, a life of purpose, that you can on a daily basis number your days by the things you do, by the places you go, by the event you attend, by the crop of friends you have. Now, what is now the weight of a day? What does it mean to count our days? It means to stop measuring life by their length, but then to start measuring life by weight. What does that day contribute to you? I was listening to John Maxwell many years ago. He said that this is what he does, that every day, at the close of every day, he will sit down and he will take an inventory of that day. Aside from the fact that you have a to-do list, look beyond, not look away from, but look beyond your to-do list and look at it. What really happened today? What did I do wrong today? What did I do right today? Like, which call am I supposed to make today and then I didn't make it? So, because the question now is, how did I live? But this question is now going to be, what did I do today that produced something meaningful? What have I done today that will outlive me? Which money have I spent today that I spent it meaningfully? Not just on, of course, not just on stuff. What have I ordered today that will go a long way to affect my life? We need to answer those questions. That is what it means to manage a life and not just to manage time. You can manage time and not manage life successfully. And just be passing away opportunities on a daily basis, thinking one day they will come back. They will come back, but they will meet you poorer than they left you the previous time they came. So what are these questions? The question now is, what did that day remove from you? That day, that very day, every day, ask yourself, what did today remove from me? What did today add to me? Also ask yourself, what did you move closer to the destination you have been clamoring for? Every of our steps on a daily basis should move us closer to the particular destination that we have earmarked for ourselves, to a particular junction where we feel, at this junction, my life will take a new turn. If a relationship didn't pull you closer to those goals, it means we have to look at our life again to see how to manage it better. Also, we also need to ask, did that day strengthen your character, or did it just fantasize your ego? A day can strengthen your character. A day can also give you an ego that you stay long enough to regret. So what are now the great distraction of time? The great distractions of time. Now this is it. Let me draw a biblical allusion to explain this point. You have heard that Peter, James, and John followed Jesus Christ to the Mount of Transfiguration. But there is something important, insightful about the incident there. Now, when they came there, it was recorded in the good book that Peter was sleeping, John was sleeping, James was sleeping. And the good book put it this way, that they were heavy with sleep. It means that they were not just sleeping, they were heavy with sleep. Because of how heavy they were in sleep, the good book said that Moses came down, Elijah came down, and they were discussing with Jesus Christ on the Mount of Transfiguration. By the time they would leave, the glory of their presence was still there. Then Peter woke up. By the time he woke up, what he saw was the light of the glory. The content of their discussion, he didn't hear it. The mission of why people that came, he didn't even know. What they came to tell Jesus Christ, he was not aware. You know why? He was sleeping through eternity. He was sleeping through time. And by the time he woke up, he was like, wow, Jesus Christ. In fact, this is fine. Let us just build a 3 camp here, one for you and then one for those 2 guys, and then we and you will be in the other camp. The man was just after the mirage of that moment, but the content of what happened there, he didn't know it. Even when he's going to write a letter later in the future, he still did not know what happened that night because he didn't see it. He had to be told that, see, Elijah came to greet me, and Moses came to greet me, and they told me things about my death. Sometimes it could be in life, and we are distracted. We are distracted by friends. We are distracted by social media. We are distracted by some jobs that we should not. We are distracted by what we feel is in vogue, what we feel we need, and not what we actually need. So you could be sleeping through time, and it's a terrible thing that something is happening you are not aware, even though you are present. But then you are present, you are not available. It's a very terrible thing. That a lot of change is happening. A lot of things is happening. Change in the tech world, in the HR world, in the corporate world, corporate law. Everything is changing, but you are not just aware. You know it by name. You know how those things happen, but you cannot just tell. But you know deep down within you that you are missing out on something. That is what it means to be sleeping through time. Because by the time you will wake up, you will feel you are fully aware, like Peter, not knowing that what you are having in your hand is a waste product. Not the real product. You know, there's waste, there's product. Put them together, waste product. But what some people have in their hands is the waste and not the product. So sometimes, through applause, through comparison, through trends, and through comfort, our time could be wasting away, and we could be sleeping through time. We could be sleeping when we have to be managing things. We could be sleeping when we have to rise up to responsibility to see, like, to deem things fit of how to live our life properly. Now, sometimes we could be chasing things that look good, but then on the outside, they are meaningless tomorrow. But on the inside, they look good. The first time I bought the phone then, the phone then was sold to me by my classmate. I bought the phone from him, 800 naira. Oh, I was on top of the world. I remember his name up till now. His name is Abbas. Abbas sold me that phone, 800 naira. It was, that moment it was looking like the best thing that happened to me in the world. I now have a phone. I was in SS1. I did SS1. I bought a phone, 800 naira. But today, I realized that, well, I appreciated those moments, but I felt if I still have that phone today, I don't think I'd like to bring it out for you to see it. Well, maybe. You get? But as at then, it was so good. It was so nice. It was, will I put it, a beauty to behold. But then it was a different thing now. Even sometimes now you can have a phone with you, but yes, you cannot bring it out because you know this phone has gone. This phone is gone. Not because the phone is like misbehaving, but you know that compared to what others are holding in their hands, yours is from the 1884. which means you have to help your ego by keeping it. So sometimes we are pursuing what we feel is necessary for now, but then tomorrow you realize that, why was I actually running for those things? Why was I actually running after those stuff? Because on the latter grand scheme of things, or on the ultimate grand scheme of things, those things you don't really actually need those things. But because those things will give you some sense of applause, some sense of comfort, there's a way those things will boost your ego. You feel, I think this thing is worth it. So you have to look at what you have for now before you pursue them. Look at this goal. Is it worth my vibe? Is it worth my energy? Is it worth my steez? Do I have to lose my steez to get these things? Sometimes, as I know, steez could be Gen Z language, but sometimes you have to consider those things because you have to keep your steez intact in some places. So before you lose your steez, ask yourself: is it worth it? Do I really have to go to next month to get this thing? So you now have to have a shift in what I call intentional living. have a shift in it. And before I talk about that shift, how can you cure that great distraction? You have to be awake to get it done. And I spelled the word awake, A-W-A-K-E. Awake there means for you to accept responsibility. The A in the awake, accept responsibility. Responsibility, according to Miles Munro, is we responding to our ability. Respond, ability, responsibility. Which means embedded in everyone is an ability. We have to respond to it. And without responding to it, those abilities will remain dormant for life. You have to respond to ability. In your house, respond to ability. In your office, respond to your ability. At your workplace, your profession, your career, respond to ability. In your church, respond to ability. In your social circle or your social club, respond to ability. Because if we are not responsible, it's difficult living a life that is irresponsible. You have a lot of, some of us have uncles who are irresponsible. And you are like, I'd rather commit suicide than to live like this uncle. Because nothing will want to bring you closer to that life. That life is a sum total of what? Of bad decision. That life you do not like is a sum total. If you don't know what a bad decision look like, look at those uncles of yours or of ours. Like this life, for example, I'm looking at is a sum total of a bad decision. Let that motivate you to keep striving, to keep showing up, to keep turning up. Because at the end of the day, you have to stand for yourself, and then you will tell life if you've been responsible or not. Also, WDM means to wake up to reality. The reality is that time waits for no one. And there's something in life. Everyone is selfish in life. We have to get to know that on time. Everyone is selfish. There is even a token of it in the Bible. He said, give, and then it shall be what? Given unto you. Which means that is selfishness if you look at it philosophically. Because you give so that somebody can give you. Which means if you do not give, nobody will give you. So because you want somebody to give you, you have to give. So you have to awake to reality that you are also alone. A friend of mine was asking me a question one day. And then she was like, okay, I didn't check on her, this and that. And jokingly, I was like, see, in this life, we are all alone. We are all alone. It's a deep reality. In life, that day, I just said it jokingly. But after then, I considered it. In life, we are all alone. We can get married and have children. But our life is individual. We are indivisible, individual. Like a human being that is not divided, individual. So sometimes we go, okay, I'm responsible here, I'm responsible there, I put myself there, I put myself there, I've invested time here. You can invest your time in all those areas and places, but also understand that you are an individual, you are indivisible. Problem will come when we try to divide ourselves. Try to divide yourself into so many unwanted areas. But remember, you are an individual, an indivisible. And because you are indivisible, an individual, you are alone. It is not a call to cruelty. But like this man will put it in one of his books, Napoleon Hill, he said that no man in life owes a man anything. You can look at it from many aspects you want to look at it. You can look at it religiously, you will feel, I owe this man kindness. Fine. But before you owe that man kindness, you owe yourself to be kind to yourself. Before you have a feeling to give, you owe yourself giving to yourself. Because you have to give. He who lacks doesn't give. We were in a place one day and a lady was asking a guy money. And the guy was like, I'm not giving you. So the lady accused the guy of being stingy. And the guy said something. He said, it takes a beggar to know a stingy man. Because it was like, give me this money. It was like, I'm not giving you. Now, it was in a public place. So in the bid to put the guy to shame, to make him look like a bad person publicly, it was like, I know you as no, not me. I didn't mention my name. But he was like, I know you are a very stingy person. And everybody was laughing. Then I calmly turned and I and I look at her. And that day, it's not a good day, but I think I shouldn't have said that. But I was like, do you know that it takes a beggar to know somebody who is stingy? And the whole script was flipped. See, what brought me to that place? See, what brought me to that place is this. In life, we are individual. You are alone. And nobody is responsible for you. Like I said here earlier one day that at birth, you look like your parents. At death, you look like your decision. Because when you were born, biologically, DNA-wise, maybe by facial resemblance. If you see me, for example, and my mom, people say we look alike. If you have seen me and my other brother, people say we look alike. But then, that ends at birth. At this point now, I don't look my mom anymore. I don't look like my mom anymore. I'm looking like all the good and bad decisions I've taken all through my life. So the embodiment of me standing before you is the corroboration of two things: good decision and bad decision. And so is you. Everyone sitting before me this afternoon, it is a total sum of both your good decision and bad decision. So you are an individual. You are indivisible, and your time is yours. Somebody was trying to blackmail me one day to waste time, and I'll see. I'm very careful about where I waste my time. I want it to be that I waste my own time, not you wasting my time, because I'm going to account for it. That I wasted this time, not that it wasn't actually my fault. She actually made me waste that time. No. If I want to waste my time all my life, let it be that I'm wasting it because I want to waste, but not because you are helping me to waste it. No. So be careful. Be so careful about where you waste your time, about what you give your time to. And don't be apologetic about how you don't want to spend your time. You don't want to go out? Say no. Are you going out? Yes. Why? It is my time, it is my life. There is something Gen Z understand that, okay, it is my life, I just want to live it. It's a very good concept, but now they've taken it to the extreme of not knowing to do with that time and that life. Remember, at birth, you look like your parent, but at birth, you look like your decision. Exactly. So like I was saying, those uncles of ours, who we don't pray to look like them, they are a total sum of a bad decision. So when you see those uncles, know that this is a sample of what a bad decision look like. So before you drive the car of your life towards that park to park there, know that in about 50 or 20 years time, somebody too will look at you and say, that is what it looked like to have a bad life. So how do we now stop drifting? We stop drifting by starting to live. We stop drifting by starting to now. Does it mean that we are not living before? Of course, you were living before, but now you are living intentionally. Now you are living by having to occupy your day, by knowing what actually mattered to me. Take, for example, when I was collecting 30,000 naira salary, I was teaching then. My salary was 30K. As at that time, I was hosting program that cost 120K. You know what that means? It means a term has, is it 3 or 4 months? Forgot a term. Is it 3 months? Which means I will have to save that salary for 3 months. Look for that lesson outside to feed with that one. Save salary to do program like free program. And in those school program, you know, if you're coming for a program, if you have Takes for Excellence, you do program whereby you give students the tag of coming for leadership program. You give them tag. Okay, you are welcome. You give them the tag, and after that, you print certificate for all of them. So I was saving salary for that one, looking for extra lessons somewhere to help myself to feel comfortable. Which means at the end of the day, I also need to go and borrow money from online app to add it to that money to do the program, because I saw what matters to me as a person, and I was ready to pursue it. It doesn't really make sense. It doesn't really make sense to anybody. But I saw what matter, where I can conserve time, so that I will be able to spend it in the future. So in those days, when I put the money together, and then I will now see people who can assist or people who can borrow. Sometimes they will tell you, why not just do it in a very small way? And I came up with something. People tell you that, we see, you are biting more than what you can chew. But then sometimes you don't know how big your cheek is. So to know how big your cheek is, try biting more than what you can chew. That's my policy. Do I really know how big my cheek is? I don't know. But then try to put one full apple in your mouth then you will know how big your cheek is. That is it. And sometimes because we have flesh, if you bite more than what you can chew enough, you get used to it. People who are doing great things today, they've beaten severally more than they can chew. That is why we are sitting there and then we are praising them. Look at what Dean just said. He wanted to get married and he was asking the lady that it is my public speaking that will pay your dowry. How many girls today can actually hear that and still stay? Like you hear that it is my public speaking that will pay the salary. I mean that will pay your dowry. And as at then, it's not looking like he's going anywhere. He blow. Very blushing. So I saw what matters to me. You get, because I know that I just want to like talk to children, talk to students. And it happened that after some time it starts clicking. Even after some time, the salary was increased to 40,000 naira. Oh, when I was getting 30, I was doing, which means when 40 came, I was doing more. And after some time, of course, story have to change. Nature have to, after some time, nature will be like, leave that girl, just let him go. Just leave that girl, let him go. We are tired. Because of how dogged you have become. Because of the numbers of doors you have knocked. See, the joy of sometimes making it is like you are trying to impute a password on your password in a computer, but you don't know it. Now, the moment you are imputing that password, it will get to a time, maybe some way, somehow, either by somebody telling you the password, you imputed it, and then the system comes up. There is this dopamine that will secrete in you. You will be so happy that at the end, finally, I've been able to log into it. One day, every one of us, we will log into greatness. No, it's not a prayer point. It's not a prayer point. It's not like a Yoruba will say, "Opolopo ami ose." It means plenty amen. Don't do it. It's by you. Down. See my sleeve. It's already folded. It's by you folding your sleeve. That 1,000 email cannot do it. So, but then the day you log into greatness, you will know that at this point in time I can command any sphere from this place. That is what it means to be logged into greatness. But then it's responsibility. So also what do? You have to know what is worth your time, and then you also have to know what am I becoming. And I come up with some practical frameworks of what can be done, which is audit your time. Audit your time. We get auditors to audit our businesses, to look at our checkbooks, to see how much is coming in and how much is going out. But sometimes we do not stay long enough to audit our time, to audit our life. So sometimes I do this. I pray that somebody will not hear that the particular somebody somewhere who hear what I want to say. I respect this person so much. But sometimes I need to prove a point. I'm important. They called me for a particular meeting. I wasn't doing anything. I was just sleeping. And I was okay, can you join this meeting now? Like we're having the meeting for example, by 5:30 p.m. I said, oh, that time I'm actually fixed. Can we move it to 6 o'clock? I'll be chanced by that time. And then when I said it, I went to sleep. By 6 o'clock came, I on my Google Meet, I connected. I wasn't doing anything, but I need to tell you that this life cannot be ordered around. We have to audit it. A friend called me one day, I stay in Ogombo, in Aja. He was like, okay, come to the junction now. I said, yeah? Like, come there now. I want to see you now. I said, That day, I was also sleeping on my bed. She was like, oh, please, say, come there now. I said, well, actually, I'm actually fixed right now. Can we make it next week, Sunday? Audit your time. See, it's not just your time, it is your life. That is the proof. Don't see it as time. Don't see it as 2 seconds, 3 seconds. It is your life. And any way you want to direct that life, you are the captain of that life. I was showing my friend AY, a movie yesterday, how a man was arguing with the gods. The gods told him, if I watch Vikings, Vikings from season 1 to season 9 or so, I've watched about 5 seasons. But this season, where Ragnar was arguing with the seer, and something profound happened in their conversation. The gods told him that he was going to die at a particular place. And he wanted to show the gods that he is the author, he is the captain of his life. He rescheduled, like he changed the whole arrangement and died somewhere else. So on his way to where he wanted to go and die, he was not having a conversation with the God. He was saying, see, you don't own my life. I own this life. You can't present a destiny to me and expect me to manifest it. Many of us are living a life that has been presented to you, maybe by a pastor, by a public speaker somewhere, by a teacher, and then we are now manifesting that life. And not examine life. Someone says it's a life that is not worth living. Before you live a life, examine it. Pastor might have said it. Examine it. Don't be too religious in hearing. Be religious, at the same time, be logical about it. That man also said something profound. He said that, he said, see, gods are things men created to give themselves answers they are scared of giving themselves. That doesn't say that God does not exist. But sometimes there's a way we can reframe God to give ourselves some level of excuse or excuses to do something we think we should do or don't want to do it. Something like, I'm waiting for God to tell me what to do. Something like, I'm waiting for the will of God to happen. Something like, by the grace of God, at the right time we'll do it. By the time you'll be ready, you're already late. By the time I think I was saying here that I have a business plan that I wrote last year. I've sent it to people. I've shown them that, okay, see this thing, by this year I'm doing it. While I was here, last week I saw it online. Somebody was running advertisement on what I call dream. You don't understand. That vision I held, so that this one, by the time I entered Lagos market, shut down. Somebody somewhere is running advertisements with it online. When I saw it, I was shocked. It doesn't mean I'm not. Of course, I will still do mine. But I'm telling you that vision you said you have caught, it's not only with you. Somebody somewhere have the masterpiece, and they've paid people to help them craft it so well that they will never fail. And you, all you know is that it's, like I saw the vision. God told me about it, and you use free app, like use free app to come up with that business plan. Somebody somewhere used a 30,000 terminal in dollar to predict figures. You are using free ChatGPT to predict figures. You are expecting to get the same answer because God showed you that thing. No, people pay. Like these people, they don't even dream. They sit here, they just cast the vision to the people. Say it's okay. Install this vision, this and this. Look at the matrix. Install it into that terminal. The terminal costs about $30,000. $1,000, and that will predict the future of what you can do from time to time to get that thing done and grounded. You are still using your free ChatGPT, and you think ChatGPT will give you the same thing. It doesn't work that way. What am I saying is this: what is worth your time? And also audit that time. Take away people from it. Be unapologetic about it. If this person is not worth your time, cut it off. Cut it off. At the end of the day, we'll all be fine. Cut it off. And also, cut what doesn't matter, and then focus on contribution. Focus more on contribution. See, let me tell you this: when you want to contribute, maybe you want to, let's say you want to volunteer. In volunteering, I've discovered something important. Let me tell you that if you want to volunteer, if you are given the opportunity to choose where to volunteer, look at the whole places they are looking for people to volunteer. Sometimes the most powerful one or the most powerful group is the one that people don't know what they are doing. Take for example, we were to volunteer for a program. I think that was last year, Ambassador Summit. I saw protocol, media, this and this. I'm a lover of power, and I love influence, and I do programs. I want to know what is the motive behind this thing. And there was a particular place there they were looking for people to volunteer in that bracket. It was called, I think it was called, I've forgotten but it was something about planning the meeting itself. People were not much there. You know where people are much? Protocol. Where, as they are walking, they just take their picture, chakam, where people can take pictures and be visible. People were going there, but I sat down. I want to know the mind of the convener. Where is the mind of the convener? There are some meetings they will do somewhere. Now, the result of the meeting other people will have is the result of the other meeting that was held before them. I log into that place. You need to see the level of discussion in that place. How they want to plan the program, what the governor have said, what the first lady of the state have said, what he hasn't said. So, wow, this is the best place to be. So, sometime in volunteering, be strategic about it. Sometimes the best place is not where you will, it's where you will never be seen, but where you are, where the convener is, and then they're having a conversation of how the program came to be, of what they are planning to, of the failures they are facing, of how much has entered and how much. Such level of conversation, you won't hear it among the protocol. You won't hear it among the social media people. All they do there is take pictures. I'm not saying those ones are so those ones are less. No, I'm not saying that. But I'm trying to change a concept of you being strategic about where you volunteer and what you volunteer for. So you have to focus more on contributing. Contribute where it matters and contribute where it's so important. You also build daily discipline. Build daily because it is a meaningful life. A meaningful life will show at the end of years, not on a daily basis, which means if you live a miserable life today, if you have made a miserable error today, that miserable error may not show today, but then in 5 years' time, in 2 years' time, in 3 years' time, you will see that as a result of the life you have mislived, in quotes, a few years ago. So, in closing, I will say that one day the clock of life will start counting down. Now, when that clock of life counts down, someday it will definitely count down. Now, when that clock of life counts down, all your laters, like I will do it later, will become never. The opportunity to do it will be there no more. All your soon next will be no more. Because a man who is at his deathbed is praying for more time. A child or a teenager is also praying for what? More time. Each of these people are looking for more time. Is it that time is stored in a particular bank somewhere? No. But each of them is facing life differently, but then still under the same universe. So a time will come. Time will clock down on you. When time clocks down on you, what are you going to ask life? Are you going to say, I've lived purposefully, or I just passed through? Because some people today, they are just passing through life. On a daily basis, no decision taking. On a daily basis, no improvement anywhere. On a daily basis, life is filled up with error. Not error that are visible, but error that is looking like is looking like vibe. Something that is in motion. Something they have to do to get what they need to get. It's looking like something that is needed to be done at that point in time. But then, by the time your time clocks down, what will you say? Will you say, I have lived so well enough? Or will you say, I've just passed through life? Because anyone your answer is, one thing is sure, that at birth, you look like your parents. But then at death, you are looking like your own decision. And what is the decision you want to look like when the time comes for you to die? So having said that, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. The dean jokingly said to me a few days ago, aren't you going to speak? That's to say I had no plans to speak. But then, as I came around and saw people selflessly serve, I thought I should share a few words. I want to take you guys back memory lane. You know, you've heard the dean say a couple of times that my friend Bidemi. And so I want to share history with you. You know, I admire his doggedness. I say to him sometimes, I say, you know what, you need to chill. You drive people the way you drive yourself. And I don't know if he shared with you this is not going to have any structure, which is why I said to them that I call it life's lessons. I just want to draw a bit from here, a bit from there, and I hope it will help you. You know, did he share with you the story of how, when he was going to start off, he went to a library for 2 weeks because he couldn't afford a 1,800 naira book of quotes. So I was with him in his study, and he said to me that, you know, this book, he got up, pulled out, he said, this book, I couldn't afford it. And I left my house in Itire every morning. I don't know where he said he went to, for a year or so, that he trekked there every day. That because he couldn't afford that 1,800 naira book, he bought a hard copy, higher education notebook, and he was copying it for 2 weeks. Now, I've known Ubong since year 2000. That's about 26 years. I was hearing the story for the first time. I was impressed. You know, he explained a lot of things. And, okay, let me go back. So we were attending the same church. And one day the pastor was preaching and he was talking about people pursuing their dreams. And he used Ubong as an example. And I think in the same sermon, he was talking about helping people interpret their dreams. I was in my very early 20s at the time. And after service, I went to meet Ubong. I'd never met him before. I said, oh, you know what, I'd like to volunteer, support you in what you're doing. And then he said we should meet at his office. I think he was, how many of you know Faith Foundation? So Faith Foundation has this program where they train you, and after training, they give you some form of incubation. So you have like an office. He was using somewhere on Lagos Island. I was a young man. My dad had jackpot to the UK. So, you know, I would leave home early in the morning. I mean, I won't say we were wealthy, but you know, when, you know, women can spoil children. And with my dad out of the house, we were comfortable. I didn't know what life was. So Ubong would say I should meet him at the office at 6:30. A couple of times I'll get there, I'll meet this guy already at the office. And I'm like, so one day, I was in the bus and I was certain that today I'm going to get there before Ubong. And I got to the office and I met Ubong there. You know, so, you know, for me, there's some form of fascination. You know, and even though I tell him to chill, you know, you can't drive stuff the way you drive yourself, but I think that's where it comes from. You know, I've seen in 26 years what hard work can get you. In fact, I don't know if it's appropriate because you don't know who's streaming to share certain things. As in, I met. You know, so Ubong was saying earlier how he told his wife that, you know, speaking. So I met him when his office doubled as. So you know when you pick up your mattress in the morning and hang it, and then that's your office. That's when I met Ubong. I have immense respect for him. I'm not saying he's perfect, but you see, like he rightly said, every profession is great that is greatly pursued. I've seen a man pursue his dreams. You know, back then we used to have this thing called Achievers Summit. We were in the University of Lagos at the time. I used to coordinate this thing. So that was when he brought the likes of Bishop Oyedepo, Larry Zamoje, Professor Tomi. I don't know if Cecilia Ibu ever came. Otumba Gaddafi that he said. In fact, I entered the University of Lagos for mechanical engineering. And the pastor I was preaching when I started volunteering with with Ubong is someone you can call my mentor, you know. And back then he used to teach us that education means to draw out, to refine that which God has already given you. So we were already on that lane. But I remember one of those achievement summits that we attended. I brought a friend of mine who is in Toronto now. And he was in civil engineering, I was in mechanical engineering. I was already about to change course because of the things I had been hearing in my church. This guy came for Achievers Summit, and after that summit, he decided that he was going to leave engineering. You know, it was Larry. Larry was very bold. He said, listen, if you are doing a course that you are not wired for, leave the place. My friend decided he was going to leave. He left engineering for economics. Before we left University of Lagos, he was already chartered. Today, I was with him in Toronto last year. In fact, he came here, was it last year sometime also? And then when we came, you know, for those of us that saw Ubong then, he was very impressed. You know, from Surulere to Diroko to GRA to Ikoyi, true Nigerian success story. I mean, you heard him, he served in Nimasa. How many people do you know that served in government and EFCC is not chasing them? Or do you get what I mean? In fact, I was one of those that discouraged him. I said, what are you going to do there? Advise the person from outside. In fact, it's even better for you because me, I have business brain. You can even get contracts from outside. Don't wire it. But he He went in for a friend, came out, and look at what he's done. You know, I mean, it's not just about Ubong. The reason I came out here is because of you guys. I'm so impressed. You know, Nigeria, I've been someone that's been very passionate about the country. In fact, when I met my wife was living in England. And I said to her, I said, look, if you want to get married, if you truly want to get married to me, you have to come to Nigeria. I'm not going to live in England. And my wife left the UK and came to Nigeria about 20 years ago. No, 30 years ago, if I'm not mistaken. No, about 20 years ago. And I tell people that after accepting Jesus as my Lord and Savior, after the woman I got married to, the next best decision I took was not to relocate. I know it sounds strange, Avi. You know, last year I went on holiday with my family, and we went to the UK. From the UK we flew to the US, and then from the US we drove to Canada. And some of my classmates were like, you don't jackpot, you don't. And I said to them, I said, you know what, my prayer is that whatever will make me have to leave this country, may I not see it. I don't blame people that go. There are people that have left and have done very well for themselves. Do you get? You can't tell a footballer now that jackpotting is a bad thing. I don't know if you get what I mean. And their profession starts. It helps if you move to certain environments. But for me, I pray that whatever will make me need to leave this country, may I not see it. Permanently, you know. And so, imagine someone with that kind of mindset being frustrated with this country. I am disappointed with a lot of things I've seen of recent. You get? You know, it's almost as though I need to be careful what I share. You know, anyway, to now come here and see people that have spent days and nights walking selflessly, you have my highest regard. Highest regard. You know, you remind me of what is good about Nigeria. You know, the dedication, the speaking. Some of you have seen my kids. I brought them. It's like war. It's like you're suffering. You know, the other day I came here, I left my kids. By the time I came back, my daughter was lying down somewhere. Just to sit down for 5 hours, 6 hours, you can't sit down. Now, do you get what I mean? I know you're older than them, but you know, it takes a lot for people to do what you're doing. And in the midst of all the bad news about Nigeria, I think it's very commendable. I just see similarities in what you've done and what Ubong has done. That's not to say you should drive people into the ground, though. You know, when you're a hard worker, sometimes you don't know. You go and meet someone like me that have not worked that hard in life, I will run away. You know, but for those that maybe sometimes, you know, it's coming from, I don't think he even knows when he does it. And I wonder why familiarity hasn't bred contempt for me, you know. I just admire the fact that this guy, you know, there was a day, the first day Ubong was traveling to the UK, I think this was 23 years or so, or 24 years ago, he was going to the UK, he was going to speak at Sheraton. We were in his Audi 80. He had just bought, from speaking, he had just bought this Audi 80. We're going to Sheraton, from Sheraton he was going to the UK. And I've seen Ubong from that go to the US. You know, if it's certain people, you'll probably see like Range Rover, G-Wagon, and others parked outside. Because as someone who has been around for a long time, if that was his priority, he could afford it. But he would pour it into the business. No, you know, that's why I said it has no structure. I just feel like one or two people may be able to learn from these stories. If it's like this guy, what's his name? KS Oluwabode. Because sometimes I pop in to follow you guys online. I listened to him this morning and I learned a lot. In fact, I had heard what he said the first time from Ibukun Awoshika. that failure is feedback. And it was remarkable to hear it this morning. It's truly feedback. So when you hear things like that, you're not discouraged. You are able to trudge on. But in keeping to my promise that I'll give you gist, so I saw Ubong move from there to another office, a bigger office. I saw him do the FEMA job. That was a major breakthrough at the time. But instead of using that money to buy cars and do all whatnot, Ubong used this money, most of it, to attend trainings. He attended trainings in Dubai. I don't know if he's mentioned, it was in Alan, there's a guy he quotes often. Attended trainings, did NSA, he talked about the NSA trainings he did. And I used to wonder, because I went to University of Lagos. I was joking with him upstairs that, for those of us that went to LAG, it comes with packaging. It's not just, how many people went to LAG here? No wonder you don't appreciate it. I remember one time there was a governorship aspirant, that was campaigning, and a friend of mine in university took me to them to say, this guy is very popular in school, he has influence, anyway, he could help with the campaign. So we went to a meeting in Ikoyi, and then, I'm talking senior advocates, I guess I could even call names, Koinsola Ajayi, Felicia Phillips, all these big shots. So I was there talking, running my mouth, and I said, there are only 2 universities in this country. They said, really? I said, yeah. I said, which ones? I said, University of Lagos and the rest. They said, what about Ife? I said, those ones that cram outdated textbooks. I didn't know that all of them went to Ife. But funny enough, he got them to take a liking, and stuff like that. Anyway, I said that to say this, that in University of Lagos, we prioritize packaging. The last week I was talking about stees and all of those things. But I've seen somebody not pay attention to those things, pay attention to real value, and he has built a business. And believe you me, you know how many businesses die today? The other day I came here, I learned that the generator had gone off, and that is not like one of your managed generator. I even remember when he bought the generator in GRE. Caterpillar, Caterpillar is as good as they come. I've seen somebody not waste money, buy equipment, buy things that are useful, employ people, pay salaries. I'm an employer of labor, so I know it's not easy. When you are happy that end of month is coming, some people are thinking, how does it add up? I remember when he was about to start this program, people may not know this, but I guess he's mentioned it anyways, that he had to pay Guinness World Record about 21 million naira. We're not talking about feeding, we're not talking about diesel. Yeah? Yeah, not talking about the lodge. The other day he was telling me how much he has to cough out to them every 2 days. This is a truly modern day Nigerian success story. And anyway, Ubongs is just on the side. So when I see things like that and I see what you guys are doing, at least you can argue that it's Ubong's business, Nabi. He's the one that wanted to celebrate 20 years, 20 days. Did you send him? But then all of you have chipped into this dream. Please don't stop. It may be someone else's dream, but this, and I want to call names. I see Favor. I come here, I see Favor like she's sleeping. I say Kachi. I say these people. I'm encouraged. Believe you me, I've been this country, especially after the last election. I won't lie to you. If not that those ones over there too, they are mad. Anyway, let me be careful. You know what I mean now. All those, they are strange belief systems that they've engaged. There's a Yoruba adage that says the river that forgets its source will go dry. And the things that made those great societies, they've jettisoned them. They are now embracing strange cultures. Do you get what I mean? Which is part of why I am grateful that I don't reside in those climes. The madness has reached there too, DSTV has bridged the gap for us. But I think our culture is still holding back a lot of that rubbish, So, if you get what I mean. If you don't know. So, to now come here and see people working selflessly, in a sense, you've helped to rekindle some form of hope. Because a lot of us, even when Prof came here and he was talking, Professor Otomi is one of those bright spots for me in this country. Because, we were celebrating his 70th earlier this year. And the guy has no business doing what he's doing. People with my daughter is not here, she'll say that he's with with 1/10 of his contacts are billionaires. In fact, during the birthday, Senator Ben Bruce, they did a little documentary. He said, listen, my friend, you have no interest in making money, because if you are interested in making money, you won't do what you do. And it's true. Not like he doesn't want to make money. But, people that exalt values over material things. And that's what you guys represent. In a country where almost anything you do is, what's the need for me? What's the need for me? Not to say that you should go hungry, do you get? But seek value. I tell people, that my favorite scripture in the Bible is Matthew 6:33. It says, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. Every other thing will be added to you. Every other thing. For me, sometimes I even, it's like 26 years. I just consider myself a volunteer. I don't own shares, But even in volunteering, you are blessed one way or the other. I'll give you this story. I don't know if I don't want to take too much of your time, because I guess the other. There was this time I was in the University of Lagos, and I told you I was going to change course. And I wasn't changing course because I wasn't doing well in engineering. It's not like I was doing well anyways, but it wasn't because I wasn't doing well. I got into engineering, and while I was doing my diploma program, my mentor had started teaching us about all this education, do what you are passionate about and all of that. And so I was determined to change course. And if you know the university system, if you do too well, they may not release you. If you do too badly, they may not accept you at the other end. So we were aiming for some level. And so at that time, we had bought the forms, we were in the process. All of a sudden, the university came up with a policy that's no more changing to certain courses like economics, human resource management, and then you could only go to like actuarial science and certain courses that, so we had signed out of engineering, so we were trapped. For all intents and purposes, we were trapped. And in the middle of this period, Ubong his office was at Surulere at the time, so I was in the University of Lagos, and then I went to see him one of those days, and he said, you are doing engineering now. I just bought this area, please now help me install it. Our own engineering here is mostly theory. The fact that you can do physics doesn't mean you can fix. So I just took it, and I went. He had this rooftop, and I was like, do I even know what I'm doing? I brought out the manual, and then bit by bit, piece by piece, I put it together. And I felt the Holy Spirit use that to encourage me, because I said to myself, I didn't understand this thing, but look at it, I've set it up. I went back to the campus, re-energized, and I was like a union leader during that period. The university called for a meeting to inform us that we were not able to transfer, and then I got up and I spoke to them. I said, look, it is most times people think people transfer because they're not doing well in a particular course. That for us, we had options. That some of us are not transferring, because when they said go to actuarial science, I'm not transferring because I couldn't do well in engineering. I'm transferring because I found my purpose, and I want to get training for my purpose. And we resisted. In fact, forgive me, I know this is a mixed audience, but I'm a believer. If at some point in time I anointed all the pillars under our Senate building, I spoke in tongues from University of Lagos Akoka to where we were living in Bagada. I walked. I didn't enter bus. It was war. I called some of my friends. We went to Lagoon Front. We held hands. Because my life was about to end. No, think about it. If you say, okay, you're changing course, you're going to a certain place, we understand. But you in between. In fact, some people didn't make it. There was a guy. I don't know if they sent that guy to me. The guy, we were talking to the Student Union president at the time. His name was Abudu Ghana. For those that went to the University of Lagos, who may be online. We were talking to him, and Abudu came to say, oh, you know what, you guys have spoken to the authorities. They said it's not going to happen. Just take what they gave you and stuff. And this other guy from nowhere just came and said, let's take it. I said, dude, do I know you from anywhere? If you want to take it and go now. But for me, I'm not taking it. Do you know that guy didn't make it? He went back to where he was coming from. And some of us, in fact, I wrote my first exam in Faculty of Business Administration because I decided to go for human resource management. As someone who wasn't confirmed. In fact, they came into the exam hall, chased everybody that was not confirmed, and left me because even the lecturer couldn't recognize me as a transfer student because I was so engaged. In fact, I think that semester my GP was 4.25. Even with all the mess and everything. So why is I even going to this now? So those were days of volunteering. In the middle of that thing, Ubong was hosting a program in University of Lagos. And while I was sharing flyers, someone came to call me that, they're looking for you at the Senate building, that they can't find your economics, so because we came in for science, because I knew I wanted to change course, I went to do London GCE just for economics. Said they can't find that you don't have economics in your paper. I said, I have. So in the middle of that, it was because I was volunteering on a Saturday, because this was a Saturday, that someone could reach me, and I went there to defend, even though I wasn't sure what I was doing, It wasn't like I had the best of grades in that economics. I was assuring the guy that this is the equivalent of this in our own local, and the rest is history. I was able to transfer. When you are selfless, I'm not claiming that I am, but when you serve, there's a reward. You may not get that reward where you're serving, but one way or the other, the Lord will reward you. Can't she say anything? The Lord, I'm telling you, you will look back, some of these things, I even now, it's not like I'm working. When I see some of the things Ubong does, I learn. Do you get? I learn. You see somebody who has developed himself so much. There was a time my wife's company at the time was looking for a public speaker. And I said to her, listen, forget familiarity. I can vouch for this guy. He's worked on himself. I remember one particular year while he was in Surulere, Ubong said to me, this year, I'm not going anywhere. I'm just going to learn. I'm just going to be reading. These are the reasons why sometimes I just feel like, whatever little I can do for this dream, let me just do. Because these are the bright spots in our country today. When people are, recently I was in Abuja, and somebody was proposing some kind of funny deal to me, and I said to him, no, I can't. In fact, my friend was saying, pastor, you want to do? I said, I saw you mean by pastor. I'll give you your commission now. So the guy said to me that, okay, if they tell you now that the deal is 120 million, you should bill for 370. Will you do it? I said, of course not. If I do that, how do I continue praying for Nigeria? So imagine in the midst of all of this, you see people who have decided to stay on the straight and narrow. Coppers and selfless people who will come here. At least I will show up, I'll go. Stay here overnight, through thick and thin. I don't know, you guys, believe you me, I have highest regard for you guys. Highest regard. And it really encourages me about this country, that all hope is not lost. I believe that as we ring that bell tomorrow, you guys are the real heroes of this thing. And I'm so happy because Ubong says to me he has plans, coffee book, coffee table book, is that what it's called? Documentary. I was discussing with him upstairs and I was like, that's a fantastic idea. He was even talking about hosting the speakers It's like a fantastic idea, but I felt that this is probably my last opportunity to let you guys know how truly amazing you are, how great it is for our country that we have people like you who are selfless, who are dedicated, who are, you know, you know. So I think I think I have managed. I hope rather that I've managed to express how. No, it's okay. It's okay. Don't. It's okay. So you know, it's the same thing I've seen over the years with Ubong is what I'm seeing with a lot of you guys. In fact, I saw the gentleman that just spoke before me. You know, in fact, even this guy, what's his name, KSO. I was going to tell Ubong that this KSO reminds me of Ubong back in the days. You know, I don't know if he was the one about 2 weeks ago or so who was saying he gave four things. Was it him? Creation. Okay, you may not remember. And then he was also saying that in the morning you can't get him if you call him first thing in the morning. That is the creation hour for him and stuff like that. Oh, it was you. It was you, huh? It was you. Okay. Yeah. Was you, right? Yes, it was you. Yeah. That to show you that anybody can bless you. Do you get? Because that blessed me. You know, okay, after KSO this morning was Mr. Jayavi that said, okay, I think it's one of those quotes on the wall. They are, liars, yes, and the liars. Okay, it was okay, so you know, just bits and pieces over time, you get, and you never can tell who has noted someone here. Just imagine someone like that KSO walks into an office that I'm seated and he says he's looking for something and they're looking for referral for him. What do you think I'll say?
100.
Or if they say they're looking for hype man, who do you think I'll call? The guy, he's not even looking up. The thing just comes naturally to you. You know, the other day Ubong was speaking, I was saying to him afterward, I said, when you were speaking, I almost shouted, Nigeria's Mr. Motivator. But I couldn't even get myself, but he has just been going on. Even today when he was asking and I was participating, because typically I wouldn't want to say anything, like I didn't even plan to say, I just wanted to just do my bit and go. But this atmosphere has brought out that I mean, look, we are in a, it's not political, but it's a very challenging situation. It's a very challenging situation. I don't even know how a lot of people are how they are making ends meet. You know, I went to a federal government college and I can't even send my kids there today. So the money that will have sent me to federal government college for 6 years is what we are paying for one term. And with that money, you are still not getting value. In fact, as I speak to you, my wife and I are looking for a new school. And I'm sure if you say maybe 1 to 10 in Lagos, my kids' school will be one of those. You know, it's a problem. Because we've had 2 of our children's lesson teachers, Jackpa. No, but that's what's happening. In the medical field, the best hands are Jackpaing. Teachers are Jackpaing. And can you blame them? You can't blame them. Everybody wants the best for their lives. Okay, now things have tripled in price. Have salaries tripled in price? No. So automatically, there's a gap somewhere. People are living lesser qualities of life. I hope that's proper English. You know, because of this. Do you get what I mean? It's I heard you, Okachi. You know, so but it's the truth. I mean, I just wonder how people cope. I wonder how people cope. Transport is a problem. You guys, a lot of times you see me, I'll jump on, I'm coming, I'll enter Uber. Because for me, it makes more financial sense. It makes more financial sense. Especially if you're not doing a 9 to 5 where you have to go somewhere every day and come back every day. It makes more financial sense. Because you go and buy petrol, first of all, you keep a 40 million vehicle somewhere or 50 million vehicle somewhere, and then you now fueling, mechanics will do their own, then you buy fuel of how much? 1,300, isn't it? For you to fill your tank is probably like 150k, and a full tank will last me typically 3 or 4 days. So imagine that, 300,000 naira in a week, Abi? So can I enter Uber 300k? No, please tell me. I mean, even if I'm going somewhere every day, can I enter Uber 300k? It's quite, it's quite expensive, but do you get me? Yes, so it's those monies. You hear me, I say, oh, I travel there with my children, I travel, it's those monies. Because I was telling a friend of mine recently, I said, look, it's planning that is making a lot of us look comfortable. The way the country is now, yeah, if you don't put on your, yeah, if you're not smart, you run into trouble. If you live above your means right now, you run into serious trouble. Do you get it? Because think about it, you can hold 100k now and it will go like that. And you'll be wondering what you did with it. You get, so I'm just trying to buy you guys some time. But you get the drift, It pays to be diligent. It pays to stay with a dream. In fact, Uban says some things to me that he says he feels for young people today that he wants to encourage them to start early. And I can relate. In fact, when I left school, by the time I left school, I'd already started my business. And I remember my first deal. I don't want to call the name, it's a major organization in the country. The deal was about 15 million at the time. Fresh out of school. In fact, I remember when I was going to get married to my wife, Ubong was giving you the gist of his own. my in-laws were wondering, what are you doing? I mean, imagine my wife leaving the UK to come and meet somebody that says he has a dream. It looked like jazz. And I remember that first deal. In fact, I used to send my younger sister to go to meet my bankers and some potential clients as my staff. She wouldn't even have corporate clothes to wear, just put it together, go and do this, take this document for me. My first deal, it was about 15 million contract. I probably made over 10 million in that first deal as a student, just by staying true to something you believe in. And 15 million was what? About $100,000 at that time. So, look, it's disheartening when you now see a society where it's almost like you are making people compromise, with the way the situation is. And that's in the midst of that I find people like you to help the discouragements, that there's hope for this country. If people can stay 20 days for lack of a better word, for someone else's dream, even though you're fulfilling your dream in that dream, then it's really commendable, and I think you are worthy of whatever comes your way, whatever good thing comes your way. So who is the next speaker? Before I bore you with all of history. With those few words of mine, I hope I've been able to convince you and not confuse you that it pays to be diligent.
That's a very explicit one. There's this adage that says that if you listen to an advice of a man of, let me say, 100 years or 70 years, even if you're not up to that in age, you've just passed through those years of experience. So those advice you've listened to, it actually took some people, let me say, 20 years or 30 years to actually achieve those things, and we've just gotten it in split of, let me say, less than 30 minutes. So that's a very good one. Thank you very much, sir. Yeah, I'll start with this story. I remember reading a book, Still Like an Art. Still Like an Art, if I'm not mistaken. I think that's the topic. So while reading the book, I began to think and to reason on some certain things, which I'm going to ask you this evening. And the first question is, please let's listen. Why do some people that actually go to school succeed? That's the first question. Then the second question is, why do some people that don't go to school succeed? Why do some people that go to school succeed, and why do some people that do not go to school succeed? And when I look critically at the two questions, I saw as a mathematics student or as a science student, I look at the two questions, and one thing is constant in the two questions: school. Please just follow me closely. Is what school and school that is common in the two questions. Then when I go back, I began to look at it again. Let me break school down. What is constant in school? Students come and go. Teacher come and go. Then it means there must be a constant to actually produce that result. Are we getting me? It means there must be a constant. Because someone will just stand up and say, oh, so person did not go to school and is making it. Check in his life. Oh, there is no principle of school in his life. So it means I can go to school and school will not pass through me. And there will be a guy in his room will not go to a physical school, but school will pass through him. And that's why today I'll be talking on, if you do the principle, you will get the results. If you do the principle, so it's not black and white. It's not, oh, are you white or are you black? No, it's not about that. Do you have the results? And the world will be ready to pay you for it. Law of gravity, if I put this thing down, it will fall. So whether you like it or not, it's not fasting and prayer, it will definitely fall. So that's how principle works. If you truly have the principle and if you apply the principle, you will get the result. I look back again at my question, looking at school, and okay, looking at school now, teacher will come and go, students will come and go, and if you even say you don't want to go, life has the way of forcing you. Life has the way of forcing you. And now, while checking it, I began to look at some little things. I look at the system, look at the structure, and look at the curriculum. System, structure, and curriculum, which means even if I'm not in a physical building called school, if I have system in my life, if I have structure in my life, if I have curriculum in my life, I will make it. So when you look at some people in world and you say, this person did not go to school, go and check his life. There is school in his life. So school is not about the building. That's why you can go to university and you come out in 4, 5, 6, 7 years, and you come out and someone that did not go to a formal school is making it in life than you. Why? Because although you've gone to a physical place, but the principle is not in your life. And that's why you see someone, you can say, oh, I studied, let me say for me now, I studied more like health education. And now you can see some of the things I do, some of the things I say, or maybe you actually go to a party with me and I'm telling you I don't want soft drink, or I don't do this, I don't do that. Yes, truly I've studied the course, but I'm living the life, and not everyone that studied that course is living the life. Do you get the logic? So it's possible you study French and you can't speak French. It's possible you study English and you can't even construct a good English. It's possible. It's possible. So I said that to say that, so it means if I don't go to school to study English and I stay in my room, get video, get the right thing, I'm going to speak the English. And when we go out there, you even think I studied. Do you get the logic now? So get the principle, do the principle, apply the principle, you will get the results. You will get the result. That's not the reality of life. So when I began to look back at it again, okay, now what system, what structure, and what's curriculum? What system, what structure, and what's curriculum? I see system as that engine room producing the results. It's the engine room. It's the one behind the scene producing the result. It can be series of steps, series of action, or series of principles you just set aside. Is what will be producing the results. And structure is just like the step-by-step principle. Now, okay, this is what will come first, this is what will come second, this is what will come last. That's the structure. And the third part is the curriculum, and that's even the key. The curriculum talks about everything you have to do. Is it the content? Is it the skill? Is it the knowledge you have to acquire? Everything you have to know. And the truth is, when you don't have a set out curriculum, you just be living a zigzag life. This one is calling this, you are there. This one is calling that, you are there. You don't even know what to do. You don't know where you are going. And there is this guy that just sit down. Oh, since my parents cannot afford taking me to a school, I'll just go and learn. Let me say I'll learn fashion, or I'll learn tailor. It's already defined. It's clearly defined. And in few years, if the guy too is diligent enough, he's already giving results. Like you are giving him a material. He's not like thinking, okay, what will I do with the material? He already knows what he's going to do with the material. And no, you'll be forced to give him the money in as much as you know he's going to give you a result. But don't forget, before that, he had a curriculum that, oh, this is what I'm going to master. Is it ladies' clothes I want to sew? Is it guys' clothes I want to sew? It's well defined. So what are those goals? What are those things you think you want to achieve or you want to attain? Then have you really identified what you need to master to get in those things? It's enough to write it down. It's not enough to write it down, sorry. It's not enough. Do you have a set out curriculum to say, okay, this and this and this and this is what I will master? Is it this broad set of knowledge I have to read, or this area of things I have to read, or is these are the skills I have to harness, or these are the tools I'll be needing? You have to set all of these things. Because when you don't have them, you just be walking zigzag. You don't even know what to master. Today, you are in fashion. Tomorrow, you are in hairdressing. Next tomorrow, you are in bricklaying. You're just moving around. So have you really defined the curriculum? Do you really have a clear curriculum? Have you ever asked yourself that, okay, now, you've written JAMB exam, or you've just done your WAEC, and the next thing that will be sent to you by the school is admission letter, right? And that admission letter is not empty. They are telling you the years. That, oh, you've been admitted to, let me say, School of Medicine, this other, and in 7 or in 6 years, they'll put the stated year. Now, let me say 7 years now. You'll be awarded what? The degree. So from that first day, even before you've actually get into the physical school, the curriculum has been designed already. I don't know if you're getting my point now. The curriculum is already designed. From the beginning, they're already telling you what the end will look like. So if you really achieve any goal, any vision, or any dream you have, then there must be a set out curriculum for it. What and what will I master? You can't be everywhere. You can't be everywhere. That's why even for medicine, later when you start studying the course, you also have to measure. Like have a particular area you want to focus on. So the first thing you have to do when you have a goal, you're thinking of something you want to achieve, think of what are the things I have to master first. What do I need to know? What do I need to know? After identifying the curriculum or the skill or the tool you have to master, then the next thing, what should I now do? So now I've identified all the things I want to master. Which is what? The curriculum. Now, I said something earlier about someone getting, admission now. It stated clearly, this is what we want to achieve in 7 years, right? So, although the boy is yet now as a Uniben, let me say, as a newly admitted student. Sorry, I'm saying Uniben. Newly admitted student now. But even being a newly admitted student, he already have the end goal in mind. He knows what his end should look like. I don't know if you're getting it. He knows, that end he knows is what I call now vision. He has a vision. Vision talks about, a holistic image of what you want to achieve later. A holistic image of what? Of your reality. A holistic image of your dream. You have that holistic picture. Okay, this is really what I want to be. This is really what I want to achieve. It's not dangling in his mind. It's clear. You want to be a doctor. You want to be a surgeon. It's clear there already. From the first day. It's clear. And I say that to say that now when the vision is now clear, the next thing is the mission. The mission is the meaning or the purpose of his action. So when you see him on a Monday morning going for lectures, the reason is because he has a vision. I hope you're getting it. The reason is because he has a vision. So when he's burning night candle, you know why he's doing it. Because sometimes when you don't know the reason you are doing something, you'll be easily swayed from it. You'll be easily swayed from it. And let me give an example. Everyone is going to party. Everyone do not see a need to pick up a book and read. But you know later you want to speak to people. It means you have to read. Because I always tell people you might have talent, but if there's no knowledge behind the talent, what you end up making is what is noise. You can have talent, but if there's no knowledge behind the talent, what you end up making is what? Is noise. It's noise. So I want to understand that yes, some things come natural to you. If you don't take proper time to build competence in it, when you want to actually, exhibit or display those things, you just see yourself displaying something else. That's why you see some people, they have passion, but there is no knowledge. You can talk, but it's just that what you're saying is not aligning. You can speak, but what you're speaking is not really passing any message. So you have the energy, but you don't have the substance. You have the energy, but you don't have the substance. So now you've identified that, okay, yeah, this is really what I want to do. You're having a mission which is telling you the reason you'll be taking every step you want to take. And the third one is what? Now go. When you say go now, go has to do with the step-by-step action you are taking in direction to your what? To your what? Vision. And that's why over time, anytime you're not now acting in direction, that's where you have what? Distraction. So anytime you're not acting in direction towards, you're not taking that step that is leading you towards that vision you've written down, that's what we call what? Distraction. But let's now say you don't even have vision. Do you even know what is distraction? You won't know. So when you don't have vision, you can't even know what distraction is. So many people are running their life that way. Or yes, you are admitted, but there is a guy there who was not admitted into any physical school, but he has curriculum for his life, he has vision for his life, he has mission, and he has daily goal, which we now call what? His daily step towards that holistic vision. His daily step towards a holistic vision. So that's what really differentiates successful people from unsuccessful people. So when next you see the quotes that, school na scam, look critically. Look critically. Because intrinsically, looking at that quote, okay, let me just give this analysis. Out of about 1% of all those who decide not to go to a formal school, you're only talking about 2 or 1. Let me say 1%, 1% of those that didn't go to a formal school and succeed. And they're using their own success to define every other person. I don't know if you're getting my analysis now. So whenever you say school is a scam, it's like you're only looking at 2 or 1 persons that that made it without that formal school, and they're using it to judge every other person. One of other person that has gone silent. And most of them will later go to school to get it when they have the money. Yes, they'll go back to school to get it. So who is fooling who? Because if you imagine a secondary school student or primary school student, you're already knowing school is a scam. I think I was discussing that with someone here yesterday. That's a whole lot. So I'm trying to tell you, understanding, having a holistic vision, you're having an image, okay, this is really what I want to achieve. So even when you don't want to read, you already have a reason, you already have a vision that will make you read. And one way you are not forcing yourself is that you have what? You have goal. And I say goal is your step-by-step action towards what that you are taking to achieving that goal. And I'm going to give you a practical example. When it comes to goal setting, I always like to, explain it this way. Now, I'm using myself as an example. There was a time I look at myself and I said I want to learn software engineering. Yes, software engineering. Now, that's an holistic goal. Yes, that's more like a vision. Now, you want to become a software engineer. You want to learn that. Okay. You want to learn that. So, this is what I want to achieve holistically. Then, what should I do? Should I just put it in my, in my diary there and just be worshiping it every day? No, I won't become a software engineer that way. Then the next thing I have to identify is, what are those things I have to master? Okay, what level did I want to actually build this skill to? Is it entry level? Is it intermediate level? Or is it junior developer? Just pick it out. Okay, yeah, I want to build an entry level. Then what are those things I have to master? Okay, these are the things I have to master. Now, how long will I master it? Because if you don't ask yourself, you've been admitted now into medicine, for instance. The year is already stated. It's already stated. So, okay, I'm taking 2 years, I'm taking 1 year, I'm taking, 6 months, whatever it is. You are stating it down. Now, since you've stated the year, you've stated what you want to really achieve. Now, Your year is like more like it's the holistic thing that in 2 years you want to become this, in 3 years you want to become this. Break that 1 year into months. This is everything I want to achieve in 1 year, in 2 years. Break it down into 1 year. From 1 year, break it down into months. That's 12 months. Which means every month I have what to do. Every month I have what to do. Every month I have what to do. And it's not even enough. After a month, you're breaking it down into what? Into weeks. Every week, this is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. This is what I want to do. Finally, into a day. You're bringing it down into days now. In a week, we have 7 days, right? You're bringing it down into days now. Okay, every day, this is what I want to achieve. Because this thing I'm just telling you, that's what's happening to a medical student in 7 years. Because the 7 years will not happen like a magic. The 5 years will not happen like a magic. The 4 years will not happen like a magic. It's your daily action. Your daily, okay, I actually attend my lecture today. I did my practical. I did my assignment. Little by little, gradually, that person that was once a novice in that area is becoming what? Competent in that area. I hope you're getting the gist now. Becoming competent over time. You're becoming better over time. Now, you've identified, okay, this is what I want to master. You've broken it down into days. It's not still enough. You're going to choose a specific time. You want to really what? You want to really master that thing. You want to train yourself, or you want to learn that thing. You speak choosing the time. Is it before lunch? Is it after before breakfast, or after breakfast, or before my dinner? You've been intentional about yourself. Okay, this is when I'm going to really watch the video. This is when I'm going to do my coding, or this is when I'm going to, have my online meeting with some of my friends. You've been intentional that way. And that way you realize you're not even forcing yourself, but you are moving forward every day. Because it's clear. Sometimes when you have something big to read, you just be like, when will I finish this thing? And that word, when will I finish this thing, you'll be there. You'll not even make any step. But imagine you've actually looked at everything. You've seen down, you've counted the cost. You've seen that, okay, even if it's just two pages I'm doing every day. In 7 days, this is where I'll be. In 1 year, this is where I'll be. In 2 years, this is where I'll be. In 3 years, this is... imagine the boy being admitted to medicine now. You're being admitted for medicine now, for instance. You can't. That's the all things you're supposed to learn cannot be put into you in 1 day, right? But just that little thing. Oh, this semester, this is what we have to do. That's how you're becoming a medical doctor. Gradually. So this principle is still the same thing in life. It's still the same thing. So once you're able to harness it and you apply it in your daily life, in your daily routine, you're going to get the same results. And that's the reason why the same boy you're looking at that, his mother and his father is nothing, and the guy did not go to a formal school, and now the guy is making it big. Why? Because he understood the principle. And even if he was not in a formal school, he's applying the principle in his life. And this is the key thing. So I haven't understood, I've divided everything. I have my to-do for each day. So my ability to stay, in as much as I stay consistent to that my routine daily, daily, the days will become weeks, weeks will become months, months will become years. And over time, I'll gradually become the better version of myself I had once envisioned. I'll gradually become that better version of myself, that image version of myself I have somewhere in my head, or I've written somewhere in my diary. And when you get, that's why you hear some people, they're not surprised of where they are today. Why? Because over time they built the competence. Now, I think 2 speakers before me that came here, Mr. Ezekiel to be precise. Now, I was saying something because I was even asking him that all the things you've been discussing, like how do you get them? And it's simple. He said they've been in his diary. And the same thing, me. I was telling him too that all the things I've been presenting, there were things I wrote down. I didn't even know where I'll present it. I didn't even have a platform, but I just write them down. And that's how life is sometimes. You don't know the way the life is. It's just preparing you for some things. You'll be there, okay, I don't have the platform, I don't know where to, but just put it there. Just put it there. So every opportunity is only, every opportunity you're seeing is only a state for manifestation. It's an opening for manifestation. But if there is really nothing there is really nothing you can actually manifest. Nothing. Because over time, you've not even invested anything there. So sometimes while looking at the vision, while looking at your goal, beyond looking, Sit down and gradually work towards it daily. Sit down, count the cost. What will actually require to make me manifest this goal? That's the most important thing. Because everybody have dream. That's the truth. Everybody on earth has dream. But what differentiates those that will manifest their dream and those that will forever remain in the world of dream is active action. And that's why I always say, if you ever manifest every dream, you must wake up from the state of unconsciousness to the state of conscious action. If you manifest any dream, if you live out any dream, you must wake up from that state. Is unconscious, is that state of unconscious idea, the state of unconscious action to conscious action. Because until you act, all of your dream will remain a mirage. And that's why it's even called a dream. That's why it's called a nightmare. So if you ever manifest, you have to be intentional. So you've seen an architect now. Even before the building, even before building the building physically, he already knows what the building will look like. He already has a plan for the building. So it's not enough to have goal. It's good, but it's not enough. You must have a plan that is going to show you the step-by-step process of manifesting that goal, of manifesting that dream. And in as much as you do this, you see every force of nature working in alignment with you. Because you've also decided to work in alignment with nature. And that's why I state the topic as when you do the principle, you will get you get the results. 2 + 2 is 4 everywhere. See, it's not about being a boy or being a girl or being a black or being a white. No. That's just the logic. 2 + 2 is 4. And if you're able to bring 2 and 2 together, you're going to get your results. So your goal is not just to have there are some people, they've snapped with some celebrity, they've done this, they've done that, but only for the celebrity to just invite them over and just have 1 or 2 words to them and realize that although this person is looking like that, but it's not really actually having the substance. Having the substance. Because I do believe that the opportunity that will still make that you see and you say, oh, this person is actually a success or this person is doing well, it's still the same opportunity that will expose some people and will show their flaws. So it's not really about the opportunity itself, it's about the person. And that's why when you really realize that the goal is not just to keep dreaming the dream or keep growing the vision, but to grow yourself to manifest the vision. There are 2 different things. You have a goal, you have a vision. Your goal and your vision is where you've not been to yet, is what you've not achieved yet. So a good way to achieving it is to grow yourself to achieving that vision. So some people have vision, in the next 30, 40, 50 years, they already know where they will be, but ask them what are they doing now about it. They are really doing nothing about it. Nothing about it. So the goal here is know the principle, do the principles, and you will get the results. And that's why I stated structure, system, and I stated curriculum. When you actually identify everything you have to master, and identify the level at which you want to master it. Is it the entry level? Is it the intermediate level? And go for it. And daily, as you do what you're supposed to do daily, it becomes week, it becomes months. And over time, you see yourself living it out. Living it out. So it's not charm. It's just you giving yourself to the process, doing what the process requires. And over time, you live it out, you manifest it. So when you look back, or when people look back at you, you already know this and this is what I do. And this is the result. And this is the result. So this is what is also in formal school. And that's why you look at schools, you'll be like, the system has been existing for long, but it's still there. Even now, soldier comes and soldiers go. The system is still there. Because what is holding the school is not the building. What is holding the school is not the teachers, it's not even the students, it's the principle and the curriculum and the structure that is holding the school. And when you apply this to your life, you see yourself, achieving your goal, manifesting your dream. You're not just running a rat race. You're not running without direction, you're running with precision. And that way you know what is distraction. Yes, and you know what is not distraction. You know those to connect with, you know those you don't have to connect with. You know the events that you must be there, even if it takes you paying or getting money or borrowing, you have to be there. I know the events that you just don't have to show up. Even if the ticket is free, you don't have to show up. Even if the ticket is free, because you already have a goal. You have a set out goal. You have a vision. You've casted before you. And as you do your daily routine, so someone can just see you reading a book. You're not just reading a book. You're moving forward. You're moving a step forward. Do you get it? The speaker that also spoke before me was talking about how that the dean will actually dedicate a whole year to study. A whole year. So even if you think he's on a spot, sitting in a spot or sitting in a room studying, but he's actually moving far ahead into the future. Although he's in a room, but his brain has gone beyond that room. That's what it means. That's what it means. So immediately, as he's speaking a book and he's reading a book, and you come around to visit him and just say, okay, let's just go for this party. You say, this is what I dedicated this year for. It's clear already. So you can't talk him away from his daily words, of his daily action. You can't talk him away from his daily words, of his daily activity. But imagine there is no clear vision. Every opportunity will look like what? It will look like something good. Imagine there is no vision. Even when distraction is present, you won't know. You just feel like, it's a free party now. Let me just go and enjoy myself. And every time wasted is every life wasted. As one of the speakers also spoke. So even if there is nothing you're getting, again, I'm reiterating. When you do the principle, you will get the results. You get the results. So in one word, I talk about system, I talk about structure, I talk about curriculum, and I mend it with vision, mission, and what's goal setting. So right about now, my name still remains Kaida Imidedamilawe, and now I'd love to pass on the mic to the next speaker.
Good evening, everyone. So it's like Mr. AY came for me. It's like he was just breaking on my tables. I'm one of those people that you're interested in something. I'll do this. Like he said, it spoke about a business plan. Like if already drafted it out, you even sent it out to people. I'll be doing this year. But then later at the end of the year, you'll be thinking, why have I not done it? Then you see it outside that someone has done it already. Then he came, plan, put it in order. So I've learned a lot from every session so far. So we're going into a little discourse this evening. It's more centered around education and technology. The advancement of education and technology. I'm sure if most of us, if we're online at the moment, you check and you see that ChatGPT is down at the moment. ChatGPT is actually down, I think, since past 3 hours. It's working now. Yes. It's back now. Yes. Check it again. Go and refresh. Because that's why I even closed my system. It's working. It's back now. Okay, as at 3 hours ago, it came down. Probably it's back up. So that's to show how integral ChatGPT is to us. That's ordinary ChatGPT, not to talk of other technological tools. So as I will be discussing, I'll be centering about the rise of EdTech. What are EdTech? These are educational technology startups in Nigeria. So, post-COVID, how many of us really enjoyed ourselves during COVID? Okay, let me put it. How many of us were in school during COVID? At least a few of us. How was the experience like? It was cheap. Well, you're not going to school, right? We're not going to school. Did you do online classes? It was not. The online class was not classing actually. How was your experience during COVID? Schooling experience?
During COVID?
Yes. Oh, sorry. Yeah, still one of the young children. Pardon me. I didn't mean it that way. So during COVID, we also how advancement in technology actually came to play. In fact, we could say COVID was the setup for the educational technology advancement to come into play. Like they said, the best, there's a way this quote is, every setup is a It's a way for you to come back stronger. So COVID came, shut down the old school, but then we also the electronic school coming into place and putting things into order. Right now, it's more like educational system is moving from chalkboard to dashboard. If you get what I'm saying, it's no longer just your normal 4 walls of school with a teacher holding marker or a chalk this time around. But now you now have dashboard where you see welcome Victor, what are you learning today? So it's no longer chalkboard, it's now dashboard. So briefly, you just be discussing, as we all know, the post-COVID gave rise to some tech startup. We all know it's 20 days of eloquence. We are speaking from Nigeria perspective to some startups in Nigeria. We have U-Lessons, we have Alt School. I'm sure most of us will know about Alt School. If you are into tech skills, you want to learn tech skills, you know there's Alt School for you to learn. We have U-Lesson. U-Lesson deals with videos for secondary school students preparing for JAMB, WAEC, and the rest. And then we have Cubes. I don't know if you've heard about Cubes. So I'll be centering my discussion about Cubes and how is Cubes making the life of students easier. How is it making educational system easier? So we'll be discussing some of its features. The number one feature I'll be discussing is the assignment feature in Cubes. As we all know, sometimes we can be lazy when it comes to assignments. And you want someone to do assignments for you. Like the speaker that was speaking before Mr. Ewa came up, when he was talking about how people make ends meet. I remember back then in school, I did a lot of things. Doing projects for people, doing assignments for people. So Cubes is coming, they are stepping in as a repository that you can just, I need my assignment to be done as a student. Probably you are like a student that is juggling a lot of things, and now you just had about an impromptu assignment that's coming up. So with Cubes, you can get your assignment done in an easy way. Mentorship. There's this saying about school, that school doesn't test your intelligence per se, but rather it tests your ability to memorize. Are we together on that? School tests the level at which you are able to cram stuff, rather than test your actual intelligence. When they set exams for you, even we as individuals, we have been programmed to, the lecturer will set example, the lecturer will set assignments, so that's what you go and dwell on, that's what you go and read. Or you'll be asking the lecturer, what is the AOC? But is that actually testing our intelligence? Or is just testing our ability to cram, our ability to assimilate? But rather than test our ability to assimilate, it's rather testing our ability to know if you actually remembered what the lecturer said in class that day. The example is solved in class that day. So this is the place of where mentorship comes into place. Sometimes you need someone to put you through your education in terms of your course, creating a pathway for you, putting you through stuff. I'm sure a lot of us attended extra lessons while in universities. We didn't? Or what your lecturer taught you in class was just enough for you. You understood immediately. Oh, true. We have first class students here, like it was mentioned earlier. So, so some of us that are not first class students went for extra classes, went for extra mentorship. So that's what Cubes. That's another feature that I've seen in Cubes, that Cubes is bringing into the educational system in Nigeria. So mentorship is being created for every student now. It's a one-on-one mentorship for you as a student. Someone that will hold your hands, probably in your field of study, that will hold your hands and walk you through whatever you are going through. There's also a timetable feature on Cubes. I'm sure most of us, when we're in school, there's always timetable. It's when a day comes, you wake up in the morning. What course do we have today? You don't even know. That's when you go to the WhatsApp group. Please, what course are we having this morning? Or what course are we going to take today? But with Cubes, you have a timetable feature so that as soon as your semester begins, you can input your courses into it, and it constantly gives you a reminder that, oh, you have 301 today, You have 402 today by 12. So with this, you have a more structured ecosystem life for a student. And then there's also the part of the AI integration into the Qs app. Now, when I say AI integration, what does it really mean? I'm sure most of us have seen where a lecturer sends material a day to the exam, and then you see the material is like 500 pages. I'm sure the first class student, they will read everything, right? As per first class, they will read everything that night before the exam. But some of us, that even before exam, we just started reading 1 week to exam. Or like first class student that started reading immediately the semester started. So with Qs, with the AI feature on Qs, that your 500 pages material, the AI feature can actually help you summarize it. You can tell it to give me these 500 pages, give it to me like you were explaining to a kid, and to give you a summarized version of the entire thing and explain it to you. So you don't have to worry about the material is too big for me to read. The AI feature will actually give you a short and concise version of it. Also, with this AI feature, you can create study parts. Now, when I say study parts, for people, I think I had friends that studied biochemistry, industrial chems. They were always complaining that one course can have like 10 sub units under it. You know, it's just like when you are learning neural pathways, there are a lot of subtopic under it that it won't be easy for you to like gather everything together when you are reading. But with the AI feature, it can create a pathway for you in such a way that from one course you are entering into one unit, that unit will lead you into another sub-unit. So that way you don't get confused in your reading. Instead of reading zigzag, hectare, sector, but then you already have a pathway created for you. So I've been saying all this, but we all know right here in Nigeria, even at this moment, we know there are some challenges to all these solutions that we provide to this advancement of educational system. As we all know, a particular challenge during the COVID that time to remote classes was what? Network. It was majorly network. That time that people were not, in fact, that time, you know, there was shutdown. Most people were working from home. Now imagine someone that was supposed to handle a network issue at empty office is at home sleeping. And while we here, we need network to enter into class, but then it's not working. And also, apart from network, we had the issue of digital literacy. It will surprise you. This was even post-COVID. This was 22-23, back when I was still in school. People were asked to submit their email address. Then we got to know that some people don't even know what is email address. In 2022, 2023, you don't know what an email address is. That was even good. Okay, connect to Google Meet, connect to Zoom. It was a problem. And no shade, most of the people in that category back in school were ladies. No shade on the ladies. I know the ladies here are different. But back then in school, it was ladies that you don't know how to use Google Meet. You don't know how to sign in into Zoom. It was a great... I'm sorry, permit me. It was a great embarrassment. Someone that you are in your final year, you want to join a remote class, but you don't know how to use Zoom. You don't even know how to create a Gmail account. Come on, in this century of education of digital advancement. Another issue back then was lack of constant electricity. And I think even till now we still face it. If you don't have electricity to charge your device, how will you join your remote class? How will you use the internet to further your studies? So these are problems in Nigeria. These are challenges that are faced in Nigeria when it comes to the intersection between education and technology. Because you can't expect someone that didn't charge their device all the day, and now the lecturer is fixing a class for 4 p.m. online. What we used to join the class, definitely you are missing that session. So these are loopholes that need to be looked into in Nigeria when it comes to the intersection between technology and education. And another issue that we have is overdependence. You know, the first session I had, we spoke about this overdependence on AI. The truth is, most of us that are even here today, if we are to do plagiarism check or test for our speeches, what would be the percentage? Of course, it'd be more than 60%, right? Yeah, sure. You said no. Why are you saying no? Because you came up with the idea yourself, right? Or did you come up with the entire content yourself? Eh? You came up with it, but you fleshed them out. But you still put it, you used an AI tool to like beautify it. So it's not over dependence.
Yes, we're not even reading directly from it. As we were reading directly from it, we say that yes, maybe it will be about 60%. But we are talking from like experience and all of those things.
But you know, there's also the place of the over dependence on it. There was a time at work, our boss had to like talk to someone. Okay, write a mail. ChatGPT. Someone is asking a question, respond to the person. You're using ChatGPT. You want to write something. In fact, anything writing is ChatGPT. So there's the place of the over dependence on it, which, like I said, over dependence on AI tools, we actually kill creativity in we humans, because creativity is what actually sets us apart from each other. The way you will imagine something is different from the way another person will imagine something. So if we are putting down each and every of our creativity and focusing on AI to bring their own level of, if you notice something, you can give AI a prompt and another person will give AI a prompt. It might give you two different things, but if you look at it deeply, it's actually the same thing that it's still giving you guys. So in a way, if we actually depend on these AI tools, we are gradually becoming, killing the creativity in the human nature. And then it is not, how will I put it now? It is not giving room to the advancement of education, because you are depending on it entirely. You are supposed to innovate. You are supposed to create things, but then you've given the creativity over to the artificial intelligence. So with this, so I'll be ending on these notes. Mandela said education is the most powerful weapon with which you can use to change the world. Now imagine education coupled with technology and coupled with the creativity of every one of us will make something mind-blowing, even way beyond what Elon Musk is doing right now. Thank you. So with this, I'll be passing the mic to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. Well, today, I would like to tell you that Nigeria is not the easiest place to do business. It is not. It is actually very difficult, but I will also tell you in the same vein that it can be one of the most rewarding places if you understand the business terrain in Nigeria. Which is why I'm going to be talking to you today about building a thriving business and sustaining a thriving business in Nigeria. There are systems that you need to put in place, and if you do not follow these systems, you can come down crashing, because trust me, it is harsh here. I'll paint two scenarios today about two food vendors that I know, and I've known them for some time. Now, the first one is a lady. Way back then, that was like 15 years ago. She used to come to the office where I worked. She had this food packed in takeaway bowls that she gives to us for lunch every afternoon.
The food was very nice, and she gained a followership, and business started booming for her. And then she started growing along the line. A friend of hers joined, and they grew this business, opened a restaurant, and business was going on well. But something was missing. Along the line, she failed to do some necessary things that she needed to do. She did not register a business. There was no agreement between her and her friend. And one day she ran to my office, and she's like, ma'am, you need to help me. I'm in trouble. The NAFDAC people are here. I do not have a permit to run my restaurant. And then, from there, she just started going from one problem to the other. Her and her partner started having issues. Before you know it, business has folded up. Anyway, scenario 2 was this other food vendor that I also know. I'm talking about food a lot because I like food. So they registered their company, had all their documents in place. 5 years down the line, mind you, I know these people personally because I work with them. 5 years down the line, some investors approached them, and that was how they scaled. Today, they have well over 20 restaurants in Lagos, in every nook and cranny of Lagos. They are in everywhere. What is the difference between these two businesses? I will leave you to decide, to think about it and figure it out. Anyway, which is why it brings me to the next parts of my speech, because it's going to be in parts so that I can tell you as much as I can. So, number one, if you want to build a business that will be sustained, you need to follow the regulatory processes. You need to start by registering your company. I know a lot of you already know that. You need to register your business registration with the CAC. You come up with a name, you go and do a name search, and then you register. Then number 2, you choose a structure. There are different structures in approaching your business. So if it's a small business, you can do it all by yourself. It could be a sole proprietorship, or it could be a partnership. It could be a limited liability company or a business name. Today, the CAC, which is the Corporate Affairs Commission in Nigeria, has made it so simple that you as an individual can own a limited liability company all by yourself. Unlike the way it used to be, whereby you must look for somebody to become directors in your company in order for you to have a limited liability. Why am I saying the limited liability company? The limited liability company gives you room for expansion. It gives you room to scale up, because the investors are more attuned to the limited liability company because they can easily come in as shareholders in your company. So bear that structure in mind. Choose a structure that fits you. If you want a bigger company or a smaller company, however it is, ensure that you have your registration done. Then there are some foundational documents that you also have to put in place. Number 1 is the MEMAT, which is the Memorandum and Article of Association. You have to put that in place. That business, inside that document states the object clause, the registered address, and some other vital information that you need to have in your business to be contained in that business, and you have to lodge that during registration at the CAC, which is the Corporate Affairs Commission. Then you also need a shareholders agreement if you are going into this business with anybody, whether it's your brother or your sister. Because if you do not have a shareholders agreement, you will fight, and when fight starts, the business will crumble. Have a shareholders agreement. The shareholders agreement will define how much each shareholder is bringing, what the stakes are, what each of the partners are going to be responsible for in the business. It's just the way you want the business to be. That shareholders agreement will have it, and it will be binding, so that tomorrow one person will come and say, oh, I work more than you, even though you contributed 16 naira and I contributed 40, so I must get more profits. No, how you want it is going to be listed in that documentation. Then you also have the board governance framework documents. This is the document that I see that a lot of people ignore. It is very important because this is the document that has the nitty-gritty of the day-to-day running of the company. You have to put everything in there the way you want it. Get a lawyer to help you draft it. Please, please, please do not go online and do copy and paste. You are going to run into trouble. Get somebody who understands the framework of this documentation to help you put it in place. Then number 3 is the tax registration. After your registration, after you have structured your company, you have to get your registration with the Federal Inland Revenue Services or the state's Inland Revenue Services. Depends on the location of your business and depends on the kind of your business you are into. That is what we inform your registration with either state or federal. Now, after registration, you obtain your TIN. We all know what the tax position is in Nigeria today. It is important, whether you like it or not, as a business owner, you want to go into business, the banks, if you want to open an account, they will ask you for your TIN. Now, whatever you want to do in Nigeria, they will ask you for your TIN. So get your registration and obtain your TIN, which is your tax identification number. Then, you also have industry-specific licensing. What kind of business are you going into? The kind of business that you're going into will dictate the kind of licensing that you will obtain and where you will obtain your licenses from. If you are going into the food, of course, we all know it's NAFDAC. If you are into oil and gas, if you want to be a contractor to any of the IOCs, the oil and gas companies, you need your DPR permits, you need the permit from NUPRC, as the case may be. Ensure that you get all those licenses. If you want to be a money lender, if you want to start borrowing somebody, so long as you are borrowing money and you are charging interest, you have become a money lender, please get a license. Go and get the license from the Ministry of Interior or the CBN, as the case may be. Depends on the scalability of your business. Then, number 5, employment compliance. What is employment compliance? You need to put your employees all on a contract. Some people just employ people and keep them sit down to start working. There's no proper employment contract. This is a recipe for disaster. This is a recipe for disputes because your employment contract contains, excuse me please, the employment contract contains the remuneration, time to work, what you overtime, anything at all you want your employee to do, it should be in that document. So tomorrow nobody will come and tell you that, oh, this is not my working time, or I'm not allowed to do this. Their roles and responsibilities, everything will be stated on that document. So you need to put those contracts in place. You need to have your pension registration. You also need to have your employee compensation done. Then health insurance, it is very important. If you are going into business, you might think that it's not your business. Thank you. It's not your business to have health insurance for your employees, but it goes a long way. A healthy staff is a happy staff. It doesn't take so much. Register them, try to get health insurance for your company. It will go a long way for your business. Then moving on to part 2 now, which is the operational requirements for sustainability. What are the operational requirements? For me, number 1 is financial discipline. You have to have a culture of financial discipline. If you are a sole proprietor, you must have a separate account from your business. Your business must have a separate account from you because those 2 entities are different. The business is a person of its own because the law, especially if it's the limited liability company, the law recognizes the business as a person on its own. So having a separate account is key. You also have to maintain proper bookkeeping in order for you to identify where your money is going to and how your money is being spent, how your money is coming in and how your money is going out. You need financial statements. You also need a cash flow system So you will be able to identify if you have leaks, if you are making profits or you're not making profit. You need your auditor statement. You need all these things to be able to guide you properly. Do not take it for granted. Do not say, oh, I cannot employ an accountant. I cannot do this. At the end of the day, you will pay dearly for it if you do not do things properly. Number two, you also have the corporate governing system you have to put in place, which is you need a functional board. Whether you're a sole proprietor or not, you need people who will help you in your decision-making process. You need people, they could be mentors, people who have been in this business before. They don't have to be working for you. They don't have to be involved in your day-to-day activities. They usually call them non-executive directors. They could be your mentors. Approach them. Let them come and attend meetings. Those people will be able to identify the gray areas for you, where you cannot see. They will hold your hands through, difficult times. Because apart from that too, they will also have connections. They will know one or two people that will be able to point you on where to do and what to do. Number two, you also need to have a proper decision-making authority. How is decision being made in your company? You cannot take all the decisions by yourself. You have to delegate. You have to allow your staff to take certain decisions so that when they get stuck, they can come to you. Not you starting to take decisions from sweeping of the floor till, the topmost decision-making process. No, allow people to have a proper decision-making process so that people can grow alongside with your business. Number three, we also have the contract and risk management. Now, how do you manage this? By having agreements. If you have suppliers, please have an agreement with them as to what is the expectation is, what you expect them to bring for you. Let it be in writing. What time they should bring it. Just have a proper documentation of everything and have it signed in order for you to have a smooth sailing as you go on. You also need your clients. If you are into services, you also need to have agreements with your clients. Please write it down and ensure that it is signed by both parties. We're moving on to number 4 now, which is the technology and systems. We all know that we live in the era of technology. You cannot ignore technology today. The last speaker was talking about AI. Yes, we all use AI, but you have to use it sensibly. It works. You have to use it. It is what we have now in this era. You have to apply technology because you need it in your payment system. You also need it in your inventory system. Your payment system, if you need to have a system whereby one look, you know what your receivables are and what your payables are. Your payables are what you owe people, and your receivables are what people are owing you. Sometimes we tend to forget. If you do not have a proper bookkeeping system, your money can be forgotten outside. You need to have that in place as well. Then, branding and marketing. This is very important. How do you want your business to be perceived? You must define it from the start. It is important that you give an expert to do it. If you cannot give an expert to do it, you can use the AI to do it. The AI creates all kinds of logo and all of that, so long as you are able to own it and trademark it along the line. Have a proper branding so that you can get a proper visibility. There are some businesses today in Nigeria that once you see their logo, like the Place restaurant, now once you see that round logo, the Place, even though they are not telling you that it's food, you know what they are selling there. That is what branding, that is the edge branding gives you in your business. So get a proper branding and positioning. Then, social media, you have to get a proper online visibility. There are some businesses today that are strictly online. Put yourself out there. Put yourself out there. After branding, take your branding and go online and make yourself visible. We have several platforms within which you can promote your businesses. Everybody, most people I know are on the streets of internet, so you can hardly do anything without involving the social media platforms today. Please ensure that you key into that. And another staying power of a trying business in Nigeria today, excuse me please, is the regulatory compliance. Having done all these things, now it's time you have to focus on ensuring that you comply with the regulatory bodies of the country. Trust me, they come hard on you. Number one, your annual returns. A lot of people tend to ignore this thing called annual returns. It's a very little amount of money you pay at the end of the year to the Corporate Affairs Commission for your business. Please don't ignore it, because if you do not do this, as simple as it is, after a while, your business begins to read inactive on that platform. And if you are a limited liability company, if you have investors, they go to check. And if they find out that you are inactive, of course you started losing credibility. The banks too will also do their due diligence on you. They will go and check on that platform. So every year, ensure that you do it. It's very easy now. You can do it online. You don't need anybody to do it. You just log on and, do your thing there. Then you also have your taxes. Please, 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 as difficult as it may sound or seem, pay your taxes so that to avoid, future problems. Your pay and your income tax and everything tax associated. Ensure if you want your business to grow and scale, you must make sure you are diligent about it. Remove the money as you are doing your business every month. That VAT is not your money that you put on the receipt. Put it aside. Have a separate account where you are putting it at the end of the year or quarterly. And it depends on what you choose to do. You pay it. Some people pay their taxes monthly. Some pay it quarterly and all of that. Whatever you choose, but ensure that you pay it at the end of the year so it can reflect on your tax identification number. Now, we are going to the part 4, which is the cultural advantage, and this is where Nigeria becomes really powerful. The cultural advantage in Nigeria is where it actually happens, where the relationship is currency in Nigeria. You cannot do your business in isolation. You have to network, because Nigeria is a relationship-driven economy. How do people see you? How do people perceive you? Do you have integrity? Can people look at you and say, oh, I can do business with this person? I know the owner of Charis today. That man, I call him Mr. Integrity, because if he says, he doesn't give you what I order versus what I got. If you buy a car from him, you are sure of getting what you have paid for. Unlike some other vendors, some big car dealers in VI, you buy the cars and they are selling you refurbished car, but if you are buying a brand new car for that man, you know that you are getting it. Is that how you want your business to people to perceive you? So ensure. I can see you're having fun. Anyway, your reputation is currency. Let me know. I'm not going to talk much on that. Then number 2 is negotiation. We have the negotiation culture in Nigeria. I have a first-hand experience in this field. Nigerians, we like to haggle. We like to price. Yes. If you say 500 naira, they will tell you, even if they know that 500 naira is good, they will say, give me a discount. That is how we are. You must be aware. You must be flexible. It has happened to me. I had a client. I was supposed to go for a meeting. I was supposed to, for her. I have planned, I have prepared, and everything. So I sent her my bill. I said, this is my bill, and you have to pay me before I go for the meeting, because I knew what I was going to do for her. And one look at the thing, she said, this thing is too expensive. I can't pay. Oh. Are you not going to come down? I said, no. I said, I cannot come down. And you have to pay me before I go. That woman never spoke to me till today. She's not talking to me. I lost her, and this is a relationship of 2 years. I've been working with her for the past 2 years. I lost that client just because I was rigid. I wasn't going to come down. So you must be willing as a business owner to be flexible, to be ready. You must be ready to negotiate because we price here. If you give your client 500 naira, some people, you will be amazed that they will close a deal for such a small amount. They can close a deal for 10 naira just to ensure that you come down. So you must be willing to be flexible in your business propositions with your clients. And also, excuse me, let me drink some water, please. Thank you. Now, another thing again in Nigeria another culture in Nigeria you must be aware of is patience. You must have a lot of patience if you want to do business in Nigeria, because Nigeria timing is not cast on stone. If they tell you that a procedure or a process is going to last for 2 weeks, please be ready for 2 months. Please don't say, oh, you told me, and then you're ready to fight. It's 2 weeks. 2 weeks must be 2 weeks. 2 weeks does not have to be 2 weeks in Nigeria. We all know this thing. If they tell you 2 weeks, it can be 2 months. It can span for 2 years. I have been in a funding arrangement that lasted for 4 years before they closed the deal. Yes, it lasted for 4 years. So you have to be patient. Patience is currency here in Nigeria. So, because Nigeria does not reward the loudest, it rewards the most strategic. You must be strategic, because ultimately the goal is not to set up a business or something. The key here is to build a business that outlives you. Thank you. I shall hand over the mic to the next speaker now.
Good evening, everyone. Okay. All right. All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. It's funny how life feels like a race. Most of us are running, or we are chasing something. We're chasing a promotion. We're chasing an achievement. We're basically just chasing something. We're chasing a dream. We're chasing a goal. And maybe you've launched a business. You go on Instagram and you see the highlights and you're commenting goals on somebody's post because you've seen that the person has achieved something. Or you go on LinkedIn and you just shout goals because you're seeing something amazing. We are chasing something. We're all saying you're so inspiring. We see the finish lines. We see the medals. We see the milestones. But no one warns you about the miles where nothing is happening. No one warns you about the miles when nothing is happening. When you're running hard, when you're feeling stuck, when you're feeling like, what is even going on here? When you're feeling like, I am down, I am not sure that I can achieve this. A lot of us feel like that. And I felt like that too. Late 2024, I had changed roles at work. And I walked in feeling very confident, feeling like I was ready to conquer anything, feeling like I could do it. But that period, nothing was moving, nothing was shifting. And if you're like me, you're used to winning, you're used to achieving something, silence will look to you like failure. And I started asking myself dangerous questions. Am I good enough? Did I only thrive in my old environment? Did someone set me up to fail? Why did I decide to move early? And then I realized something. I felt invisible. I felt like I haven't achieved anything. And maybe you're here. How many of you have worked so hard at something and just felt invisible? If you're here, I see you nodding. this story is for you, because I'm here to share with you how I learned to thrive and embrace every season I found myself in, and how I learned to remain excellent regardless of whatever was happening around me. That 2025, frustrated and tired, I went to meet my coach and I told her, I think that I'm not good enough. I think that I was set up to fail. I think I should just walk away and leave. And she looked at me and she said, if you walk away from every hard season, you will never see who you are becoming. And that stayed with me. Because if I walk away from every hard season, how would I see who I am becoming? And there's a framework that I'm going to share with you that she gave me that has helped me and has stayed with me. And that framework is called Excel. EXCEL, Excel. And the E in Excel stands for embrace your season. Your season is something that you need to hold on to. And I'll give an analogy of a pregnant woman. When a pregnant woman is in her first trimester, it doesn't look like anything is happening. It is very slow. Something is just forming in the womb. In fact, she can walk and go on a fashion parade and nobody will know that anything is happening. But by the time she's getting to her 8th month, you can see the pregnancy. It is very visible. Something is already forming. And by the 9th month, she has embraced the birthing season because she has to give birth and she has to pass through that process. So there are different seasons that we are all in life. There are different seasons. Some seasons, and like 2025 for me, it felt like nothing was happening. There was no win. There was no progress. There was no promotion. I was just there. And it felt like I was not influencing with authority. But some seasons are not for shining. Some seasons are basically for forming you. Some seasons are basically for stretching. So again, the letter E, embrace your season. Not every season is for shining. Some seasons are just for stretching you. Embrace it even before you understand what would happen next. I will move on to the second letter, X. And X for me is expect resistance. Expect resistance. I decided to run a 10-kilometer race. And I had not run in about 15 years. So I don't know what I was thinking signing up for that race. But I signed up anyway. And training for me was very grueling. I was wondering, Toby, what's wrong with you? Why did you decide to sign up for the race? Week 1, I ran 1 kilometer and then I stopped. By week 2, I ran another 2 kilometers. But by week 5, I could run 5 kilometers without stopping. And by the time it was time for my race, I ran the full 10 kilometers. And I got my medal, feeling very proud. But something had happened and something was changing. I was slowly developing capacity, building resistance. The first phase felt like nothing is happening. What is going on here? Why am I even training for this 10-kilometer race? Maybe I should just go back and sleep. But something was happening in the background, and that is resistance was forming. I was slowly developing capacity. And like my coach told me, muscles form under resistance. Roots grow underground. You don't run away from every season that you find yourself in. You embrace the season. You expect the resistance and you face it. Because sometimes resistance is not a sign that you're in a wrong place. It's just a sign that you are growing and you are slowly developing capacity. And I want to share another story. In 2017, I was a management trainee and my program was cut short. I studied engineering and I was looking forward to working in a fantastic place in the business. But then they moved all of us to warehouse. And warehouse for me was not what I was expecting. After spending 5 years in school and doing another master's degree, are you kidding me? Why would I work in the warehouse? It was not a job that I was expecting. But that brings me to my letter C. And my letter C is commit to your growth. So E, embrace the season. X, expect resistance. And C, commit to your growth. That warehouse season, it was manual work. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand why I could have spent 7+ years in school, postgraduate and undergraduate, and then come and work in the warehouse and have to do shift work and have to start manually stacking crates. And as a woman working in that space, I did not understand why I had to do that. So I wanted to escape. I tried every single thing to escape. I tried applications, I had conversations with people, I tried to do a PhD, but nothing I tried worked. Everything was just there. And I decided to make a growth decision. I stopped looking at the door. I stopped looking at this door, and I started looking at where I was. And I decided that I was going to make impact where I was, and I was going to go through that process. So I started asking questions. I started asking people, how can I grow here? What do I need to do to be better? How do I learn the systems? How can I get out of this space? What do I need to do? And I started learning the systems until I became a team lead and started leading men that were way older than me. I learned in that season to commit to my growth. And I'll move on to the fourth letter, letter E. Execute with excellence wherever you are. So even if you're doing a shift job and you're not comfortable with it, or you are a sales girl selling in a shop and you're not comfortable with it, or you're just learning how to bake, wherever you are, execute with excellence. There is a quote that I love. It's by Philip Stanhope, and it says that whatever is worth doing at all is worth doing well. So whatever you're going to put your hands to, whatever you're going to lay your hands on, you need to do it well. So what did I do well in my season? I started learning the systems. I started volunteering for responsibilities. And months later, I was team lead, a small, fragile girl leading a team of older, more experienced men. I was the youngest, but I had put my heart to the work that I was doing. And I realized that no matter what, no matter where you find yourself, make sure you do all things well. Excellence is not for an audience. It's for the person that you are becoming. So you need to make up your mind that wherever I am, I will choose to be excellent. Because excellence is not for the audience. It is for me. And that paid off for me. Because that season where I was excellent, it opened the doors to further opportunities for me. It opened the door to more wins, more progress, and even set me apart to get a job and finally move to marketing. And then the L, the last letter. Let your results catch up. Let your results catch up. When you plant a seed, you don't clap the next day. What happens is that you trust that something is happening beneath the surface. You trust that if I decide to cook jollof rice, for instance, and I put the water on fire, and I put the rice, I trust that something beautiful is going to come out of it. So when you plant something, you trust the process. So why don't we do it in our lives? You don't water and now go. You trust that this plant is going to grow at the end of the day. So let your results speak up. Roots grow downwards before anything goes up. And that's something I learned from running my race. As I was running my race, if I did not put in the effort to train, I wouldn't have been able to win a 10-kilometer race. And in that season at work that I did not like, where I felt like my result was not showing, where I felt like nothing was happening, if I did not trust the process of who I was becoming, it would not come back later in sevenfolds to be a blessing to me. So trust your process, embrace your season, and then let your results show up. Because the quiet work that you're doing is what makes it possible. For me, the warehouse season, even though it was manual work, even though it was work that I did not know that I liked or I did not like, it was a foundation for me. There were core skills that I was able to develop. I was able to develop managing even older people. I was able to develop some analytical skills that I may not have developed if I was in the office. I was able to develop some SAP skills. I was able to develop some skills that I did not know that I would need. And in this job that I started and was slow, at the beginning, when I was complaining and when I went to meet my coach, I realized that I was learning something. I was learning how to influence without authority. I was learning how that my results are dependent on people, so I need to learn how to manage them and work with them. And my decisions did start to grow. My influence started growing. But the season was building something that I did not see. It was building a capacity that I did not know that I needed. So roots grow downwards before anything forms up. And if you don't remember anything, I want you to remember this, that roots grow downward before anything grows up. And we live in a world where all of us want visibility. We want the announcement. We want the post on WhatsApp, on LinkedIn, on Instagram, on TikTok, that everybody comments in your comment section and says, goals. We all want that. But the most important work is inward. The most important work is the one that nobody sees. You see a content creator blow up. You don't realize that that person has spent years developing their craft. You see a videographer and he suddenly becomes the one that all the brands are calling, but you don't realize that the person has spent so much work growing. So that season that you are looking down on is developing something in you, is developing capacity that you don't know that you need. And it's the most important work that nobody sees. So if your life feels slow right now, if your progress feels invisible, if the effort feels heavy, if the weight feels like, what is even going on here? Know this, that nothing is wrong with you. You are not buried, you are just planted. And if you stay planted long enough, your roots will give rise to your growth. So stay in that season. And to recap, I would share, number 1, embrace your season. Number 2, expect resistance. Number 3, commit to growth. Number 4, execute with excellence. And number 5, let your results show. Because the truth is that excellence doesn't shine in the moment. Excellence is what is being built quietly, faithfully, unseen, and long before the results arrive. So remember to dare to be excellent, and remember to embrace every season that you find yourself in. Thank you so much, and I'll be handing over to the next speaker.
Thank you for that wonderful message. Good evening, everyone. If you are in need of a job, if you are working somewhere and you want to leave your workplace, you are looking for something better, right? I think you should listen to me, and I'll tell you why you should listen to me. I'll tell you why you should listen to me. I am a practicing copywriter for 5 years now. And my first 2 years, I failed woefully. Right? This is since 2021. Yes, 2021. I failed woefully starting out. Right? And it's not like I did not have the in-depth knowledge, but positioning was a problem. Like I always tell people, when you are working or you are learning a course whatsoever, the end goal is to monetize it, is to make money out of it, right? And now, I will introduce my topic for today with that, the employment pitch. Like I pointed out earlier, right? If you are in need of a job, or as a core member, you are seeking a job offer somewhere else. Please listen to me. You know, there's something they always say about core members, that the moment you finish NYSC, it look like they sack you from work. And that's reality. Right? Now, employment implies active labor. Unemployment implies inactive labor. Inactive labor does not mean that they don't have the skilled manpower or the knowledge set to do that work, but you're just inactive. It's just like someone who watches a car, but no customers. It's just there, right? Now, today, I'll be giving you 3 proven approaches to land a job. And I will lay focus on the one that Nigerians are not milking on. Like, I'm giving you this from a wealth of experience, right? And I would like you to take note of this. The 3 proven approaches to land a job, you can also relate it to even landing a client if you have a business. The first approach is the application approach. We're going to explain them one after the other. The application approach. The second approach is the volunteer approach. And the third approach is the cold outreach approach. Right? Now let us explain them one after the other. And I want to put a shock to you. Out of these 3 proven approaches, right, 65% of Nigerians, because we're using Nigeria as a case study, 65% of Nigerians who complain of no jobs or who apply for jobs and get no response, they all use the application approach. Imagine seeing a job post that aligns with your interests and over 200 persons have applied and you are the 201st person. The chances are very slim on your end, right? And that is the application approach. This is where jobs are being posted. You apply through Google Docs, sending an email or thereabouts. That is the very first one, the application approach, which is major. Companies will tell you, oh, send in your application letter, right? I believe every graduate here can write an application letter because HRs complain month in, month out that the kind of applications letter they read is crazy, right? So this is not about being an English student. This is not about being an English student or an art student. It's a major criteria to landing a job. The application approach. A lot of us are using it, right? And to an extent, I think it's saturated. Hello? Hi. For persons who work remotely, we have job apps like Upwork and the likes, right? You see that staying on Upwork is a whole lot of work for you. You will see a job, for you to apply, a lot of persons have been there. And we keep asking ourselves, why am I not getting this job? Application approach. The chances are very slim for you to even get a response. We'll go to the second one, but I'm going to lay focus majorly on the third one, which is the most proven, which I feel like can never die off. And a lot of us are not milking on it. The second is the volunteer approach. This happens with graduates. They have looked for a job, they are already tired. They just want to volunteer. They will message the HR, please, I just want to volunteer. You don't need to pay me, I just need to be leaving my house. You know, stuff like that. The volunteer approach. People volunteer, awareness programs, whatsoever, volunteer approach, which somewhat we can call internship. It could be online, it could be offline. This is not for persons who practice medical science courses, right? and like the law students who do externships and the likes, right? Now this volunteer approach, you don't have a job, you just want to volunteer to build your resume, right? And now let us go to the main one, which I'll call the master class, and I call it the cold outreach approach. Please listen carefully. Now, in the cold outreach approach, there are two methods used. And I'm telling you this because this is what saved me, right? And in using the cold outreach approach, the first method is the cold email. I hope you are listening. The first method is the cold email. The second method is the cold DM. I will explain. When I started out as a copywriter, after 3 months of learning, getting a very good resume and all of that, right? I was pursuing for job. Foreign clients, Nigerian clients, nothing. I was getting response, but it was not turning out well, right? I was just applying, doing things and all of that, even to the extent that I volunteered. See, let me just work for you for free, I beg. But yet, no. But something changed. In the last 3 years, something changed. And what was that approach? The cold outreach, right? What did I do? I saw a company I would like to work for. I understood their system. I went to their website. I saw their products, how they display their products and everything, right? I clicked. You know, when you go to a brand website, you see a place that tell you sign up for email, right? Let me teach some of you how to get jobs. Sign up for email. When you sign up for email, they will get your email. That means they'll start sending you messages. Luckily for me, I'm an email copywriter, right? Also an email copywriter. That is, I write emails for brands. If you sign up to an email, the first message that comes to you, hi, Elma, thank you for joining us. I write that, right? Now, the first message that comes to you, when you come into that brand and they get your message, they will send you this message we will call the welcome email. Now, for someone who have an in-depth knowledge about this thing, you study the brand. You identify their flaws. What did I do? This is how I got my first gig. I think 2023, $250. 2023. And that was from an, I think, Ukrainian client. Right? And I looked at the brand. I think this diaper wear or something. And I wrote the email. I was like, oh, this email looks good, but I feel like the way it's long and no infographics, well, there will not be much conversion. Then I wrote it. I sent it. And the person messaged me. He gave me the number of the CEO, Chief of Operations. And I sent it through Google Docs. And that was it. Now, let me explain the cold email approach. Cold email implies you going for it. You don't have it. They are not coming for you. You are going for it. You have an offer. You see this brand. You see this school, or you see anything you can work for, right? And you identify a flaw that, oh, these people are not doing this thing well, and you know it. Pitch to them with that flaw. Solve their problem. That is why I called my topic the employment speech. To get a job now, you must be able to pitch. What am I saying? You pitch a solution to solve a problem, right? When you have identified a brand that you want to work for, one, after identifying the brand you want to work for, identify the problem you want to solve, right? Some brands, their graphics are very poor and a whole lot of that. And you're a graphic designer, pitch to them with that. Oh, if you can remodify this, if you can do this, right? You solve a problem. That is cold email. Now the question people will ask is, how do I get emails, right? I think 2 days ago, somebody saw me. I opened my Excel on my system and they saw too many emails. They were like, I was like, say this is it, you know. So the question is, how do I get emails? If you have my email, it's equivalent to knowing me to an extent and getting a job. I'm not exaggerating, I'm not bragging. For the past 3 years, I have not applied for a job. I have only pitched and I've gotten everything I pitched for. I have suffered from applying to the extent that I believe that this thing wasn't working for me. Because, I mean, I learned from top persons. They were doing well, but it reached my turn, like everything was just bad. You understand? Then I discovered pitching. Now, when it comes to pitching, you need to understand how to create an offer. You see what we call offer? Offer is something that solves a problem for a brand, right? So when you talk about cold email, how do you get the emails of top persons? When I talk about emails, you are not talking about the HR here. I'm talking about the CEO. Talking about the CEO of the firm, be it home or abroad. How do you get these emails? Now, there are apps I'm going to mention here. We have Contact Out and we have Apollo, right? And specifically, I will always say, please, before you start anything pitching, cold email or cold DM, please, I am pleading, preferably have a media presence, not Facebook. Not Facebook, emphasis on that, not TikTok, but preferably LinkedIn 1, Instagram 2 is okay. Twitter can be later. LinkedIn 1, Instagram 2. I will tell you how to use Twitter. LinkedIn 1, Instagram 2. Now, why LinkedIn? The idea of LinkedIn was meant to be, that is why if you see something like Glassdoor, you see other job apps, right? LinkedIn is part of a job citing app, but later it's navigated to a place that you can chat and relate to people. LinkedIn is a place that you can connect with the whites without even perceived as a scammer, even when you are not scamming. But in Facebook, even when you have no intention to scam, you perceive as a scammer because it has turned so flawed. Now, in LinkedIn, based on your niche, you can get clients on what you want to do, right? If you are, maybe you want to render distribution services to an e-commerce brand and all of that, you can pitch accordingly. And how do you go about this? Build a media presence of what you do. Make at least 2 posts on your brand. Then use apollo.io, you understand, and Contact Out to get emails accordingly. Luckily for you, sometimes you can track emails from Instagram. If you go to Instagram, you see a place, you see message, contact, you can see email. We said apollo.io. You can see a place you can get emails and all of that. So cold email, when you get the email, one thing that gets you the job, again, is your subject line. Please, I always tell people that subject line is relative to headline, and headline is not topic. Headline is you. Like I always say that it takes only 3 seconds to get someone's attention. You are here and they say, okay, everybody pitch your ideas, I will give you 3 million naira. And they will say only just 90 seconds or only just 30 seconds, right? That's the same way you write your subject line. Why you write a subject line? My emails are busy. The CEO email is busy. But what is the reason that is going to open yours? Because of what? How relative or how problem solving your message is. But then there is a problem. People will always say, oh, I will send an email and it goes to spam. It just drops there. It ends at the draft and it doesn't go. Now, there's some message you don't use in your subject line, right? We call them clickbait. For instance, the president is dead. It is curiosity driven because you do not tell us who is dead. You just said the president is dead. Now, the fact that you have not communicated with that email before, Gmail or Yahoo or whatsoever, or Outlook, they will flag it out. So there are approaches to these things, right? So when you are creating up a cold email, make sure that your headline is very, very direct. Now, your first message can be this. Hi, Elma. I love what you are doing on Instagram. I've seen your brand and I've been a fan and a follower of what you have been doing. But here's my knowledge. I noticed that your post last week, we noticed some flaws, and if this continues like this, your conversion towards your customers will be limited. This is why I come in. I've been a this and that and that, you know. You pitch and they'll be like, oh, hi, Missy, let me see your offer, let me see your samples, let me see what you have done. And you pitch to them, and that is it. So what am I saying? Why did I introduce this topic? The chances of you getting a job or an offer, especially those doing business, through pitching is higher than you applying. Application is quite saturated, right? A lot of persons are doing it's open for all, right? And what are the chances that you will get it? Now, that is for cold email, and I've given you 2 sites to get emails. Now, another one is cold DM, right? If you don't know how to afford those sites, you can use code DM. And one of the best places to try out code DM is as well on Twitter. If you're on X, right, it's the best place to communicate with different types of persons. Now, how do you go to code email? For instance, let me give you this instance. You know, Instagram, we say, Favor followed you. You see a notification, this person followed you. Now, let's say Favor is your prospective client. You would love to work for this client in future, right? Now, what are you going to do? First of all, when you come to Favor's page and see that, this is your dream client, you have read everything about their page, first of all, you follow. When you follow, your name comes in their phone or their laptop in their notification that, so person has followed me. What you do, you like their posts and you comment. What are you doing? Your name is showing up. Your name is busy coming out. Then the next thing you do is that you go to their DM and you send a message. If you notice on Instagram and every other apps, right? If you're not following somebody, or if you're following somebody and the person is not following you, you will send only a limited message and it just be once. But that once now, take that once as your only opportunity to get that offer. Right? 1/3 of the persons have pitched and have got a response. We are not following each other. These are foreigners. It's none of my business for them to follow me. But what did I do? I noticed their brand, right? Identified it, discovered the areas they are lagging. You understand? Created an offer and pitched to them. Brands like problem solving. How do you solve a problem? Right? How do you solve a problem? And that is about code DM. Now you take the problem you have solved, you go to their DMs, and you just write a very brief message. You don't need to put Mr. or Mrs., just their first name, right? Hi, this, hi, there, comma, then just drop your message, and it goes. You can try it out this week, right? You can try it out this week. You could try sending out code emails, because I remember when I started, after 2 years of suffering, because I call it suffering, the third year I met somebody who has a very wide knowledge of pitching, and it was like, this is how he does it. What did I do? I got my system, and each day at least 20 code DMs per day. I will see brands like today. Tomorrow is Tuesday. I will come today Monday. I will say these are the brands. These are 5 brands I want to send messages to tomorrow. I will identify these brands. Things are even better. Just ChatGPT. That time 2023, it was not really like that. I will identify these brands. When I identify these brands, right, I look at what they do, discover their services, know their offer, know their best offer, right? Then identify their flaws, right? When you identify their flaws, you use the flaws to create an offer. And when you use the flaws to create an offer, you pitch to them accordingly, right? You identify the flaws, right? For instance, now we have talent solutions firms, especially more here in Lagos. These are firms that they help organizations get staffs, right? And it's filled with more of HRs. They help organizations get staffs. Now, what would I do? I want to reach out to this organization to actually share my own knowledge of building their own website and all of that. Now, I identify that, in their website, these are flaws. These are areas that are lagging. The infographics are not good enough. This area is not clicking up enough, and all of that. Now, those were flaws, right? I wrote out their flaws, one after the other. It's just like then in secondary school, your English teacher will tell you, if you want to write an essay starting out, try and list out your points. Maybe she will tell you on a rough paper. I remember then my English teacher, you don't cancel when you're writing letter, you will fail. No matter how good your letter is. That was how strict she was. But it helped us, right? She would just tell you, list out your points. That's the same way you are going to list out the solutions, the things you want to pitch to them. When you have listed out the flaws, then flaw 1, you identify it. You solve the problem. Brands like problem being solved. Nobody like being sold to. Do you understand? That is why we have usually FOMO, FOMO, fear of missing out, always working out. Nobody like being sold to. And you work in that aspect. Now, let me give you one of the proven prompts I've always used. The formulas, or I will call it the format. First is the headline, right? The first is the headline. know how to craft a captivating headline, which I will call it the AIDA in capital letter: attention, interest, desire, and action. Right? Attention, interest, desire, and action. Make sure that any headline you put is relative to this formula I just mentioned here, the abbreviation: attention, interest, desire, and action. If you are a writer, right, or a tech person, you render services, and the only thing people do for you is clap for you, you are failing. Yes, that was who I was for 2 years. People tell me, "Oh, Dara, you write very well. Oh, you're just giving me names." No money in my pocket. Nothing. You understand? Until I change my perspective. Right? Applause cannot pay you. Applause will not pay you. It won't. So it's always good for you to know how to monetize whatever you do. Have an in-depth knowledge of whatever you do. So now, when it comes to the cold outreach process, all you need to do, the standard approach is get an active media presence. A clear profile photo, put out your bio properly, just make 1 or 2 posts. Then identify who your prospective clients are. That is what a number of us don't know how to do, right? Now, when it comes to graphic designers, we have graphic designers who will tell you that, "Oh, I'm a graphic designer just for schools." Who will tell you that, "Oh, when it comes to e-commerce, who won't do that because he has a mastery knowledge on that aspect." The major problem we have is generalizing. Sometimes try to be specific, build from your own niche. A number of us don't have a niche. We want to do everything. "Oh, I'm doing tech." What is tech? Do you understand? Have an aspect, have an angle that you lay focus on. And when you have done that, after you have identified your target clients, right? Now, identify their business. That's why I always say use use LinkedIn. When you see somebody like, maybe you see somebody like Bakari Daniels, the CEO of this company you like to work for. LinkedIn, when you go scroll down to his profile, LinkedIn will show you that he is the founder of this company. Oh, what do you have to do? Just pick the company name, take it to Google. Google will give you everything, the services, what they have lost, what they have gotten. Study the business, identify their flaws, use their flaws, pitch to them, right? And that will be for cold email. This will be after you have gotten emails. And for the DMs, this will be after you have well built your media presence. So for those of us who work remotely, right, and a number of you who are looking for offers, running small scale businesses, right? Take for instance now, we are all aspiring public speakers, or maybe we already have public speakers here, and we have aspiring public speakers. A friend of mine made a statement to me last week and was like, "Dara, this stuff you are doing, this whole Guinness World Record session, that I know you might be thinking is just joke, that try and see it in the aspect that maybe after the whole Guinness World Record session and you decided to practice public speaking, like landing a gig from it, and the first company you went to says to you that embed all your videos and send to me." Imagine you'll be talking trash. That is why, if you notice me, this is the 12th time I'm speaking here. 11 times I've talked about business and economics, because that's my niche. If you go to Instagram, that's my niche, that's my area. That's why I dwell focus on. Many of you that come here, how do you speak, right? You just come out and just say anything. Now, in that aspect, when you have embedded your videos, you can use that to pitch. If you are a teacher, right, you have been talking about education, hidden curriculum, so many stuffs, amazing stuffs, and they are actually top schools you are hiring, not just to work as a teacher, but render consultancy services too, right? You can embed your videos. Go to Instagram, schools in Lagos or schools in Ireland. They'll show you schools. You will see some posts, vacancy, you will see the HR emails. Pick those emails, put them in Excel, load them, send a message, pitch to them. If you do that today, before third term resume by May, right, I'm pretty sure they can have a speaking gig for a school to come and speak to their teachers before resumption. Everything is smart approach. I've suffered a lot to be anyhow. So that is it. right? So always know how to use what you have, right? Know how to pitch. Like, you can't be in Nigeria now and you are not pitching. You are just applying for work like a normal person. You are just being complacent. No. Solve problems. Like Emisi now, right? Every now and then she comes to here. She tries to talk about she cares for dogs, right? Emisi can decide that, okay, if I've spoken 5 times about dogs here, I can embed these videos, pitch to brands that sell dog stuffs. She has gotten an offer. These are ideas, right? Pitching accordingly. So that is what it is when it comes to the employment pitch. So today, rooting on to core members, because I've been there after finishing service, the first 3 months, 4 months will be like they sacked you from work. Like, it will be very bad for you. That's why you know that 77K is small, but it's useful. Do you understand? So that is it in that aspect. So you can use from now. Try and identify the firms you want to work for. Right? I've had friends who read MLS, MedLab, sciences and all of that, and they used code pitching to get offers in hospitals, whereas others were applying. But these persons went backyard. Like I've said, 3 years and counting, I have not applied for a job. I have not applied. It's always through backyard, and it's always coming. Because why? It feels like I studied the whole process. But whereas a lot of persons are always applying. How you want to apply for a job? You see 60 persons have already sent messages and all of that. Right? And I'll round this up with a story of a friend who wanted to render there's this program schools do now. They call it STEM. I don't know who know it. Yeah. Right? Now, she's a STEM teacher, very, very good at that, but she's looking for schools. She relocated from Enugu to Lagos. She's looking for schools. And STEM, being a STEM instructor in Lagos, they pay very well. She's looking for schools to teach. You can teach at 4 schools in a month and be getting over 2 million naira, or even 1.5. Right? She was looking for schools and all of that. What did she do? She saw a top school. They said it needed a math teacher, physics, and all of that. Now, she was very good at STEM. Right? She created her templates, her slides. She pitched to the owner of the school. I will want to run a demo to your school. This happened last month. I will want to run a demo at your school as a STEM instructor. These are my services. These are my knowledge. This is what I can do, and all of that. They were like, okay, since it's demo now, come. She went with her laptop, with her slide, went to the office, on the projector, she connected, she showed them everything, and they told her, okay, let us see it, demo, 1 week, run it for free 1 week. If our student give positive response about your offer, we'll hire you. And that was how she got hired. Pitching. That school never said they needed a STEM instructor. They did not post vacancy. If you are waiting for vacancy, keep failing. You won't see it. In short, most firms now don't. In short, posting a vacancy as a firm now is as if you are limiting yourself. They don't post vacancy nowadays. That school never said they needed a STEM instructor, but she pitched accordingly. So the emails are out there waiting for you. Go all out. Follow the employment pitch process. Don't just apply. Don't just be there sitting applying. Even as a core member, there are beautiful places you want to work for as a place of primary assignment. You could pitch accordingly and you will get proven results. At this junction, I would like to hand over the mic to the next speaker. Thank you.
That was eye-opening. Thank you so much for that. Good evening, Nigeria and the world. Pardon my voice. It's been over 20 days of non-stop speaking and listening, learning. It's been a lot. And I'm happy that I am not just a part of this as an audience, but also as a speaker. My name is Oluwagbemisola Hannah Ogumefun, and I'll be speaking on the topic, Unlocking the Wealth of Nations through people and potential. Unlocking the wealth of nations through people and potentials. You know, when we talk about wealth of nations, if I should ask what you think wealth of nations are, what do you think wealth of nations are? Let me throw it open. Anyone? Wealth of nations. What do you think wealth of nations are? Pardon? Wealth of nations. What are the wealth of nations? So, for example, Nigeria as a nation, what are the things that make up our wealth? Agriculture, human capital, natural resources. Fantastic. Thank you so much. That's interesting. A lot of people believe wealth of nations just to be the natural resources, the gold, the diamond, the fuel, even the agriculture that a nation has. But it's not just about that. It's more about the people, the potential that the nation has through its human capital. That's the wealth of nation. And that's what we're looking at. That's what I'm talking about today. One of our speakers talked about, he came here to talk about the maritime sector, and he mentioned something about why Nigeria has a lot of resources and yet we are still classified as a third world nation. Now, one of the reasons why countries like Nigeria, who have a lot of resources, a lot of natural resources, a lot of economic resources, have, despite these resources, are still classified as third world countries, is what I'm talking about. Unlocking the wealth of nations through people and potential. Adam Smith said something. He said, the annual labor of every nation is the fund which originally supplies it with all the necessaries and conveniences of life. The necessities and conveniences of life. Now, all this grammar, simply put, means people create wealth. It's the people in a nation that actually equates to the wealth in that nation. So how do we redefine wealth? Because it's imperative for us to actually redefine wealth, the wealth of nation that we talk about. Like I said earlier, a lot of nations or a lot of people classify the wealth of nations as how high the country's GDP is. The amount of natural resources the country has, the amount the country has in foreign reserves, amount of skyscrapers the country has. You know, these are, yes, they are great things, albeit they are not the things that amount to the wealth of nations. Wealth of nations are actually based on the amount of educated citizens that the nation has. And when I talk about educated citizens, I'm not talking about schooled citizens. In one of my speeches, I spoke about the difference between being schooled and being educated. So it's not just about I went to school. I went to school, yes. I was speaking with one of my sons today, and he was talking to me about a business and all that. And I was telling him, Mister, this is one of the reasons why you did math. Math is not just 1 + 1. Math is problem solving. How do you pitch this business to an investor to invest into it, letting the person know what the projection on this business? Problem solve. It's not just, okay, this is the idea, yes, I need money. If the money is not forthcoming, what other thing can you do to ensure that this business scales successfully till money comes? That's education. So it's not just about I went to school. So educated citizens is one of the measures of the wealth of a nation. Another measure is the amount of skilled workers a nation has. How many people are actually skilled in what they do? How many people really know their onions? Are we just there simply because I know someone who knows someone, or I actually know what I'm doing there? One of our speakers spoke about a lot of MD, CEO, or even top members of the organization who go for functions, give a speech about something, give a speech that has been written by their PAs, and then the moment they step off the podium, after reading from off the speech, and you ask them about what they've just read, they know absolutely nothing, because they've just come to speak based on the things that have been written by their PAs. So they know absolutely nothing. We see that a lot, and that's why you hear jokes like, there's insecurity, give them rice. There's a kidnapping, give them rice. Because all you know is that just everything, once they eat, they will forget about their sorrow. But that's not what moves a nation, actually. So it's skilled workers that actually know what they are doing in that position that they have found themselves. Ethical leaders. I spoke about in one of my speeches about how most of these countries that we see as developed countries in the world are being led by leaders who not only think about themselves or their country, but they think from the angle of their citizens. How do my citizens become better? How do their lives become better? How do they live? How do I make life easier for them? How do I make things simpler for them? They think from the angle of the citizen, not from their own angle. So until we begin to have, until a nation, because I'm not just talking about Nigeria here, I'm talking about the entire country in the world as a whole. How do we begin to measure the wealth of the nation? Ethical leaders. Leaders who think from the aspect of the citizen, who think about the safeguarding the well-being of their citizens first before their own pockets. Healthy families. There's a saying that health is wealth. If the family is not healthy, the family is the bedrock of the nation. If the family is not healthy, the nation is not healthy. So if we don't have healthy families, then we don't have a healthy workforce. And the nation, inadvertently, is also unhealthy. And that's why healthy families is one of the measures of redefining wealth, the wealth of nations. Innovative entrepreneurs. For a nation to become wealthy, or for us to really and truly measure the wealth of a nation, the entrepreneurs in that nation must be innovative. One of the things that is making China give America back to back now, really struggling that position with them, and really contending with them in becoming the world power, is because they have innovative entrepreneurs. You see them, they begin to teach, even right from childhood, they begin to inculcate the habit of and the skills of industry into their citizens. And that's one thing that is giving them an edge. Social trust. I read like a write-up online a few days ago where a lady was complaining about the trust now in our society, where you buy a cup of rice and a cup of rice is no longer a cup of rice because the measurement has been reduced. You go to fuel station, you buy 1 liter of petrol. 1 liter of petrol is no longer 1 liter of petrol. They've tweaked they've tweaked the scale. You know, everything has been tweaked, and everybody is doing it thinking they are smart. Yes, they might think they are smart, but what they are successfully doing is they are successfully jeopardizing the foundation of trust in the society. And a society that has no social trust cannot be wealthy. That's it. Because from that, businesses begin to fail, because you won't want to buy from someone who you can't trust. You would want someone who you can trust. And before you know it, and that's why you see people, they'll prefer to buy foreign made brands than buy made in Nigeria brands, because they believe that what have they done there? And you won't blame them. I have a sister who has very big feet. So because of that, she always finds it very hard to find her size in the market. But when we go to the market and we easily find our own sizes, she finds it very hard to find her own size. So she has to resort to buying these Igbo guys' shoes. But then she will wear it one day and it's destroyed. Buy it another day and it's destroyed. And it became a lot of, problem to her, because it's not that she does not have the money to buy foreign made shoes. But then by the time she goes there, she can't find her size. Because of the size. So that's the problem we have nowadays. A lot of people, we keep saying, let's purchase from our brand, let's purchase from our brand. But then you know that by the time you purchase from your brand, it's going to be what you ordered versus what you got. So we need to understand that social trust is important. In as much as, yes, we need to have innovative entrepreneurs. Productive institutions is another one. Our institutions need to be productive. Now we see issues of, especially when you go to government parastatals, people will come to work for a job that they are supposed to resume at 8. They will come to work at 10, 11. And then you've been at the office. I don't know if anybody has had any cause to visit any government parastatal for anything. You go to the office at 8 because you know offices would open at 8. And you're there from 8 till 11. They will tell you he's not on seat, she's not on seat. By the time he or she walks in at 11, you hear, I'm just coming in, please hold on. And then your hold on will take till 12. And by the time it's 12 and you knock again, I'm still waiting. They tell you it's time for my lunch. They go for lunch. They go for lunch from 12 to 1. By the time they come back at 1, they tell you it's almost time to round up. And before you know it, they tell you come back tomorrow. By the time you keep going day 1, day 2, day 3, before you know it, you need to have to slip something into their hands. Oga Ejeba Mishe, please help me on this matter. If this continues, what do we think happens to our economy? So we need to be productive. Because if everyone keeps doing this, and then we'll now in turn say the government is not doing what they ought to do. We citizens, are we actually doing what we are supposed to do? So we are not. So we need to be productive. Another one is creative youth. The youth of a nation have to be creative for us to really say, yes, this nation is wealthy. One good thing for us in Nigeria, our youth are really creative. I said it in one of my speeches. The generation today, you guys are giving us hope. I look around and I'm happy to tell myself that Nigeria has hope. So the youth that we have nowadays are creative. They're embodiment of knowledge, of skills, of creativity. So Nigeria is wealthy based on this. Safe communities. A nation cannot be wealthy if the communities are not safe. A nation cannot be wealthy if the communities are not safe. For example, I was supposed to be here speaking. I was supposed to speak last night, but I couldn't because by the time I was coming, I couldn't get transportation. I had to go back home because I knew that if I decided, I must be here by force, by fire, God forbid, anything could happen. Because my community is not that safe. So I had to find advise myself, go back home and wait till tomorrow. So that's it. Let's assume something really needed to be done yesterday, or let's assume I am a doctor and I need to come save a life. Are you telling me that life is just going to have to die because my community is not safe and I'm concerned about my own safety also in getting to that place? So we need to be able to. There are countries in the world that, as a young lady, as a child, you can go out any time of the day alone and nothing will happen. You will go, you will come back. I remember the first culture shock I got in the UAE. By the time we dropped children from school, school buses will drop a child in the middle of the road. They will the bus will just park and drop the child and drive off. The first day it happened and I was looking. I kept looking at the child till the bus was out of sight. Ensuring that the parent comes out to pick. Every other person on the bus, they weren't looking. Because I know this cannot happen in my country. You will hear stories that touch the heart. And I had to keep getting used to it that this place is safe. For you to drop a little child, a child of 2-year-old on the street, the parent knows that, okay, by this time the child will be there. So they too will just come, meet only the child there, pick the child and go home. Safe communities. Safe communities. So when a community is safe, then the nation will thrive. The nation will thrive, and that is when we can truly say, yes, this nation is wealthy. The World Education Forum defines human capital, which is skills, health, and capabilities, as the key driver of prosperity, productivity, and nation building. The key drivers. And what are those key drivers? Skills, human capital, the skills, the health, and the capabilities of people. They are the ones that determine the prosperity of the nation and the productivity of the nation. So when a nation is rich, basically the people are capable. So we cannot say a nation is rich when the people have not been empowered or have not been made capable to actually do things. Now, from that, I would talk about the most valuable resource, which is human capital. And that's what I've been dwelling upon all this while. The most valuable resource is human capital. Because all wells, they can dry up. Gold can disappear. The tangible things that we tag as the wealth of nations, they can be dissipated. But one thing that will never vanquish is humans, as long as that nation exists. And that is why human capital will always be available. No wonder World Bank says investments in education, health, nutrition, skills significantly boost productivity and development. Investment in education, in health, in nutrition, in skills, all these things, they significantly boost productivity and development. So what do we mean by this? When you build a healthy child is an economical asset, because that healthy child would grow to become a lawyer, a doctor, a farmer, a scientist, an engineer, even the president tomorrow. But if the child is battling with his health, that child cannot aspire to be anything. So that's why we say a healthy child is an economic asset. So we should not just look at any child as, who are you? Because that child is the future of the nation. A literate mother is a national wealth. I remember talking about Ben Carson. His mom was not even that literate, but she was able to push out the potential in him and help him actualize it. If only she did not. If only the little amount that she had, if only she had nothing at all, what would have happened? The world would have lost the gift of Ben Carson. Yes, Ben Carson would have existed in the world, but we would have lost a lot. We would not have even known what we've lost in him. So a literate mother is a national wealth. We need to know that when we educate our girls, when we educate our women, when we empower them, we are empowering the nation. So it's not like, and after all, the education of a lady or of a girl will end in the kitchen. After all, everything she will take to her husband's house. Even if she becomes a full-time housewife, she is nursing her children, she is training them. Whatever it is she has in her, that's what she will use to drive the potentials in those children. And that is why every girl child must be educated. And remember, I'm not saying schooled, educated. Every skilled mechanic is a productive capital. Every skilled mechanic. We might say, oh, they are just roadside mechanic. Yes, they might be just roadside mechanic. But imagine if you ask people who drive cars and the trouble quack mechanics have put them through. In fact, it's season film. You will not finish watching it. But every skilled mechanic, we have, what does it cost us as a nation? We have the skills, we have the technical know-how even to build our own cars. Why aren't we building? I once gave an example about a guy who tried to fix his iPhone in the UK, took it everywhere, took it to even iPhone company. They said the phone had packed up, that nothing could be done. Brought it to Nigeria, took it to Computer Village. After many minutes in and out, the phone came back alive. That is we have technical know-how in this nation. We have the strength. We have everything we need. We just need to empower people. We need to empower people to do what they need to do. Every competent teacher is a future GDP builder, because every other occupation will be trained by that teacher. And that is why every competent teacher is a future GDP builder. So we need to build our teachers. We need to train them to become competent at what they do. Because it is what they have that they will give. They will not give what they don't have. I hear cases of, hey, excuse me, sir, I don't understand. They say, go and ask your parent at home. It's not the teacher's fault. Because they know that by the time you ask them too much questions, it will show that they don't know it. So they will change it for you. Now, that kind of child that you have sent to go and ask the parent at home, what are you creating in that kind of child? You're creating hatred for the subject. And by the time the child begins to hate the subject, for example, a child who does not like math, how do you expect the child to become a problem solver? A child who does not like English, how do you want the child to express him or herself when they become business owners or even top executives at big companies and all that? Because it's not just about where they are at the moment, it's about where they are going to. And that's why we need to understand that every competent teacher is a future GDP builder. Every farmer that you see is a food security on its own. For any farmer you see, you're seeing food security in human form. Because if that farmer decides to go home and not farm, it might not show today. You know, there's this saying that Oja Oyinbo Komokwenyo Konwa. The Oyinbo market does not know that somebody has not come. Don't worry. By the time one person does not come today, does not come tomorrow, later you know our market is empty today. That's how it is. So let's build farmers. I talked about some of the innovations in one of my speeches that we could put in place, and a lot of our other speakers have spoken about innovations that could be put in place to help farmers so that they can carry out this job that they have to do very well. Because a wealthy nation is a well-fed nation. Yorubas will say, Ebiki wanukin komi. You cannot be hungry and you're thinking of succeeding. Food first. It is somebody that is well-fed that you now start thinking of, okay, what next? I want to build a house. I want to buy a car. But if you're hungry, and when I say hungry, it's not that you skipped, I'm not talking about hunger of you skipped breakfast or you had food and you didn't feel like eating. No. Hunger of you don't have anything to eat and you don't even know where the next meal is coming from. If you're hungry and you're in that kind of state, you're not thinking about how to make it in life. You're thinking first about how to eat. And that is why our farmers also need to be empowered, because they are food security personified. Now, the nations that have proven what I'm talking about, let's see some nations that have proven what I'm talking about, that true wealth of nation is not about natural resources. It's not about foreign reserves. It's not about that. Yes, that's the measure, but it does not begin from there. We have nations that do not have these natural resources and they are excelling. For example, we have Singapore. Singapore has little land, just little amount of land. They have just few resources and they have a lot of limitations. But what did Singapore do? They didn't, because they have all these limitations, they didn't limit themselves. Instead, they came together, built a world-class education, began to develop their citizens' skills strategically, created a clean governance for people, and then they made their systems merit-based. They had long-term planning, and all these things, in turn, turned around their system. Because resources is not what builds the wealth of a nation. It is the development of people that actually builds the wealth of nation. And today, when we're talking about top countries there, we mention Singapore. South Korea is another one. South Korea came out of war and poverty, but they did not leave themselves wallowing in self-pity. Instead, they began to build their educational system. They built their skills, they built their technology. And South Korea today, now they are exporting cars, they are exporting innovations. They are thriving. South Korea has become a country that people want to go to because they are doing so well. You know, on my way today, I saw one of their cars and I was just looking at it and I remember where they used to be. So that is another country that has proven to us that it is not about natural resources. It is about people building. Finland. Finland is another country. Finland's way of building its own people is to build trust in teachers. Finland builds trust in her teachers. I remember I once spoke about Finland that, in one of my speeches, and using them as an example of people who are getting it right in education. Finland prioritized quality. They prioritize quality in their education. They ensure that their schools, the system of their schools was excellence. And because of this, they also ensure that their teacher status was well respected. In Finland, you cannot be looked down upon as a teacher. You have pegs as teachers. Teachers are respectable citizens in the community. And because of this, there is higher trust in their teachers. And because there is higher trust in their teachers, it has resulted in higher learning outcomes. It has resulted in higher innovative capacities. It has resulted in strengthened social systems. This is one thing that Finland has done for herself. Another country that is a very good example of what I'm talking about is Rwanda. After the genocide in Rwanda, Rwanda decided to begin to invest in health systems. Not just health systems, they began to prioritize women. They invested in digital governance and stability. They did not dwell in their tragedy, but instead they began to build the capacity of their people, not just men, but also women, because they understood that it's not about the tragedy that they've been through. It's about rebuilding. And also, in the process of rebuilding, it's not just about rebuilding the men, but also the women, because they know a nation that segregates the women has cut its innovation, has cut its progress in half intentionally. Now, why are some countries poor despite their resources? For example, the country we find ourselves, we have a lot of resources. We are rich in a lot of resources. One of our speakers was saying that even the water we have alone, take out the oil in the water, the water we have alone is enough to put us there. Now talk of the fact that we have oil. We have countries that depend solely on oil, and they are making it real good. Their citizens are at peace. They are living safer, well-balanced life. So we have this. We have, and then Nigeria has over 250 million people. We have human capital. Even take out our natural resources. But why do we still remain as one of the third world countries, despite all these things that we have? Like I said earlier, the failure to unlock people is one of the major reasons why countries, and when I'm talking about countries, I'm not talking about Nigeria alone. We have other countries that fall in the same category as Nigeria. Countries that are rich but remain poor despite their rich resources, the natural resources. One of the reasons that they remain poor is poor education. And like I said, I'm going to emphasize again, it's not just about schooling, education. One of my speeches, I spoke about the quality of education that I expect in Nigeria today. Government schools especially, they need to be empowered. So many private schools, there needs to be a standard. We now have, not even, I won't say double standards, we have multiple standards in Nigeria today. You see, presently, my own school is in the third term already. Some schools are still writing second term exams. Some have not even gone on holiday. Some are on holiday right now. Why do we have that in a country that has, you're about to say, Lutolo Batoni Joe, the country that has a government? Why do we have all these disparities? I've had to test some students coming from a school, probably to my school, and I give them assessments based on the level they are coming from, and they don't pass fully. Not because they are dull, but because the curriculum being run in their school is different from what is run in my school. Why do we have that? Yes, we might have different. How will I say? We might have different curricula. Yes, but then it shouldn't be something that will be totally off. That a child that is not here cannot. It should be gone are the days when, if you move a child from Lagos to Ibadan, from Ibadan to Sokoto, whatever the child has done in Lagos would continue in Sokoto. The child would not miss anything. But now it's not like that. If you look at our own government curricula, you wonder what's going on here. Because how can a year one child be made to be counting 1 to 5? If I were to be a school owner, I won't even want to adopt it. So I don't blame schools that don't adopt it. So our government needs to work on this level of our education. Poor education is one of the ways to kill the wealth of a country. Because if the citizens are not educated, they are not being empowered. Another reason why countries stay poor despite their natural resources is corruption. It's corruption. When someone believes that, there's this song they used to sing many years ago, I don't know if anybody remembers, share the national cake, share the national moi moi, something like that. Everybody believes that this national cake is for us to eat and pocket. It's not for the good of everyone. And that is why everyone sees politics as, or should I say, almost everyone sees politics as, I want to go there and make money. And that's why they will do everything within their power to get into that seat and begin to embezzle funds. And there is nothing done to check and to balance. Nothing. Because the person who wants to check and balance has also been inculcated or embedded in that web of corruption. Nobody checking anybody, because corruption has become the order of the day. So a country that is bound by corruption can never be rich, no matter the wealth they have in resources. Nepotism. Ẹni tó mọ̀wé ló mọ̀wé. We hear that a lot. How will I say it? Literally, it's like if you know people, or if you know the way, then it's a pun in Yoruba language, a play of words, that if you know the way, then you are very smart. But then that's not the way it's supposed to be. Nepotism has become the order of the day. If you're not connected, if you don't know who knows somebody, then you are not competent. There are so many people with the technical know-how. There are so many people with the intelligence to solve the problem of this nation. But they will not be allowed because they don't know anybody. Who do you know? Who do you know? There was a time during one of the elections, somebody was trying to run for the presidential post. And one of the comments given to that aspirant was, go and start from local government councillor, or go and start from councillor. Now, who knows? Maybe the solution that we've been waiting for lies in the hand of this person. But because he does not know anybody, he is being relegated to the background. It's not even that if he chooses to run for councillorship, they would allow him, because now it has become who is being allowed and who is not being allowed. Nepotism has become the order of the day. I spoke about how now you see Yoruba teacher become commissioner. If it is commissioner for arts and culture, that's amazing, because the person will do well. But you pick a Yoruba teacher to become commissioner for transport, commissioner for energy, minister of works. Please, what does the person want to do? Because I don't understand. It's not about, is the person going to speak proverbs or incantations there? We see a lot of things going on in our educational sector today, because most of the people that are being put there know absolutely nothing about education. I remember there was a time I worked in a school and I saw the way things were going on. I had to okay, there's a lot of things going on. These children are not gaining anything at the end of the term, and if things keep going on like this, they'll just keep moving classes, but they will not gain anything. So I sat down and I restructured the curriculum, and I pitched it to the school that, okay, see this, can we try this and let's see how it goes. But the response I got was, I first gave it to one of my supervisors, and she really loved it. She was like, oh, this is amazing. If the school accepts it, I would like you to, because I just created for my own year group. So if the school accepts it, I would like you to create for my year group too. I said, that's fine. Let the school accept it first. But by the time we pitched it to the school said, no, the one we are using right now is made by professionals. Ask these professionals, when last were they in classrooms? Some have never been in classrooms. They don't know what's going on in classrooms. And then these same professionals who have never been, it's just like me, who has never been to a battlefield, drawing up strategy for soldiers to go and fight. All of them will die. It's not a course. Because I've never been there. I don't know how it is. I don't know the strategy needed. I don't know what I need to stay alive. I cannot even protect my life, because I've never been there. So I cannot just wake up one day and drop a strategy for the soldiers going to battle, because I know nothing about it. And these same professionals, because probably maybe they know how to talk very well, then they just craft something for schools, and then schools begin to run with it, and there is no results. And year in, year out, we're wondering why the level. I was watching a documentary today, and somebody was talking about the Gen Zs being that every generation has always been giving much more than their parents, that we've always been doing more than our parents. But the generation we have now, they are the only ones in history that are doing lesser than their parents. And we won't blame them. We won't blame them. It's what we are giving to them. So that is nepotism. Any nation that is drowning in nepotism can never truly be wealthy. And that takes me to my next point, youth neglect. I talked about the youth we have, that they are rich in ideas, rich in creativity, they are rich. But if our youth are being neglected, a nation that neglects its youth neglects its future. So if we neglect our youth, how do we want to develop them? How do we want to empower them? You see the kind of empowerment going on in societies today. Say they are doing youth empowerment and they are buying them wheelbarrows. Excuse me. What kind of empowerment is that? Youth empowerment, you are giving them 1 cup of rice. Please, empowering them to do what? What are they being empowered to do? Because I really do not understand. Youth empowerment, you are buying them korokpe. As in, where are we going? Where are we going as a nation? And you're empowering youth. So we need to really empower youth. Stop neglecting them. We need to stop this idea of everything food will solve it. Yes, food is important. Yes, food is imperative. Food comes first. But after eating, what else? What else? There's this saying that teach me how to fish, don't give me fish. But a nation that dwells on giving its citizens fish will keep crumbling them. And holding them down from rising. So we need to empower our youth. Weak institutions is another one. I talked about no checks and balances, nothing. Our institutions have become so weak. No rule of law, no trust, no progress, nothing. No wonder a civil servant will come to work at 8, like I said earlier, and will go back at 2, and they've not done anything. And then when they hear that, oh, the commissioner is coming or the boss is coming, they'll start forming busy. Eye service everywhere. But then, unfortunately, the system does not know eye service. Yes, you are doing eye service, but the result is showing in the system because it's not moving anywhere. It's just like if you do eye service and you're forming like you're pouring petrol in a car. Meanwhile, you're not pouring petrol. Will it move? It won't move. And that's what we are seeing in the system today. Weak institutions. Weak institutions. You see, schools. I went to a school during my youth service. I was posted to that. I kind of posted myself to that school anyways, because I didn't want to sit down at the local government. I was like, what am I doing here for a whole year? I can't be wasting my time. So I looked for a school around me. I posted myself to the school. I got to the school for the first time. I saw a teacher telling the children, oh, Lord, Donier, you don't know anything. You are too lazy. You are too this. You are too that. But then I looked at the teacher herself. She's not giving anything to the children. How won't they be dull? You're not, in one of my speeches, I talked about teachers no more disseminating facts, but becoming facilitators of knowledge. But you're not facilitating their learning. You're not even disseminating facts. At least teach them the way we were taught in 1900. No problem. You're not doing that. And then you're accusing them of not knowing. What are they supposed to know? You're not guiding them to learn on their own. You're not guiding them to take ownership of their learning. You're not even taking the ownership for them. Weak systems. Weak institutions. Imagine the kind of students that will be churned out in that kind of institution. And then when you come as a teacher that really wants to work, they will start looking at you. Is she the only one? She's the one that knows how to work. And then problem will start. Weak institutions. The same thing, we find the same thing everywhere. There was a time I was bitten by a scorpion, and a nurse told me, don't worry, scorpion bite is not snake, you will not die. And I was there. I was writhing in pain, serious pain. And at some point, I had to get myself up to find a pharmacist. Weak institutions, no checks and balances. I once walked into a bank, and there's this notice on the wall of the bank that if you spend more than 10 minutes, call this number. It's sure for them. They're very sure of their services. If you spend more than 10 minutes for anything you have come to do, whatsoever it is, call this number. And truth be Zenith that year. And truth be told, what I went to do, within how many minutes I was answered. And another time that I went again, that I got delayed, every now and then they'll keep calling me. We're very sorry, ma. Actually, it's network. And they will show me it's network. Every now and then. So by the time I spent more than 10 minutes, I could not report them because they kept coming to update me. Because they know there is a system of checks and balance on ground. But do we have that anywhere now? Do we have that anywhere now? No checks, nothing. Nobody's checking anybody. No check, no balance. No check, no balance, nothing. So we need our institutions to be built. We need stronger institutions. Because weak institutions will not take us anywhere. Will not take us anywhere. Untapped wealth hidden in ordinary people. That's the next thing I want to talk about. Because we've talked about the wealth of the nation being truly embedded in her people. So what are some of the untapped wealth that are hidden in ordinary people? That child in the village running helter-skelter, playing with tires up and down. That child is a potential scientist. That child is a potential pilot. That child has the potential to build the next generation of flying cars. Who knows? That child has the potential to create a cure for diseases that the cures have not been found. That child has the potential to be the president of this nation, if only that child is being educated, if only that child is being empowered. That child you see running on the street, uncle buy puff puff, uncle buy gala, pure water, that child could be the next Messiah we need in this nation. That child could be the next solution the world is waiting for. These are untapped wealth, hidden in ordinary places. I spoke about single mothers. A lot of people have been hidden in abusive marriages. Sit down there. I spoke about myself. This is like my 13th speech in these 20 days of eloquence. I wouldn't have been here speaking if I had not brought myself out of that shackle. Imagine this wealth. Imagine this wealth of knowledge that I carry. I wouldn't have been able to use this to help even my students if I had not first discovered myself. But a lot of women are still there. A lot of women have even brought themselves out, but they have been bound by the criticism of the society. Who are they? Single mothers. But that single mother has the potential to build another Fortune 400 company. That single mother has the potential of creating a solution that the world is waiting for. That is an untapped potential, an untapped wealth that we are looking down on. That artisan on your street that you are looking, tailor lasso, she's just a tailor. Oh, he's just a mechanic, he's a roadside mechanic. He's just a chef. He's a cook that is disguising himself as a chef. These people have the capability of training millions of other people. That is an empowerment to the nation. That teacher that is wallowing in one village school, that is yet to be discovered, yet to be empowered to become a world-class teacher, could be the teacher we need to teach the next generation of leaders that this nation is looking for. Could be the teacher that we need to train the next generation of doctors, of lawyers, of engineers, of pilots that this nation is waiting for. That coder in that small town could be the person that would code a solution that is going to shake the world. These are wealth that have been looked down upon. Nelson Mandela said, education is the most powerful weapon that we can use to change the world. And that is why we need to ensure that not only are people educated, but they are well supported. Our youth are a national gold. They carry so much. They know so much. They have a lot of dreams and aspirations. But when the youth are being made to be idle, that's when crime begins to increase. One of our speakers spoke about when he had to go to the ghetto, and there were lots of youth wallowing in smoking, in drug addiction and all that. When I heard this speech, I thought in my head, these are potentials that our nation is allowing to go to a waste. If only these people are being made, they are being well educated, and then they are being made to do things, productive things for the nation, they won't be there. Because I know nobody gets into things like that of their own accord. Sometimes the society bullies them to get into it. You hear things like Oteja. You're not even how will I say it? You're not smart. You're not smart. So you don't drink. You hear things 1 kilo only Coca-Cola. Jedi lo you don't drink alcohol, and you don't even know how to enjoy life. Oh, you mean you don't smoke? You mean you've never tried cocaine? You are still a small boy. You are still a small girl. Your mates are drinking this. Your mates are using, and because they want to belong, they begin to do it. And before you know it, they lose control over their lives. And that thing, that positive thing that they would have become for the nation, for the betterment of the nation, slips through their fingers. So when our youths are idle, crimes increase. The rate of crime increases. When I was out of the country, I was somewhere one day, and the police came with money. They wanted to fill ATM. They came with money. And all of them that came with money, people were there. They brought raw cash to load into the machines. None of them had one gun. None had a gun. And they were carrying raw cash. Anything could happen. But they knew nothing would happen. Because safe nation begins from the empowerment of your youth. I was listening to a pastor one day. He was saying something about it wasn't a pastor, it was a lady that was talking about when she traveled to Dubai, that she left her bag, and then she went, and if everybody was looking for the owner of the bag till she came back. It has happened to me too. There was a day I was traveling and I was going to my house. My house was very close to the bus station, so it's not something I could take a taxi because it was close. But that close, you will trek, you will tire. But it's not a trekking that you could take taxi. So I had to drag my bag, and I had so many bags. I just left 2. I cannot come and die. I just left 2, and then I dragged 1 to my house. By the time I came back, the remaining bags were there. People were making jest of me. That, you think this is Nigeria? I just told myself, even if they will carry it, I cannot come and die. But by the time I came back, the security men were even looking for me. Like, are you the owner of this bag? I just picked my bag and I left. Safe nations begins with the empowerment of your youth. It is when they are hungry, they begin to seek alternative ways to get food. When they know that there is no food at home, and they don't even know where the next meal is coming from. So the youth need to be empowered, because when they are idle, crime rates would rise. Frustration would skyrocket. That's where frustration begins to set in. I still remember vividly in my head one of the story of a guy. I don't know his name. I don't know anything about him. But during the NSAS riot and something, he was killed. He died during that protest, during the NSAS protest. But this guy is someone who caters for his family. He had 2 little ones who he sponsors to school. I don't know, maybe they are his nieces and nephews or so. But it was like he came from a background where there was no hope. No hope for survival, no hope to go to school, no hope for anything. But he decided, I have come out from this background, but I will give hope to the ones coming after me. And he decided that he would send his nieces and nephews to school. So he fixed them in school. He pays their fees every time. He sends money home to the family to feed and all that, to ensure that he would give them hope. But this guy was killed. Now, so many times I will think back and I will remember him. I never knew him before then. But I will remember and I will think about the children. And I'm like, do they still go to school? Because this is someone who single-handedly put it upon himself to ensure that he would give hope to his own people who he knew had no hope. Now that the hope has been snatched away, do these children still go to school? Who knows? Maybe these children too would have become pickpockets. Or maybe the girl would have been put on the path of prostitution. Who knows? And that dream that he had for them cut short. How would the family feel? Frustration. The previous speaker spoke about how he suffered when he was applying. The frustration is real. Sometimes you begin to doubt yourself. Is it you? Is it that you don't know anything? By the time you send out 1 million applications and maybe only 2 or 3 get back to you, and they're even getting back to you with, sorry, we regret to tell you that we've moved on with another candidate. And you begin to doubt yourself. You begin to doubt your own skills. You begin to doubt everything that you used to believe about yourself. And that same frustration is what pushes some people into things they don't want to do, into crimes. We see this movie, To Kill a Monkey. Someone who would have been mechanical in helping the nation to fight crime, now becoming the greatest criminal of all time. The frustration is real when youth are made to be idle. When youths are idle, the Japa syndrome will kick in. Everybody would want to migrate. Everyone would seek for greener pastures. Because for those that refuse to stop believing in themselves, they know that, oh, I carry so much. Even if this surrounding that I find myself, this environment I find myself, is not appreciating what I carry, I know another environment will. And they move. They move. I once talked about when almost all the tech bros moved at once. I know what we saw in our banking sectors. Even we that we are here, we suffered it. Imagine when almost all the doctors also moved at once. These are the things that happen when youths are left idle. They go out there, seek greener pastures, and they help build the wealth of other nations instead of building the wealth of our nation. And that is why youth cannot be left to be idle. When youth are left idle, instability becomes the order of the day. Insecurity everywhere. I remember when I entered One Chance. I looked at the guys, young guys, neat guys. A guy that if your daughter brings home, you'll be happy that your daughter has brought home a well brought up guy. Because they are good looking. And I wondered, why would able-bodied men like this stoop so low to things like this? If you ask them, some of them will tell you, I finished with first class. I remember when I was in school, a bus driver, we just got talking, and he was telling me, he finished from my school with a first class, and he's driving bus. He finished many years ago before I even dreamed of entering the school. And I wondered how. Go right now. It's not right. Because it's not balanced. How do you want to balance the equation? How? You keep balancing it, it's not getting balanced. How? That's what happens when our youth are left idle. Nothing to do. Nothing to do. And then some will say, instead of me stealing, or instead of me just staying at home doing nothing, let me get a job for myself. Let me try to do something for myself. And they have to keep doing jobs that are not even meant for educated people, because it takes a lot to go through school, come out from school, and then you're back to the same poverty that you're trying to escape by going to school. But when our youth are empowered, businesses begin to grow. A lot of, like I said, our youth are our national gold. They have ideas. They have amazing ideas flowing in their heads. All they need is empowerment. All they need. Someone mentioned mentorship without sponsorship is as good as nothing. You keep mentoring someone, go left, go right, but you're not asking, do you have transport fare? You're not asking, have you even eaten today? So in as much as mentorship is good, yes, let's sponsor too. Don't let's leave the sponsorship to the big gods, those people that have turned them to big gods. And that's when you begin to hear, so what are you giving me in return? And they want to beg a lady before rendering help, because the government is refusing to put the help in place. And they tell the guys, how much are you going to pay? Because the help is not in place. Youth need to be empowered. And when I talk about empowerment, I'm not talking about give them wheelbarrow. I'm not talking about give them a bag of rice. Youth need to be empowered, because when they are empowered, businesses will grow. Ideas will emerge. New ideas will emerge. There will be technological advancements. I remember when I was in school, a guy in my school built a car that runs on gas. He was not even in the engineering department. I can't even remember his department, but he built a car that runs on gas, and the car works. He drives the car around in my school. But why is it that after so many years ago that I've left school, we still don't have a car plant in Nigeria that runs on gas? Why? A car plant in Nigeria that runs on gas. Okay, let's say we cannot build all the original body. Let's assemble, and then whatever it is that he has created in that car to run on gas, let him create it. I was watching a documentary of is it PCG? What's the name of this new electric car that just entered Nigeria? No, they have a name. Is it? No, not Tesla. This other one that is competing with Tesla. This, yes, this in Nigeria. Yes, there's a new BYG. Thank you. It's the BYG. I was watching a documentary about them yesterday, and there's this thing about why are they. Many years ago, Elon Musk was making jest of the founder. That what is he doing? But now, go and check the stats. Tesla's legs are shaking. Yes, not just Tesla. Even there are different car companies are recording losses all around the world simply because of BYG. Now, what has this man done that is making him shake the world? He started from building batteries. It was a company that builds only batteries. But then, he kept building batteries. And as he was building batteries, he was developing every other thing that he needed in his car. He did not outsource anything. He built them by himself. So by the time other companies are facing low supply from their suppliers, he was building. He is his own supplier, so there's nothing like shortage. And by the time he entered into the car making business, he was able to make his car to be as strong and even stronger because he's the one creating the batteries. So nobody can create anyhow battery for him. And his car is centered around the batteries. So can you see the idea this man brought into, and because of that, every other car manufacturer, both the ones that are running on gasoline, the ones running on fuel, the ones running on pure electricity, their legs are shaking all around the world. Some are even closing down. And I saw the documentary and I was like, wow, interesting. Wow. So that is it. Technological advancements. When it started out, nobody believed he could do it. On my way coming here, I still saw another BYG. And I was like, oh, this is another one. Different from the ones I've been seeing. And it was looking so cute. I was like, oh, another one has entered Nigeria again. Trust Nigeria now. They're the first to always buy all those things. But why can't we begin to build? Because we have the brains. We have people who can do these things. Why can't we begin to do? Pardon? We're not making. We are just coupling them. And that's what we are just doing. We don't have anything. We are just. Even if we're not building everything from the scratch, can we have something? One thing in that car that is Nigerian.
Like our steel? No.
Yes, at least something. Let's know that this thing cannot be outsourced anywhere. But everything we are doing, we are bringing all the parts. We're like a tailor that buys all the materials and just comes to sew. That's what we are doing. We need to move beyond that. I just mentioned a guy who built a car that runs on gas. I saw another video online. 2 little girls that built a generator that runs on urine. Yes. There are so many things that I've heard that Nigerians are making. But all of a sudden, everything will just die down. And you will not hear anything about it again. You will not hear. There was a time I heard about 2 young secondary school guys that found the cure to AIDS. Many years ago. And after some time, we didn't hear anything again. Why? Our youths are gold. It's a different thing if they don't have these ideas, if they don't have these innovations. They do. What they need is support. We need to empower them. When youth are being empowered, you're building community strength. Nigeria generally, like the previous speaker said, is a social economy. Now imagine when you now empower us more. You're building community strength. So it's not that our youth don't have talent. They do. So that's not the question we should be asking. Do they have talent? No. That's not the question. Because they have talent. It's overflowing. The question we should be asking is, how can we unlock it? Another aspect that we're talking about is women as engines of prosperity. I remember talking about Rwanda empowering our women in the process of building their human capital. Now, women need to rise. If a country really wants to rise, her women need to rise. Her women need to be empowered. Because if the women are not empowered, it's the same thing as slashing the talents of of the nation in half. And how do we empower the women? Girl education, the girl child education. When the girl child is being trained, is being educated, mortality rate will drop, because child marriage would reduce. And when child marriage reduces, child mortality would also reduce. Child labor would reduce. Those children that are meant to, I think by that time that Lagos State did, there's no child left behind, the rate of the number of children that are being made to do house help reduced drastically. Because there was this thing they did then: if any child that should be in school, that is of school age, is found out of school during school hours, the parent or the guardian will be questioned. You will need to explain. Even those people that used to carry children to beg for money, I don't know where they used to keep their children around that time. If they catch you use a small child to beg, they will not say you should not beg for money. Go ahead and beg for your money. But if you take a little child of school age during school hours around to beg for money, you'll be questioned. So mortality rate will drop because child labor would reduce, child marriage will reduce. If a child is schooled, is educated, well educated, the family income will rise. I spoke about, in one of my speeches, I spoke about how some of the men we have these days, if you remove the provision aspect, that okay, the man is the provider, remove the provision, they don't bring anything else to the table. Nothing else. No emotional intelligence, nothing. Sorry, I'm not here to hunt the guys. Apologies. But it's the truth. Truth is bitter. Truth is bitter. And that's why we have a whole lot of divorce going on these days.
That's a subjective truth. It's very subjective.
It's not subjective. It is not subjective.
It's okay. We are good. Continue.
It is not subjective. So in this case, and that is why when the woman begins to bring home some money, problem rises. You start hearing when a woman is richer than you, she will not be respectful. Says who? There are so many people who are very rich, who are richer than their husbands, and they are cooperating so well, and nobody is knowing anything. So it's not about the woman being richer than the husband. It's about the emotional intelligence of the man. But then, that's not what I'm talking about. Like I said, I'm not here to hunt the guys. Don't worry, I don't have any gun in my hands. When a woman is educated, instead of the man only bringing home resources to fund the family, the woman can also support. The woman can also support, and the family income would increase. When a woman is educated, when the girl child is educated, communities will improve. Communities will improve because if someone is well educated and knows that she has high prospects, no woman, knowing fully well that she has high prospects of making it and potential of doing great things, would subdue herself or subjugate herself to prostitution. If you ask most of the people who do that, it's because they don't have hope. Many of them do not have hope of anything ever happening for them positively, and they see that as the only way to survive. And that is why the woman, the girl child, needs to be educated, because community will improve. I said it earlier that when the girl child is educated, even the children they bring up, they'll bring them up with intentionality. They won't leave those children to chance because they are educated. Remember, it's not schooled, educated. And that's why our education, especially for the women that we have in our community, in our society, has to be intentional. When women are made, they can, when they are easily able to access finance, access land, access technology, access leadership, then they prosper. They will prosper. There are so many women that they have this business acumen. They are very sound when it comes to business. They know so much. But then they want to acquire land. You hear, go and bring a man to come and sign for you. They want to do this one. You hear, I don't want a woman. I don't want a single lady. I want a married woman. They want to do this. So many things that are restricting women from flying. A lot of things are clipping their wings. So we need to stop sidelining women if we want our community, our nation to improve. Because whenever we sideline women, we are intentionally reducing our GDP. The role of teachers in building the wealth of the nation. I talked about how Finland built the status of our teachers. A teacher that is well respected will be able to impact the students. But a teacher that you don't respect, you won't learn anything from him or her. We need to understand that the pay grades of our teachers may be low, but their potentials are extraordinary. And that is why their status needs to be elevated. Because that is the only way they can really do that which they need to do. We need to understand that our teachers are our national strength. They are the ones building the next generation of leaders that we need. They are the ones carrying the economic effect that we so desire. So their status needs to be elevated, including their pay grade. Because if you are paying a teacher 20,000 and a parent that is earning 1 million monthly comes to that school, you will hear things like, if not for me that I'm paying your salary, you will not be here. And the child will tell you, I can sack you. And the parent knows that the child can sack him or her. And that kind of teacher will not have any influence over the child. Because there's no iota of respect anywhere. And that's as a result of the fact that the pay grade is even low. So our nations need to look inward into the pay grades of teachers and into improving the statuses of teachers. Another one is the health, the aspect of health. Like I said earlier, health is wealth. And that I mean literally. Health is wealth. So if we're looking at building the wealth of a nation, we need to begin to build the health of the nation. We need to look at maternal health. Mothers should not have to die because they want to bring forth a child. I remember I once had a friend that wanted to give birth. Went to the hospital, normal delivery, no complication, no problem. Got to the hospital and they said doctors are on strike, so no doctor to attend to her. So they had to reject her. This is the hospital she has been going for antenatal. And you know how hospitals work. They won't take anybody in if they don't have the person's medical history. So went to another hospital, rejected her because they don't have a medical history. Went to another hospital, rejected her because they don't have a medical history. This is someone in pain already. By the time she got to the final hospital that accepted her, and they had to start running tests and all that because they don't have a medical history and they could not work on her until they have at least something to work with. By that time, she was tired, too tired to push. She had to go into the surgery. They had to carry out CS on her. Now, this is a family that is managing. They don't have money for CS. And then, good news of we've given birth changed to bad news of, please, we need money. My wife is in the hospital. I need money to discharge her and the child. Thank God she even survived. So many women have had to die because of things like that. Why couldn't she have received care from the hospital she was initially getting care from? Simply because doctors are on strike. Why are doctors on strike? Because of systems that are unfavorable to them. So we need to understand, no woman should have to die or should have to go through prolonged pain simply because she's trying to bring forth another life, another wealth to the nation. No child should have to die because they don't receive adequate health care. The care of the child is also important. Children should receive adequate care. Sanitation. We once spoke about sanitation. One of our speakers spoke about how many years ago we used to have environmental sanitation at every last Saturday of the month. And now they are trying to bring it back anyways, but the last time it happened, I didn't even know it happened because it wasn't even looking like anything was happening. We shouldn't have to go through the streets of our nation and cover our noses. I used to have a little perfume I put in my bag. So when I go through some places where you will almost die out of, I'll just put it in my wrist and just like this. It is not me you will kill for my parents. You see cases of even citizens eating things and littering. Like I said, no checks and balances. There were days when those things could not be done. If you throw something on the road, it's either they will arrest the vehicle you are in or they will arrest you and they'll make sure you clean it up. Developed countries they will give you a ticket for littering. After picking it up, they will still write you a ticket. So sanitation is one of the things we need to also look into as a nation. Mental health support. Somebody said one day, let us just agree that everybody in Lagos is mad. I remember when I was learning how to drive, the first thing I was told is, once you sit at this steering, just assume that every other driver is mad. And you will see it actually that some people will drive for you, you know that no, this person cannot be in his right senses. He has to be just mad. People are going through a lot. Like my sister will say, she will say standard of living is killing the living. The cost of living is killing the living. People are going through a lot. You look at your salary sometimes, that it's even seeming like you're earning a lot. By the time you take it, maybe you're earning 1 million monthly. 1 million minus 200k, 40,000. And you wonder. I saw a post online. It said, "Dear God, I did not spend anyhow, but my salary don't finish." Sometimes they'll tell you, it's because you spend anyhow. It's because you don't save. It's because you don't do this. Because you don't manage. But you look at yourself sometimes. You actually write down the things you spend on, and you've not spent anyhow. You've not spent on wants. You've actually spent on needs. But then the take home is not taking you anywhere. And you wonder. And you keep wondering what's going on. And before you know it, somebody just nears you like this. You just quickly, Oga, are you okay? You change it for the person. Everybody is angry. Some people is like, why do Nigerians shout? Sorry. We don't shout. We're not shouting people, But then, there are some things that you're going through that will just naturally amplify your voice. And it will seem like you're shouting. You're actually not shouting, We're not shouting people. We need mental health support. We need mental health support. Someone was saying one day about how his government provides mental health support for her people, whereby once a month or as you need, you can always just go for counseling, in fact, if you need treatment, you get treatment and all that. It's a lot. It will go a long way to help the people. Sometimes all you need is speak to somebody, and that's it. We need mental health support, affordable treatments. There was a day I wasn't feeling too good. I was having stomach pain, I was purging, and I was having this foul belch kind of. I knew everything to use. But because they always say no self-medication. So I said, okay, I don't want to do self-medication. I carried myself. Because how would I just say I carried my 2 left legs? I took myself to the pharmacist and I had to explain my symptoms to the pharmacist. I'm like, oh, I'm feeling this way. And you know how those doctors write? It's as if they have a special course in writing. And he wrote everything that in a way that you will not see. Only another doctor will read it. Total. I saw the total. I said, on top of this small symptom that I have. I said, are you sure this is the only thing I can use? He said, yes. I said, okay, no problem. I said, you know what? Do you have this? Please give me. Do you have that? Please give me. Do you have this? I bought. At the end of the day, what he wrote for me was over 2,000 plus. Many years ago, 2,000 was a lot of money. That time, 2,000 was like 20K. Then, so I looked at it, and everything I bought was like maybe 50 naira, 100 naira thereabouts. Imagine, because I just bought this one 20 naira, give me that one 30 naira, give me this one 50 naira, and I was done. And at the end of the day, I go home, I used them. Even the first usage, I was okay. I only used the second one to fulfill all righteousness, that okay, I completed my dosage, and I was fine. And I looked at myself, 100 naira to 25. Azal now. Affordable treatments. The reason most people don't go to hospitals, the reason most people don't visit doctors is because they cannot afford it. This is someone that has not eaten and does not know where the next meal is coming from, they'll be able to afford to visit a doctor. And that's why they will do self-medication. Because you're saying don't self-medicate, but you're not giving affordable options. So affordable treatment options should be given so that people would not have to self-medicate. And then people will not have to die in silence. Some people are dying in silence. They know they have problems, but they cannot afford to even see a doctor about it because they know they cannot afford it. If they go to hospital, they'll say, I'll go, but they will never go. Because they know that what is wrong with them. If a doctor should analyze it, you start hearing